Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as chaos seemed to make its presence known across the whole stadium in just a moment. No doubt about it, the invasion has begun, and most probably, this is not the only place that is being attacked. Oto and Suna shinobi would most likely be attacking the most vulnerable areas as well, like the academy. His eyes narrowed at the last thought in silent anger. It was a perfect strategy to kickstart Konoha's destruction. If they attack the foundation of shinobi in the village, the field where the future generation of shinobi were born and bred, Konoha would be absolutely crippled. The amount of time it would take to recover from such an attack would be so long that it wasn't even funny. I really hope Ero Sennin is still in village. For now though, I have other things to concentrate on. He sensed foreign chakra in his system, a genjutsu settling on him, trying to put him to sleep. A quick pulse of his chakra shattered the genjutsu, and just in time too. His danger sense rang in alarm, alerting him of a threat behind his back. He didn't need to turn around to find out what it was, he already knew. Just as the arm of sand reached him, red lightning wildly danced around his body. Naruto ducked right under it, and spun on his heel, thrusting his right palm right into Gaara's chest. Only then he got a good look at what Gaara had transformed into. His right arm had transformed into a giant claw of sand, which had purple lines, looking suspiciously like seal markings. His gourd seemed to have melted into sand, having spread over his right arm and his back. A huge tail had formed on his back, which Naruto deduced had enough swing force behind it to smack someone right into unconsciousness. Naruto then saw where he had struck and smirked. Gaara's chest was uncovered by the sand, exposed for all to strike. He amped up the lightning, causing lightning to streak across Gaara's body. Gaara roared in pain, his muscles spasming and contracting against his will. On instinct, his tail swung around with devastating force to strike Naruto away. Naruto neatly backflipped away, and was up in his stance immediately, his Hiraishin Kuni held in both hands, reverse grip. The shock of Naruto's lightning was enough to throw Gaara back several feet, light burns appearing on the places that weren't shielded by his sand. Gaara sat up groaning, putting both of his hands on either side of his head. Naruto knew well enough what was going on, and this was his chance to stop it. Just as he was about to rush at Gaara, four figures dropped between the two of them, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes. The eyes narrowed further when two more figures jumped right in front of him. Sasuke saw the genjutsu and easily dispelled it, wondering what the hell was going on. He then set his eyes on the arena, seeing Naruto face off against all the three siblings. Sasuke frowned, looking around. The entire population of the audience seemed to have fallen asleep, most likely the result of a genjutsu. Looking back at the field, he made a split-second decision and jumped off, landing right in front of Naruto and dropping into his stance. I may not know what is going on, but I'll be damned if I let you fight all of them alone. You already have stolen one of my fights, I won't let you do it again. Genma was not entirely surprised when the invasion began. The senior shinobi had been briefed upon the invasion by the Sandaime, so they already had their orders on what to do. Genma looked at Naruto, who was in a fighting stance against the Sand siblings in a Jonin, most likely their sensei. He chewed on the senbon he always kept in his mouth. Considering what I've seen up until now, Naruto could easily hold his own against those. But it's better not to take chances. He jumped in front of Naruto as well, noting with slight surprise that the Uchiha arrived as well. Good, I wouldn't mind some extra backup, especially an Uchiha. He took his stance as well, facing the four Sand shinobi. Baki sweated a bit as he looked at his opponents. A Jonin of Konoha, one who he could likely take on and win, but he wasn't sure if his students could win against the other two. He wasn't that much worried about the Uchiha. While he had won his fight in the prelims, he had shown nothing special over there. If Temari and Kankuro were to team up, they could likely defeat him. But it was the blonde that he was most worried about. The cold, azure eyes that reminded him of a legendary shinobi of the past. Those eyes contained no mercy, only cold deadliness that could kill you in the blink of an eye. Uzumaki Naruto had just become a major obstacle in their plans. With the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Namikaze Minato had finished off 1,000 of Iwa's shinobi in mere seconds, single-handedly securing Konoha's victory of the Third Great Shinobi War. Baki had no doubt that his son could do the same. He had almost defeated Gaara, and would likely have if the signal for the invasion hadn't been given and he hadn't interfered. They would have to tread carefully. Looking back at Gaara, he noted the various burns on him that were healing slowly, but surely. A bad sign, considering that the redhead was clutching his head, no doubt fighting an inner debate. Tamari, Kankuro, he spoke in a low voice. Once he had their attention, he said, Gaara's a vital part of the invasion. But right now, he can't fight. Take him to a secure place until he heals and recovers his chakra. Once he is fully recovered, resume your mission. Kankuro nodded and picked Gaara up, understood. Tamari nervously glanced at the opposing side, specifically at Naruto. For the last 2 days, she had spent most of her time thinking on what she would do if she and Naruto faced each other in the invasion. After much thought and deliberation, she had come to the conclusion that she won't be able to bring herself to kill Naruto. Her feelings for the blonde were only growing. She pushed back her tears on seeing him now. His eyes were colder than what they had been 2 days ago. She could see no hesitation in them, only iron-hard resolve. Kankuro nudged her. Let's go, Tamari. Stealing her own resolve, she nodded and they both jumped over the stadium walls, heading into the forests of Konoha. Genma made a sound of irritation, and slightly turned his head to address the two genin. He didn't know why this decision made sense, but he had no choice. Kakashi had already issued his orders to him. The nerve of that Cyclops. Uchiha Sasuke, he spoke in a serious tone, drawing the attention of the said Uchiha. You have been said to be above your peers, so I'm going to assume that you are Chunin level already. He was interrupted by a smirking Sasuke. You want me to pursue them and defeat Gaara, right? Genma nodded. He hated sending genin, who he didn't even know the level of, after a murderous, homicidal psychopath who was also a Jinchuriki. But orders were orders, after all. Try to hold out as long as you can. I'll send backup as soon as I can. Sasuke snorted. Backup won't be necessary. I'll defeat them. He shot Naruto a challenging look before jumping after the 3 siblings over the wall. Naruto watched as his teammate disappeared over the wall. Arrogant, impulsive idiot. Not dropping his guard, he addressed the proctor. Genma-san, was it a good idea to send him alone to fight an unstable Jinchuriki? Particularly when he has no backup. Genma replied, sorry kid, but I had no other choice at the moment. Kakashi already gave me orders to send you to him once the invasion begins. Report to him for your assignment immediately. Naruto did not like the situation at all, but could do little about it. Nodding, he immediately located Kakashi's marker and flashed away, leaving Genma and Baki to face off. Genma began in his usual lazy drawl, you guys have a lot of nerve, attacking us like you did. Baki scoffed as he pulled out a kunai, less talk, more fighting, tree hugger. XXXXXXX. Kakashi was keeping a close eye on his surroundings, and couldn't help but worry when Sasuke leapt off in pursuit of the siblings. Naruto would have been a way better choice, but he had not counted Sasuke's disqualification as a part of his plans. He could only hope Sasuke remained alive until backup arrived. Backup? Now that's an idea. He was posted for protection duty. He was to ensure that the civilians were safely transported to safety under the protection of the Anbu. He looked over to the arena, and saw Naruto nodding at something that Genma said and vanishing a moment later. That was perhaps the only reason he did not jump in surprise when Naruto suddenly appeared beside him. Naruto, you are working with me today, if only temporarily. The forces would soon be swarming in the stadium any moment. The Anbu are clearing the stadium of the civilians. We will be tackling the forces inside the stadium. Naruto nodded seriously. Was it really a good idea to send Sasuke after those 3 instead of me, sensei? Kakashi resisted the urge to sigh. He had already questioned himself that plenty of time already. Not really, but I'm hoping he would be able to hold out until I send you after him. Now pay attention, the first of the forces are coming. Indeed, the sand and the sound shinobi had started entering the stadium. Naruto narrowed his eyes and made a half-ram sign. Kakashi watched curiously as a shadow clone popped into existence, with the same seriousness on his face. He watched as Naruto pulled out a scroll from his right hip pouch and handed it over to the clone. You know what to do. The clone nodded and vanished a moment later. Kakashi turned serious. What was that you gave to your clone, Naruto? And where is he going? Naruto gave him a smirk. Don't worry, sensei. Just a little help for our dear Hokage. Kakashi narrowed his eye, but let it go. He trusted Naruto not to do anything stupid in this situation. Alright, I'll trust you on this one. But first, you engage them with Guy. I'll join you in a moment and tell you when you have to go. Naruto nodded and almost flinched when Guy appeared by his side. Yosh, let's go. Naruto, we'll show them the consequences of their unyouthfulness. Naruto just muttered, "Hi, whatever you say." The two of them vanished, appearing on the battlefield. Kakashi looked around. The Anbu were engaging the shinobi on the stands, providing cover for panicking civilians to escape and head to the shelters. He easily dealt with the two shinobi that were headed his way, slitting their throats within a minute. He looked over the stands, trying to find where his pink-haired student had crawled off to. He spotted her in the very back, and smiled. She had dragged the entirety of Team 10 with her in the back, in the hopes that they won't be discovered. He had to give it her. The girl had grown some balls to be able to get her comrades into a safe zone in the middle of the enemy. He stealthily made his way to her. Sakura. He was immensely proud when she immediately turned to face him, a kunai in hand. She immediately lowered the kunai. "Kakashi-sensei, don't scare me like that." Kakashi smiled, but then turned serious when Sakura asked him. "Sensei, do you know where Sasuke-kun and Naruto are?" Kakashi contemplated on what to tell her. "I know where Naruto is right now, but you don't worry about him right now. As for Sasuke, I've got a mission for you." Sakura blinked. "A mission? XXXXXXX. Hiruzen took note of the feathers falling as he turned his head towards the cage. The other man took the same action, and as their eyes met, a smoke bomb exploded on the balcony, hiding them from view. The Hokage's attendant yelled for him to run, but it was too late as a kunai buried itself in his chest. The cage leapt to the roof with the Hokage under his arm and a kunai to the old man's throat. A team of Anbu darted after them but had to turn as the cage's attendants appeared behind them. With a quick slice the two men became four, but the pieces of the bodies didn't drop as they tossed off their cloaks, revealing 4 teens. The 4 now exposed Oto Nin quickly flashed through seals before pushing their palms out and naming their collaboration jutsu. Shishienjin. A purple wall came into existence in front of them, taking the shape of a cubic barrier. An Anbu was about to test the barrier when the voice of the Anbu captain rang out. "Don't touch the shield, or you will burn," he said to the Anbu standing by his side. "But Taicho, what about Hokage-sama?" The captain grit his teeth and looked at the 4 Oto Nin holding up the barrier. He was not a fool. Whatever was going to happen inside the barrier, it would likely be something big and dangerous enough to kill the Hokage. If he attacked the Oto shinobi, there was a chance that the danger inside the barrier would be unleashed onto the village. He could not take that chance. Not to mention, the 4 Nin had secondary barriers around themselves, the function of which they were unaware of. He had no idea how to release either of the barriers. Their odds were very, very bad. "Guess we'll have to have some faith in our Hokage." XXXXXXX. The clone watched from his hidden perch with calculative daze as a purple barrier went up on the roof of the building of the cage box. So they decided to use that barrier. Not bad, he mused as the barrier went up as tall as almost 400 feet. Good thing the old man already has a mark on him. Otherwise, doing this would have been almost impossible, he remarked to himself as he flashed away. XXXXXXX. Hiruzen glared at the smirking form of his former student. He had entirely expected this to happen, so he had worn his battle robes under his Hokage robes. "Orochimaru," he whispered, ready for any trick his student might pull. Orochimaru noticed this and chuckled. "It seems you expected all of this, sensei." It didn't miss my attention that the Konoha shinobi were rather, unusually tense. Orochimaru looked at the old, but determined form of his sensei and almost chuckled. Did he really think he would win against him today? He was already pushing himself at the age of 70, which was no age to be exerting yourself as a shinobi. Not to mention, he had a guaranteed success, with his newest ace in the hole. Orochimaru smirked deviously. "Do you think you can defeat me at your age, sensei?" Hiruzen ignored the taunt and said, "This time you went really far, Orochimaru. It was my greatest mistake to let you escape that day, but no more. Today, you will die, even if I have to take you with me." Orochimaru asked curiously, "Where is all this courage coming from, sensei?" Hiruzen was stoic and instantly replied, "This is my will of fire. As long as it burns strong within me, I can guarantee your defeat." "You can never defeat someone whose will of fire burns strong." Orochimaru chuckled, which turned into a full laugh. "What courage you display in the face of your death, sensei. But today, I'll show you just how weak your will of fire is, that is, when I extinguish it and raise this village to ashes." Hiruzen glared at him, and was about to attack when something flashed blue in his peripheral vision. He almost fell due to surprise. Naruto. What are you doing here? His heartbeat increased rapidly as he saw the blonde standing right beside him inside the barrier, facing Orochimaru. Before he could enter the state of outright panic, Naruto raised a hand. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I'm just a clone. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes curiously as he set his eyes upon the blonde mystery that was Uzumaki Naruto. When he had first encountered the genin in the Forbidden Forest, he had been slightly impressed that the boy had been able to kill his summons with complete ease. Not only that, but he had formed an impressive tag team with the youngest Uchiha and managed to put him on the ropes. Now 1 month later, he had been surprised by the blonde, yet again, when he managed to learn and apparently master the incredibly difficult and complex Hiraishin no Jutsu, the jutsu that earned the Yondaime his name of Yellow Flash. He then proceeded to best a Hyuga in Taijutsu, and utterly humiliate him. Not only that, but he managed to completely turn the tables on a Jinchuriki, without using his own Biju chakra. Here was a dangerous combination of genius, power and skill, that too at such a young age. Even Itachi hadn't shown such abilities at this age, and that guy was right up there with Orochimaru and the Yondaime in terms of being a genius. Right now, he curiously watched the interaction between his former sensei and the genin. Perhaps he was here to offer some help to the old fool. Hiruzen almost sagged in relief that the Naruto beside him was just a clone. No matter how powerful and talented Naruto was for his age, he was not ready to deal with the likes of Orochimaru just yet. So why are you here? The clone then pulled out a scroll and held it out to the old leader. Prime sent me to give you this. Hiruzen accepted the scroll with a raised eyebrow. Most probably, Prime was the original Naruto. What is it? The clone smiled. Some reinforcements, just in case. Use it only when things really get out of hand. Remember, he gave a look so serious that Hiruzen thought he might as well be looking at one of his senior jonin. Prime is counting on you to use it, Hokage-sama. Don't disappoint him. The clone then vanished in a poof of smoke, leaving an amused Hokage, despite the situation he was in. Tucking the scroll securely on his waist, he turned to his equally amused student. He settled into the Sarutobi clan's taijutsu stance. Shall we begin then, my wayward student? XXXXXXX. Back down in the arena, it was a bloodbath. Suna and Oto Shinobi were on the ground, either dead or knocked out. But mostly dead. Guy and Naruto had almost been like a force of hurricane. Guy had tore through the forces with his powerful taijutsu, breaking bones and ending lives with only 1 or 2 hits. Naruto on the other hand, decided not to use the Hiraishin, instead choosing to rely on his flash step. With his tri-pronged kunai coated in wind chakra, combined with his speed, almost nobody escaped his slash. He also made full use of his ability of a slower perception. He was flash-stepping across the whole arena so fast that even a blur was difficult to spot. In a single flash step, Naruto would sometimes slash 2 enemies simultaneously, ending their lives in an instant. In a few seconds, it would be all over and a new group of shinobi would enter the arena, only to suffer the same fate as their dead comrades. This is getting kind of boring, Naruto muttered as he ended the life of another Oto shinobi. This was the 3rd batch he and Guy had taken care of, and Naruto was not impressed at all. No shinobi was able to counter his speed. Before they could even begin thinking of a counter, Naruto would catch them off guard in their blind spot and slash. Dead. Everyone moved almost painfully slow for him to kill. I wonder if this is how Dad felt, being the fastest man alive. Naruto. Naruto turned around to catch the challenging grin of Guy-sensei. How many? Naruto internally sighed at how hyper the man was. He really did not see how one could be so hyped after killing so many shinobi. Still, he would humor the guy. 68, he replied after going over it in his mind for a second. The reaction from Guy caused him to flinch in alarm. Guy cried tears as he held up a fist. Oh, it seems I have been bested in count. Naruto looked at Guy as if he had started speaking Latin. Since when had this become a freaking competition? He slowly started freaking out as Guy began to make absurd promises of how he would do 5,000 push-ups if he lost again. If he couldn't do that, he would run 500 laps around the village on his hands. If he couldn't do that, alright, that's enough Guy. Kakashi's voice came as he jumped his way towards them. Kakashi landed right next to Naruto, who was blinking as if coming out of a trance. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with slight concern. Working with Guy for the first time can be a bit overwhelming. He knew that from first-hand experience. Leaning down a bit, he whispered in Naruto's ear, "You okay?" That seemed to do the trick, as Naruto shook his head to clear it, probably from the excess youthfulness. Thanks, he murmured, but quickly added, but don't think we are good. I'm still upset with you. Kakashi nodded to himself. He would have to correct his mistake with Naruto once this was all over. We'll talk later then. Naruto nodded, putting his kunai back in his pouch. So what am I doing now? Kakashi first asked him, can you really handle the Aikibi as you are now? How much chakra have you left? Naruto chuckled and patted his stomach with a fist. Don't underestimate me, Kakashi-sensei. I've yet to fully spend even a quarter of my total reserves. I will manage. Now where am I going? Kakashi smirked under his mask. He really does have ridiculous reserves of chakra, he mentally whistled. Outwardly, he spoke, you are a censor, right? Sasuke went in pursuit of the Sand siblings, so as a backup, I sent Sakura and Shikamaru to track him down with the aid of my summon, Pakun. Shikamaru probably had pursuers, so you'll meet him on your way to Sasuke. Meet up with him, track them down, and stop the Aikibi from rampaging the village. Naruto nodded, roger that. He placed 2 fingers on the ground and in just 2 seconds, he had the location of Shikamaru locked on his sensory radar. Got you, he whispered. He stood up and leapt up to jump over the stadium wall. Kakashi sighed and turned to Guy, who looked like he was about to burst with joy upon seeing Naruto go. Before he could open his mouth, Kakashi pointed behind him towards the oncoming shinobi. He rushed past him and killed the first sound ninja. Concentrate, Guy, otherwise you'll lose to me as well. Probably one of his many bad ideas, but really, who was counting? His instinct alerted him to something approaching at high speed, but not at him. It was approaching at the squad of enemy forces. He watched, fascinated, as a highly compressed ball of impacted right between the shinobi forces. It exploded with the compressed wind with great force, easily taking out 7 of the enemy shinobi. Kakashi looked up with his Sharingan to see Naruto standing on the wall, a smirk on his face. With a 2-fingered salute, he was gone in a flash step. Yosh, let's go with our youth at full power. Yup, one of his bad ideas. XXXXXXX. Shikamaru gulped down the water Asuma had offered him with greed. Dealing with the pursuers had been way too troublesome. Catching all 8 of them with his shadow, then finding out that one ninja was still not within his grasp had almost led to his death. He had tried to find out the hiding spot of the 9th ninja before his chakra ran out, freeing the shinobi from his grasp. Alas, he was too late and almost killed, had it not been for Asuma-sensei's timely arrival. Asuma had taken the 9th ninja out, preventing him from assisting his comrades. Then, he proceeded to help out Shikamaru by taking out the other 8 ninjas in just a few seconds. Shikamaru just muttered, troublesome, and just sat down to take a rest. Asuma smiled at his student as he sat on a log. For your first time in deep enemy territory, that was not so bad, Shika. Shikamaru scowled at his sensei, it would have been better if you had just done it without hiding like that. Exerting so much had been such a drag. Asuma snorted, but accepted it in stride. He had learned long ago that Shikamaru was smart, but lacked the motivation to actually use those smarts in battle. Both the student and the teacher were lost in their own thoughts until they heard the telltale sound of a kunai whizzing through the air. Asuma prepared to tackle whatever enemy was coming, but was confused when the kunai landed on the ground in front of them rather than being thrown at them. Asuma immediately understood, while Shikamaru relaxed. A tri-pronged kunai. As soon as the kunai was lodged on the ground right before them, Naruto appeared in a blue flash, his grasp already on the thrown kunai. Asuma couldn't help but be amazed every time he watched that jutsu in action. To able to travel from one point to another in an instant, so fast that your enemy doesn't even have time to react would be devastatingly useful. Naruto pulled the kunai out of the ground and stood up. Once again, Asuma was astounded on seeing the similarities between Naruto and Namikaze Minato. The almost identical shade of hair, similar hairstyle, same shade of the eyes, the similar shaping of the face and the same, deadly expression on the face. Shikamaru straightened up out of instinct, even if there was no enemy around. Naruto exuded a dangerous aura right now, an aura that made it clear just who was in command. Even in the presence of a Jonin like Asuma, who had the most authority over Shikamaru, that aura was blazing like a star. Naruto turned to Shikamaru, a serious expression on his face. Shikamaru, you and Sakura were pursuing Sasuke, right? Shikamaru raised his hand and pointed behind him without a word, too bothered to even speak right now. Naruto nodded and made to move when Asuma's voice stopped him. What's the situation back in the stadium, Naruto? Naruto rose an eyebrow but replied, the Anbu have almost fully evacuated the civilians from the stadium and most likely, are in the process of escorting civilians all over the village to the shelters. Suna and Odo forces are swarming the stadium in groups. Me and Gai-sensei were taking out the forces until Kakashi-sensei switched with me and told me to pursue Sasuke. He said he had sent a team of Sakura and Shikamaru as backup in case things get bad for that impulsive idiot. Asuma thought over it a bit and asked, is there anything else? Naruto frowned and then lightened up, oh, and your old man is fighting Orochimaru inside a barrier. His reply had the predicted result as both Shikamaru's and Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Oh, Orochimaru, wow, didn't know Shikamaru was capable of stuttering like Hinata. Naruto turned to him, I didn't hesitate, did I? He watched as Asuma's expression changed to reflect his thinking on this piece of news. Just when Naruto was about to say something to ease the man a bit, all of them felt it, even if Shikamaru didn't know what it was. The unmistakable feeling of demonic chakra, washing over them like a wave of malice. Naruto mentally cursed, shit. Things are getting serious on that end. I better get going. Turning to Asuma, who was looking in the same direction with narrowed eyes, he quickly said, Asuma-sensei. I better get going. I cannot afford to waste any more time here. Asuma's head snapped to Naruto, and it was a bit amusing to see the student and his sensei with identical expressions of disbelief. Why, you surely don't mean you want to go over tea there, do you? Naruto narrowed his eyes, causing Asuma to tense up a bit. He did not have time for this. I have a way to stop whatever is going on over there. We can't afford to make things worse than they already are. I know what is going on, and I'm sure you do as well, Asuma-sensei. If you have a better option than Fuinjutsu, I would be happy to hear it. Asuma only looked at him with dead seriousness, if you're sure about this. As expected, Asuma did not have a reply for Naruto, nor did Shikamaru. Naruto nodded and turned to Shikamaru, hold out your arm. Shikamaru blinked, what for? Naruto sighed in annoyance, I don't have time for this at all. He forcefully grabbed Shikamaru's wrist and released it after a moment. Shikamaru looked down and curiously enough, there was something imprinted on his wrist. A seal formula, to be precise. He raised an eyebrow at Naruto. I'm guessing this is your Hiraishin marking. Naruto nodded and started walking away from them. If I find any one of ours in the way, I'll directly send them to you. It's best if you wait for 5 minutes before returning to the stadium, though. Shikamaru could hold it no more. Wait, Naruto, you might be good, even Jonin level maybe, but this is too much. Naruto was touched how much the shadow user cared about him, but now was not the time. He waved a hand in his direction, not stopping from walking away. I'll be fine, Shika. If you want, have Asuma-sensei tell you why only I can do this. I give my permission for you to tell him, Asuma-sensei. Either that, or you can wait for me to tell you. Just remember though, it's a secret. It stays a secret until I say so, got it? With a flash step, he was gone. Jumping through the trees at a breakneck pace, he was just a blur to anyone saw him. He stopped though, when he saw an unconscious Shino on the ground. He jumped down, keeping an eye out for any enemies that might be waiting in an ambush. When he sensed none, he ran to the insect user to check his vitals. Kakashi didn't mention he had sent Shino as well. He's mostly fine, even if his breathing is rather quick. Also, the body does not twitch like that when unconscious, he deduced. Looking around, he glanced over at Shino's opponent, a knocked-out Kankuro. He glanced back to Shino. More specifically, the back of his elbow, which has a Senbon sticking out of it. He deftly plucked out the Senbon and threw it away. Knowing how Suna favored its puppets, there was a possibility that the Senbon might have poison coated on it when it stuck Shino. Better send him to Shikamaru, he thought. He was about to send him through the Hiraishin when another thought struck him. Asuma and Shikamaru don't know that Shino was poisoned. What now? He stood up, carrying Shino in fireman style, and vanished from the spot. Shikamaru and Asuma were about to head back to the stadium when Naruto arrived in a sudden blue flash. They automatically jumped back, tensed up for a fight, relaxing only when they saw who it was. Asuma gave a sigh of relief, but Shikamaru grumbled, I won't ever get used to that. Naruto ignored that and handed Shino to Asuma, who asked, what happened? I thought you were going after Gaara. Naruto informed him, had to personally get him to you. Pretty sure he has been poisoned by the puppeteer. You should get him to the hospital as quickly as you can. Asuma nodded, and as one, he and Shikamaru took to the trees, making haste on getting back. Naruto nodded as well and resumed on his way, making haste in response to the steadily growing aura of malice that the Biju chakra created. You didn't mention the puppeteer to them, Kurama stated curiously, referring to the fact Naruto prevented the capture of an enemy. Naruto flippantly replied, Gaara will thank me later for that. He knew he was getting closer. The burnt marks from Sasuke's fire style, the scratches on the trunks made by the claw that had formed on Gaara's body. However, it was a completely different story when he arrived at the scene. Crouching on a branch high above, he observed the scene carefully. Sasuke was barely standing on his legs, no doubt having exhausted himself by using jutsu after jutsu. He also had the curse mark spread all over him, showing that he had run out of juice a while ago, and now was relying on the power from the curse mark. And even that looked like it was running out. Sakura had been stuck onto a tree with sand, unconscious. But it seemed Gaara was not interested in her at all, so it was a bit better. A few branches away, Temari looked to be a bit better, if not in a similar condition such as Sasuke. She was breathing heavily, probably from having to fight off Sasuke to allow Gaara more time to recover. But she was injured as well, if her holding her left side tenderly was any indication. He turned his attention to Gaara and had to stop himself from gaping. Sand had fully covered his entire upper body, with only his feet remaining uncovered. His facial features had changed as well, becoming more animal-like, and his eyes resembled to that of his tailed beast, with the same seal marking on his body that Naruto had seen on the arm in the stadium. Now both his hands looked like giant claws, and his tail had also gotten somewhat bigger. Naruto narrowed his eyes. His transformation has progressed way more than I had anticipated. Taking him down in that form will be way more difficult than when he was only half covered with sand. But there has got to be something I can use. Some weakness has to be there in this form. He critically examined Gaara's transformation, looking for a weak spot. Okay, his entire upper body is covered in sand, both back and front, which means it is useless to attack those areas. They are likely reinforced with dense sand to be more durable. His hands are a no-go, he would smack me away with those. There is no point in attacking from a blind spot using Hiraishin since he is a tail to take care of that. His speed, strength and durability has likely increased beyond what they previously were as well. But his legs, they are uncovered. That is the only weak spot that I can see. Wait a second, his entire body above the origin point of his tail has been reinforced, but not below it. A smirk graced his features. He had found the place he needed to attack. The whole thought process didn't take more than 5 seconds. His danger sense rang out, bringing him out of his thoughts. His eyes went wide when he saw that Gaara was attacking not Sasuke, but his own sister. He then noticed that the positions of both of them seemed wrong from what he had seen 2 minutes ago. That son of a bitch. He used Kawarimi to avoid Gaara's attack. And knowing Gaara, he may not even care who he's attacking as long as he gets his blood. Oh, I'll have your hide for this, you asshole. Naruto was already moving from his spot, his danger sense slowing his perception to allow him to appropriately react. Gaara was laughing madly as he jumped from his branch, claw outstretched to tear Uchiha Sasuke apart. He did not even stop in confusion when the Uchiha was suddenly replaced by his sister. It only meant more blood for his mother. And plus, she was also among those who caused him pain. He would kill her and bath in her blood. Sasuke panted heavily as he knelt down on a knee. He had pulled the substitution off very close, and was running on fumes now. He felt a bit bad about using the girl as a replacement, but it eased him somewhat that Gaara was so clouded in his bloodlust that he failed to distinguish his enemy from his sister. One enemy less for him to deal with later, right? Temari had never been so much terrified in her life as she saw Gaara racing towards her. She had been pushed aside by Gaara earlier when he began his fight with the Uchiha. She had hit a tree trunk and had probably cracked some ribs. Deciding that it was better to rest rather than interfere in Gaara's fight, she sat down on a branch. She was resting when she felt a pull and suddenly, she was facing Gaara who looked like he wanted to tear her apart. It suddenly became clear to her. That bastard Uchiha had switched places with her. She was filled with grief that her life would end by her own little brother's hand, and in his bloodlusted state, he wouldn't even remember he killed his own sister. As she had read about how in your last moments, your entire life flashes in front of your eyes. That is exactly what happened to her right now. The last thought before Gaara almost got to her was of a certain, blue-eyed blonde. She closed her eyes tightly and waited for the pain to come. However, instead of pain, something suddenly grabbed her, causing her to open her eyes and involuntarily shriek in surprise. They moved, so fast that it was a blur, and the next thing she knew, she was a safe distance away from Gaara. I never had any siblings, but what I do know is you never, ever, attack your sister like that. The voice was almost shaking with rage. Her eyes shot open and she finally got a good look at her savior. Naruto had an expression of dead seriousness on his face as he looked at Gaara, with Temari in his hands. Never had he felt such cold fury before. First, the asshole he called a teammate had the nerve to substitute with Temari, and make her own brother kill her. Then, Gaara has the gall to almost kill his sister in cold blood. Rest assured, he would get his payback on Gaara right now. Sasuke would have to wait. Temari felt her face getting warmer as she found out that Naruto was carrying her bridal style. His right hand was behind her shoulders, clutching her so that her face was right next to his chest. His left hand was supporting her legs from behind her knees. She tried to move around a bit, tried to get him to drop her, but he took it as a sign of her being uncomfortable, and therefore readjusted her in his arms. Gaara grinned a maniac's grin. Uzumaki Naruto. She was one of those who caused me pain. Tell me, why shouldn't I kill her? Temari grimaced as Naruto tightened his hold on her at Gaara's response almost protectively, and dare she think it, possessively. Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was watching him with wide eyes of shock. Sasuke, I'll leave you to handle him for a few more moments. It's your fight, isn't it? Try not to lose until I return. In a flash step, he was gone. Sasuke gaped at the scene with total shock and disbelief. He just couldn't believe Naruto's speed. Gaara was an arm length away from tearing the girl to pieces when she had suddenly disappeared. Even Sasuke with his Sharingan had only caught a blonde blur. When the blur had settled down on a branch, he got his first good look at who it was. And he was blown away. Naruto had not only tracked him down, but had gotten here in just enough time to save the enemy from Gaara. Why would he want to save the enemy? It just didn't make sense for him. Then Naruto told him to hang in here until he gets the girl to a safe place. Just whose side is he on anyway? Can't he see how he was running empty here? He turned back to Gaara. No use complaining now, he would just have to wait until Naruto got here. He hated to admit it, but Gaara was on a totally different level than him. His fire style was useless, his taijutsu was null against the transformed Gaara, and the sand monster was unusually strong to have tanked his Chidori. The bastard had forced him to use it 3 times, while his limit was only 2. Speaking of Gaara, his chakra had become a crushing, malicious force. If Sasuke hadn't felt it before, he would have been frozen in fear. As it was, he had felt a similar chakra from Naruto back in Wave, when he had shielded Naruto from the Ice Senbon. Did that mean Naruto was somehow related to Gaara, since their chakra had some similarities? He shook his head. Now was not the time to delve into chakra theory. He was almost completely out of chakra, so he could no longer attack effectively. He would have to stall Gaara long enough for Naruto to return. Naruto had handled Gaara with relative ease, but he doubted Naruto could handle Gaara when he was like this. XXXXXXX. Naruto had tree-hopped until they were a good distance away from the fight. A hand came to rest on his chest. My side, Temari whispered with an expression of pain. Naruto blinked and then grimaced. Sorry, he whispered back, loosening his hold a bit. Once he was sure that they were almost a mile away from the fight, he jumped back to the ground and settled Temari at the base of a tree. Temari shifted until the weight was off her left side and relaxed a bit. Looking up at Naruto, she almost expected him to finish her off. But instead, she found him looking at her with concern, as if killing her was the last thought on his mind. Are you alright? Temari frowned suspiciously at him. You won't be killing me. To her surprise, Naruto snorted and knelt down beside her. What makes you think I want to kill you? Temari tilted her head with narrowed eyes. The fact that I'm your enemy. Seeing that Temari still refused to drop her guard around him, he sighed and said softly, Temari, I can never bring myself to kill you. Temari's eyes softened as she easily heard the genuine truth in that statement. Naruto wanted to grasp her hand to comfort her, to feel her comfort, but he was on a tight schedule. Temari, he called her. When he had her attention, he said, you know that I need to stop Gaara. He's your village's Jinchuriki, so you guys must know of a way to stop him from going on a rampage. I need to know what it is. Temari shook her head. You can't. It's a tailed beast, a demon of epic proportions, nothing can stop it. It's impossible. Naruto smirked softly and flicked her nose playfully. He grinned as a surprised blush came over her face as she rubbed it. I'll have you know that a word like that doesn't exist for me. That's a word for people who have run out of ideas. The temporary playful mood once again turned somber as Naruto whispered. No way, you say. He then stood up, looking in the direction of the fight. He sighed with resignation as his dead expression came over his face. Then I have no option left. Temari's head shot up at that statement, eyes wide with terror. Her hand shot out to grasp Naruto's, who turned to look at her with a quizzical expression. What? Temari felt tears pricking her eyes, and as much as she tried to stop them, they flowed out anyway. If you are going to stop him, don't kill him, please. He's my brother, she pleaded with tears flowing down her face. Even if Gaara was homicidal, he was her little brother. She couldn't bear the thought of him dying, at someone like Naruto's hand no less. Naruto's expression softened at her tears. There was no way he could leave her like this. He knelt down once again and with the thumb of his other hand, he softly wiped her tears away. Please don't cry, Haim. It's so difficult for me to see you like this. And whenever did I say that I was going to kill him? Temari did not protest at all as Naruto wiped her tears away. She could use a bit of some external comfort. She felt herself calm down a bit as Naruto rubbed her hand tenderly. Naruto wiped all her tears away and brought up their joint hands. I promise you, Temari. Gaara won't die today. Kissing her hand once, he got up and turned away. In a stronger voice, he announced, I'll just smack some sense into him is all. He was gone in a blue flash. Temari stared at the spot before shaking her head with a small smile. She reached into her hip pouch and took out some medical supplies. As she tended to her side, she muttered with a fond smile, Baka. She wholeheartedly believed Naruto would stop her brother without killing her. XXXXXXX. Naruto flashed back to the tree he had put his mark on. He took stock of the situation and nodded, satisfied. His teammate had managed to survive against Gaara in his absence. Sasuke frantically dodged Gaara's sand claw. Just where was Naruto? Gaara screamed, Why are you running, Uchiha Sasuke? Come face me. Sasuke was about to snap back a reply when another voice called, How about resuming our fight from earlier, Gaara? Both Gaara and Sasuke turned towards the direction of the voice. Sasuke released a long breath of relief while Gaara seemed to get pumped up even more. There was Naruto, standing on a branch with one hand by his side and the other twirling a tri-pronged kunai by its ring. A confident smirk graced his features as he looked Gaara in the eye, not at all unnerved by his toothy grin. Gaara said in a low voice, Excellent suggestion, Uzumaki Naruto. Let's make each other feel alive. The last part was shouted in glee as he prepared to attack. Naruto's expression turned serious, and he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke immediately straightened up from the look, though he didn't know why. Get out of here and to a safe distance, Sasuke, and keep Sakura safe while you're at it. I doubt you can fight any more in your current condition. That was all he said before turning his attention back to Gaara. Sasuke wanted to snap at him for dismissing him like that, but he was smart enough to not do that in the middle of such a fight. Ever since he had begun fighting Gaara, he felt that somehow, Gaara was growing stronger in their fight. He seemed to have a crap ton of chakra like Naruto, while Sasuke had steadily run out of chakra in their fight. Even Chidori had been useless as for it to work, you had to be extremely fast, faster than your opponent and catch him off guard. One of those conditions was sadly negated, partially due to his own stupid bravado of wanting to face Gaara in the open. Also, Sasuke had struck only sand, which had reformed, causing no real damage to Gaara. He was more than glad to let Naruto take over. Retreating to a safe distance, he settled to observe Naruto fight. Naruto jammed the kunai in his hand on the branch he was standing on. He put his hands in both of his pouches and in 3 quick draws, he scattered all the remaining Hiraishin kunai all over the area. Gaara seemed unaffected by this development, while Sasuke was closely examining one of the kunai that had lodged right in front of him. Was this the reason Naruto was able to get from one place to another in almost an instant? He looked around, and upon seeing Naruto was concentrating on Gaara, he deftly took the lodged kunai out and put it in his pouch. He would examine it later. Naruto pulled out the kunai he had jammed near him and took a stance. He already had set up his field, all he had to do was get Gaara into position. He channeled Wind Chakra into his kunai and jumped at Gaara, deliberately going slow enough so Gaara would be able to aim his attack at him. Sure enough, Gaara did exactly as he wanted him to. Suna Shuriken. A hail of shuriken made of sand came racing towards him while he was in midair. He flashed to one of his kunai at the last second, right above Gaara. The sand shuriken completely missed their targets, crashing into some trees behind where Naruto was standing. Gaara looked around, trying to find out where Naruto had vanished to. Oi! The call made him look upwards, where Naruto was crouched upside down. He waved cheekily at Gaara before vanishing once again. This time, he appeared right in front of Gaara, who snarled and made a hand sign. Multiple mouths appeared all over his body, which took a deep breath as one. Fuden. Mugen Sajin Datapa. Wind Style. Infinite Sand Dust Storm. A huge dust storm blew towards Naruto, who simply flashed to another kunai, which was on a tree behind Gaara. Gaara grit his teeth and once again looked around to find Naruto. Are you that incompetent? You can't even catch me with your eyes, let alone your jutsu. Gaara whipped around and sure enough, Naruto was standing on a branch with a taunting grin. Gaara's tolerance finally snapped. He was used to playing around with his stronger opponents before crushing them to death. But this time, his opponent was playing with him and was brave enough to taunt him. He would show him just who he was messing with. With a roar, he jumped towards Naruto with the intent of tearing him into pieces right where he was standing. Naruto grinned. Gaara was so easy to rile up. Jamming his kunai on the ground between his legs, he fell into a stance as if preparing to tackle Gaara. Just when Gaara's claw was about to make contact with his face, he flashed to another kunai, away from Gaara. Sasuke watched with awe and jealousy as Naruto neatly avoided all of Gaara's attacks, looking at complete ease. It seemed that the seal on the kunai was some sort of beacon for Naruto to flash to. Whatever it was, Sasuke was sure to crack it later for himself. If he could learn the secrets of that kunai, he would be able to fight on par with Naruto. Turning his attention back to the fight, Naruto seemed to be waiting for Gaara to summon into a specific position, and if Sasuke knew one thing about his teammate, it was that Naruto was a master at setting traps up. He watched with anticipation as Gaara snapped and bodily rushed at Naruto, intent on crushing him by himself. Naruto dropped the kunai and looked as if he was preparing to engage Gaara hand to hand. At the last second, he flashed to one of his kunai, neatly dodging Gaara's attack. Just what was the blonde planning? Naruto smirked as Gaara released a roar of frustration as he once again missed him. He took out a regular kunai, wrapping a regular explosive tag around it. After all, he only wanted to weaken his armor. He made a promise to Temari to not kill her brother. He would be breaking that promise if he blew Gaara's ass to chunks with one of his own tags. Nasty. Anyways, he flashed back, this time, right behind Gaara. Without waiting for his tail to react, Naruto jabbed the kunai on a spot right below his tail. Right here, Gaara reacted to the poke first, then the voice. As soon as he heard the voice, he immediately swung his tail to smack Naruto away, but Naruto was no longer there. Naruto had flashed to a kunai a few trees away, grinning at the blast that covered Gaara. He felt Sasuke land beside him, saying in disbelief, "You poked him in the ass, with an explosive kunai." Naruto scowled and turned to him, "It worked, didn't it? I don't see why you are complaining." He then turned around, looking at the giant remnant of a sand claw grabbing Sakura in what looked to be a very painful hold. He stepped to the claw and placed a palm against it. Yep, it was rock solid. To Sasuke's amazement, Naruto seemed to channel red lightning onto the sandy rock. He was about to stop him, telling him that he might hit Sakura with her lightning, when cracks appeared in the claw around Sakura. It then shattered, freeing Sakura. Naruto caught her before she could faceplant on the branch. He handed her to an open-mouthed Sasuke. How did you that?" Naruto waved a hand, "Not the time, Sasuke. Maybe later." He then flashed away to a kunai that was on the tree right before the one on which the explosion occurred. He whistled, thoroughly impressed at the results of the explosion. The entire right half of Gaara's armor had collapsed, and the other half was barely holding on. Naruto wasted no time in seizing this chance. Ever since he arrived in this area, he had dispersed a moderate amount his own chakra in the air. Grasping that chakra, he entirely converted it to water. Dog Tiger, Suiden, Dai Suigaten no Jutsu, Water Style, Great Water Fang Projectile. Just as it had happened with Jiraiya, a huge spinning drill of water took form behind Naruto, going above him and rushing down towards a dumbstruck Gaara. He was so focused on recovering and reforming his armor that the water drill had caught him completely off guard. He couldn't even move when the drill crashed into him right into his stomach, with brutal force. To Naruto's immense satisfaction, Gaara impacted the ground with such force, that when the drill finally dispersed, Gaara had been buried into the ground in a crater that was shaped like his own body. All the sand that had been reformed had dispersed from his body, even the sand that was left after the explosion. The only thing that indicated that Gaara was still using his Biju chakra were his eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and the kanji for the 5 elements seal once again formed on his fingertips. He dropped down from the branch, hand once again outstretched. Gaara was angry and confused. Uzumaki had once again put his sand out of commission. He was now dropping from the branch, heading towards him with his hand outstretched and his fingertips glowing. His mother was shouting in his head to do something. Gaara, I want him dead. Use my power, and crush him for good. Give me his blood. All the stress, attacks from Naruto, his failed attempts to draw blood and patience going towards negative finally did it for Gaara. I won't lose to you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was within 5 meters from Gaara's now exposed stomach when his danger sense rang haywire. He instinctively flashed to the farthest kunai, which surprisingly turned out to be Temari. Temari jumped when Naruto suddenly appeared beside her. She put a hand on her chest, heart pumping wildly. You really shouldn't startle people like that. Naruto shot back, that's the only purpose I do it. What are you doing here anyways? I thought you were injured. His gaze turned quizzical. Temari folded her arms. I was able to heal myself with the medical supplies I had and what little I knew of medical jutsu. Truthfully speaking, she was downright impressed with the way Naruto had handled Gaara. Not many knew of the weak spot Naruto had chosen to exploit. Most of the times, they were busy escaping Gaara's attempts to kill them. Naruto had not only bested Gaara's attacks, but had managed to corner him twice. Naruto nodded and turned back where Gaara was. It seemed he had flashed for good reason, for Gaara was no longer there. In his place, a huge raccoon made of sand stood, towering clear above the forest. They seemed like ants in its comparison. A huge amount of chakra had been molded, right before Naruto had flashed away. Naruto stared at the one-tailed tanuki with unusually grave eyes. This is quite bad, he muttered. Temari gave him a look like he had lost his mind, quite. This is very, very bad. You can't stop him when he goes into this form. Suddenly, Naruto turned around and blocked a shuriken that was meant for Temari. Sasuke appeared one branch away, clearly angry. What are you doing, Naruto? She is the enemy. Naruto held a hand to calm the Avenger down. She isn't our enemy anymore, Sasuke. Don't attack her. Sasuke's expression turned confused. What do you mean? Naruto then tilted his head towards the giant tanuki. We have bigger problems to deal with, that's why. Sasuke grit his teeth and angrily gestured to the tanuki. How the hell are you going to stop that? Naruto then turned away and looked up, all 3 of them tensing when he saw its head turning to face them. He quickly said, both of you, get away from here as far and as fast as you can. Temari spoke the question before Sasuke did, what about you? Naruto gave her a discreet wink, whispering, trust me. Out loud, he spoke, I have a plan. Now go. Sasuke looked reluctant to leave Naruto behind, so did Temari. But they still followed his command. Sasuke turned around and tree-hopped away, Sakura safe in his arms. Temari was about to go as well when Naruto whispered to her, keep a safe distance from Sasuke. Even though I told him not to attack you, he still might do it. Temari nodded and was about to jump when she noticed she couldn't move. Naruto and her both looked down in horror to see both of their feet stuck in sand, with the sand crawling up their bodies. Naruto acted on instinct. He quickly put a hand on Temari's back and sent her to the farthest point he could, which he sensed was moving away. He had no time to ponder on that because he was completely covered by sand. Gaara watched in his Biju form from above as he finally had Uzumaki Naruto in his grasp, and this time, there was no escape. He clutched his claw into a fist. Sabaku Q. Sand coffin. Usually when he used the desert coffin, blood would explode outwards, along with the muscles and organs. It always gave Gaara great pleasure to use it. But this time, instead of blood, only smoke seemed to come out. Gaara was confused. Why did smoke come out? Temari had been utterly surprised when one moment, she was standing beside Naruto, her feet stuck in sand. The next moment, she had suddenly appeared midair beside Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was equally surprised, and nearly lost his footing on the next branch. Temari was barely able to land on her legs, let alone make a graceful landing. Temari was not so surprised, since she had witnessed Naruto send Shikamaru down for their fight the same way, using Hiraishin. Sasuke, on the other hand, was stunned on a much higher level. He can even send people through that jutsu. If he sent her here, does he know that I have one of his kunai? Did Naruto send you? Temari looked at Sasuke and scowled. For some reason, she hated that bastard. Yeah, he did. However, all her breath left her lungs when she heard the gravelly voice of Gaara, amplified in his Biju form. Sabaku Q. No, Temari thought with eyes full of terror as she turned back to the area of the fight. She almost expected Naruto to flash beside her, easily avoiding the one-hit kill. Seconds trickled by, and the blood fully drained from her face. Gaara had killed Naruto. Sasuke froze on the branch for a completely different reason. While he had undoubtedly displayed potent jealousy towards Naruto for having techniques far superior to his own, he still considered Naruto his comrade, and Naruto was the closest thing to a friend that Sasuke had. Back in the stadium, his thoughts had been clouded with hatred and jealousy. But while fighting Gaara, the cloud had somewhat shifted, and he had gained respect for the blonde to handle Gaara the way he did. Naruto may have been a genius, but that alone doesn't make you powerful. Sasuke trained his ass off daily to get stronger. For Naruto to be this strong, he must have worked way harder than him. Which meant only one thing. Sasuke would do anything he could to catch up to Naruto. Anything. But witnessing the death of that comrade made him reflect back to their bell test. Kakashi had told them that people who broke the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. He had abandoned Naruto to face his death, even if the blonde had told him to go himself. Itachi had abandoned the entire Leaf and by extension, his comrades. Sasuke had abandoned his comrade. Oh God, did that mean they were the same? Before more horror could fill his being, a scream of horror from Temari snapped him out of his thoughts. Naruto. Temari wanted to deny all of it. She wanted to deny that Naruto had fallen prey to Gaara's sand, but the truth was right in front of her, as if mocking her for not being able to do anything. She had these strange feelings growing inside her ever since she started meeting Naruto in the week before the exams. Feelings that she couldn't make any sense out of. She didn't meet him just because she wanted to learn his secrets for her village, no. She genuinely enjoyed spending time with him. He had become a sort companion that she never wanted to let go of, but reality struck hard. Naruto. Suddenly, a huge amount of smoke appeared before them, causing both of them to gape. The amount of smoke released was large, easily large enough that it could cover the giant tanuki. Only, it wasn't a tanuki that emerged from the smoke. XXXXXXX. Naruto barely been able to make a shadow clone in time. However, he did it so fast that he doubted someone could have seen him doing it, even if they were standing in front of him. He had created the shadow clone with specific orders in mind. As soon as the clone flickered into existence, it vanished from its spot near instantaneously, Flash stepping behind a tree. Then, it substituted with the Prime, taking his place inside the coffin. It grinned when he thought what Gaara's reaction would be when he saw that Prime had managed to escape. It was its last thought before dispelling into smoke. Behind a tree, Naruto was preparing his next technique. It was the only one he could think of that could deal with Gaara's current form, and hopefully, it would be one of the last he would ever have to use against Gaara. Cutting his left thumb, he swiped it against his right palm. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Kuchio's no jutsu. Before the exam, he had calculated that he required exactly a quarter of his reserves to summon Takeshi. However, after Kurama had increased his reserves, the amount had dropped significantly. The quarter of his previous amount of reserves that he previously required had now become 2/3 of the same quarter, which meant an entire 1/6 of his reserves. Of course, Naruto had roughly estimated this with Kurama's help. In a huge blast of smoke, Naruto towered above the tree line, easily standing a head above the tanuki on top of Takeshi's head. He had his arms crossed as he looked down on Shukaku's form. It gave him a sense of authority, of power. Takeshi blinked as he appeared with his arms crossed. He quickly deduced that Naruto had summoned him. Ah, it seems you require my assistance, Naruto. Naruto lightly laughed on top of Takeshi's head. Very acute observation, Takeshi-san. Takeshi chuckled at his summoner's cheek before turning a serious, yet still a bit amused eye forward. Ikibi no Shukaku, huh, you sure do have an eye for strong opponents, Naruto. This might turn out to be a good fight after all. Takeshi grinned, his sharp teeth menacingly coming into view as he grasped the katana strapped onto the left side of his waist in anticipation. Naruto nodded and explained his plan to the boss of the foxes. Right now, the Jinchuriki is in the final state of his transformation, but still in control. Our goal is to influence him enough that he would relish the control over to the tailed beast via falling asleep. Once Shukaku's consciousness is in control, I want you to hold him in one place while I wake up the host. Once Gaara is awake, I will slap a seal onto him that will cut him off from his tailed beast. Takeshi listened carefully to Naruto's plan, and nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but comment, however, fighting an opponent like Shukaku at their strongest. You really know how to bring excitement into a fight, Naruto. Takeshi was clearly excited to fight. He did not wait for his opponent to make his move. Naruto was glad he had stuck to Takeshi's head using his chakra, otherwise he would have fallen backwards on his butt. Just as Takeshi came within striking distance, Gaara reacted. Shukaku's arm came forward to grab Takeshi's throat, but he wasn't fast enough. Instead of dodging the arm, Takeshi unsheathed his katana and in one clean stroke, Gaara's entire right arm came straight off. XXXXXXX. Temari stared in amazement at what Naruto had managed to pull out of his sleeve this time. It was a humongous, dark blue fox in a white houri, with 7 tails swaying behind magnificently. And it was large enough to tower over the tanuki. What is that? She uttered in disbelief. Was it one of Naruto's summons? Sasuke was in a similar state. He was at a loss of words for this, whatever Naruto had managed to pull off. But whatever it was superior to even the tanuki in size. It was clearly very strong. The 7 swaying tails had fully thrown him off. With the exchange of words that followed, Sasuke was able to deduce that this was a summon, which meant that Naruto was the holder of a summoning contract. He couldn't hear what Naruto said, but it was clearly a signal to start fighting. Both Sasuke and Temari then proceeded to watch, utterly dumbstruck and stupefied. The giant blue fox cleanly cut one of Gaara's arms. XXXXXXX. Takeshi skidded away, destroying a group of trees in his wake and not even noticing. His eyes narrowed as he clutched his blade tightly. His body is denser than I had thought. I nearly lost the grip of my blade, he said as he put the katana back in its sheath. We'll have to be more careful now. This should be provocation enough for him to let Shukaku out. Get ready, Naruto. Yeah, Naruto nodded and braced himself. He carefully watched Gaara as he slowly reattached his arm. Once he had done so, he turned his head towards them. Interesting, he rumbled, causing both Takeshi and Naruto to tense. How interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. They watched as Gaara came out of the giant tanuki's head in a ripple, his eyes completely white. Naruto supposed that was because his sight was in the tanuki's eyes. He was slumped, but slowly straightened up. Naruto was further on guard when he saw Gaara smiling a little. He knew what came next, but no matter how many times he saw Gaara smile, it was always unnerving. You are strong, Uzumaki, Gaara said, and Naruto could hear anticipation in his voice. You have matched my every attack with yours, and were able to overpower me, if only for a little while. I haven't had this much fun in all my life. The last shout caused Naruto to feel a bit sad inside. He couldn't help but reflect that this was how he could have ended up. Gaara had been alienated most of his life. He could see that only Temari had attempted to make Gaara feel as close to family as possible, but he had ruthlessly pushed her away. They say that you can learn a lot about a person from fighting them, and it was true. Naruto had seen how Gaara fought. Gaara only fought for himself. He thought that he had no precious people of his own. Well, Naruto was about to give him a smackdown for free, in addition to a reality check. Gaara formed the ram seal. As my gratitude towards you for keeping me entertained, I'll let you see the full power of the sand incarnation. Feigning sleep jutsu. For a moment, Gaara remained frozen in that pose, mad eyes glaring into Naruto's prepared ones. And then, he sagged, arms hanging limply as his head fell forward. Here we go, Takeshi-san, Naruto whispered to the fox, who hummed low in agreement. XXXXXXX. Sasuke shivered with a little fear. This wasn't the first time he had watched his teammate take on a stronger opponent than any of them, while he just cowered in the background. Looking up at Gaara's form, he took back his words. Gaara had a lot more chakra than what he estimated. To have enough chakra to form a construct like that, he doubted even Naruto had that much chakra. Temari watched fearfully as Naruto tackled Gaara at his strongest. As confident as Naruto seemed, she doubted he could scrape victory when Gaara let Shukaku out to fight. But Naruto looked so sure of his victory, like he knew exactly what to do, that Temari simply had to trust he knew what he was doing. She couldn't bear to lose both Naruto and Gaara in the same day. XXXXXXX. Yahoo! Finally, I am out and free. The one-tailed monster opened its enormous jaw, and the high, crazy voice surprised Naruto a bit. He had been imagining a voice similar to Kurama's. Shukaku looked in front of him and cheered, coiling in preparation for an attack. Oh! A guy for me to kill already. And it looks like you're related to that asshole Kyuubi. I'll make mincemeat out of you. Naruto winced as Kurama roared in rage inside him. He really couldn't be sure if Shukaku was referring to him or Takeshi. Probably Takeshi. You know, because of his tails. Takeshi gave a challenging grin full of teeth. Why don't you put those words to test? Let's see how far you can get. Shukaku slapped his large, bloated stomach. Fuuton, Rinkuden. A bullet of air so compressed and pressurized came shooting towards Takeshi, who surprised both Naruto and Shukaku when he deftly used one of his tails to smack away the air bullet at just the right angle. He just shifted its direction a bit, so instead of damaging the landscape, it went flying into the sky behind him. My turn, Takeshi grinned before performing 3-hand seals, ending on Tiger. He took a deep breath. Kaden, Goen no Jutsu. Fire style. Great flame technique. An enormous vortex of rapidly expanding flames expelled from his mouth and rushed towards Shukaku. The heat from the flames was so hot that even Naruto, who was standing behind the wall of fire, felt it. The entire land of forest beneath the majestic flame was scorched to ashes. Naruto was willing to bet that the fire was hot enough to turn Shukaku's sand to glass. Shukaku, as soon as he saw the Herculean fire heading towards him, erected a huge wall of sand with his hand. He would have dodged it normally, but because of his huge bulk, he was slow to put himself to motion. It was better to have a hand turned to glass rather than any other part of his body. The flames hit the wall of sand, and for a full 5 seconds, Takeshi kept pumping chakra into his fire, making it hotter in each second. When he finally released the jutsu, both Naruto and Takeshi grinned at the results. XXXXXXX. Temari gaped in speechlessness as the wall that Shukaku had erected with his hand had completely melted into hot, molten liquid. The amount of firepower that summoned seemed to have was completely absurd and ridiculous. Sasuke was also dumbstruck at the new development. The heat from the summon's fire had been hot enough to be felt way over where they were standing. He had seen what had happened to the forest beneath it, and he almost felt bad for anything standing in front of it. XXXXXXX. Shukaku winced as he saw his entire hand was now molten sand, which was slowly melting from the solid shape that he had formed it into. However, before he could do anything about it, he heard another shout. Fuuton, Kamikaze. Wind style. Divine wind. A huge amount of wind was expelled from Takeshi's mouth. It had no shape, it simply was wind blowing at great speeds. Since the sand construct was still melting, Shukaku didn't have enough time to detach himself from it. Takeshi took full advantage of it and chose to cool down the molten sand, transforming it into glass. Shukaku looked at his hand in disbelief. His whole right arm, that was still attached to his body, had become solid glass. It was rather surreal to see. Takeshi laughed. Make mincemeat out of me. Take a look at yourself first. And with speed that even Naruto did not expect from him, he shot forward in 3 quick strides. Naruto was stunned just how quickly Takeshi was able to move. However, his next choice of attack almost had Naruto jumping in joy. Takeshi had reared back his fist and punched right at the strange-shaped wall of glass. Shukaku had no choice but to block the punch with his now wall of glass, formerly wall of sand. If he could get rid of the glass, he could form a new hand then. Then, he would kill this blasted fox. The glass shattered like, well, glass. It shattered into pieces. The part of the arm that had become glass was almost up to his shoulder. So almost the entire arm shattered under the tremendous force of Takeshi's punch. Shukaku was now visibly panicking. He swung his good left arm, claws outstretched to swipe Takeshi's head off, but Takeshi was quick to counter. Takeshi grabbed the left arm with his right, followed by grabbing the swinging tail that came from Shukaku's right. Takeshi held them in a strong grip, not allowing Shukaku any chance to attack. Well, if you don't count the regenerating arm and the purple ball of no doubt, highly destructive chakra that was forming in front of Shukaku's mouth, aimed right onto Takeshi's alarmed face. Do it now, Naruto. You really don't want to be at the other end of that thing. Takeshi's warning had a high amount of urgency in it, and Naruto did not want to find out what that ball of chakra did, so he didn't hesitate to act. He directed his chakra into his legs and jumped high. With a grunt, he threw the kunai downwards, aiming it so it lodged right in front of an asleep Gaara. As expected, Gaara's sand came up to catch the kunai, but it was of no consequence. Naruto flashed right in front of Gaara, already in motion of an attack. He caught Gaara's jaw in an earth-shattering right hook, which had so much force behind it that it not only sent Gaara leaning towards his own right, but also knocked a tooth out of his mouth. Wake the fuck up. The punch sent waves of pain to Gaara's brain, forcing him to wake up. His eyes flew open in agony, just as Naruto sensed the big ball of chakra harmlessly dispelling behind him. Shukaku's yell soon followed, "No! I just came out." Gaara was now wide awake, but Naruto gave him no chance to attack him with his sand. He used his left hand to roughly grab Gaara by his throat, bringing his face level to his. His fingertips of the right hand lit up in the Gogyo Fuin, 5 elements seal, for the third time in the day. He slapped them right onto Gaara's exposed stomach, the usage of chakra making his seal visible. Gaara gasped as all the breath left him, and he momentarily became unconscious. Naruto had successfully managed to cut Shukaku off from Gaara's conscious. The sand form beneath them began to crumble, and just in seconds, the entire body of sand collapsed, making them plummet to earth. Naruto and Gaara would have hit the ground with bone-breaking force, if Naruto hadn't managed to grab Gaara midair and flash to a kunai on the ground. He carefully set Gaara against a tree, and was slightly taken aback when Gaara started to stir. He himself had needed a day to wake up when Orochimaru had slapped him with the same seal. Perhaps it was that due to Gaara's stronger connection to Shukaku, he already had large amounts of Biju chakra in his system which helped him wake. Naruto stood over Gaara as the redhead fully opened his eyes. Looking disoriented for a second, his eyes widened as he saw Naruto standing over him with an expressionless look on his face. He tried to shift further into the tree. "No, stay away from me," he cried weakly, far too weak to try and move his body. He watched with pure fear as Naruto knelt down. Naruto softened the look on his face. "That pain, of being alone, of your life not meaning anything to anyone. I know that pain all too well, Gaara." Gaara whispered in confusion, How?" Naruto's lips twisted into a sad smile, "Because we are alike. I also house a beast like yours." Gaara's confused expression twisted into one of shock. "Then, for all those people, why?" Naruto put a hand on Gaara's tuft of hair, "Because I found people to care for, to protect, who loved me and acknowledged my existence. Those people told me as many times I needed to hear, that they loved me. They told me that my purpose in this world was to protect. True power doesn't come from fighting for yourself. It comes when you have someone of your own to protect. Gaara," he ruffled the red hair, "you have people like that too. If you'd just give them a chance, they would accept you. If you want, I'll be your first friend." Gaara was unable to answer, just staring at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto chuckled and removed his hand, standing up. They were here anyways. Temari and Kankuro appeared just beside Gaara. The difference was that Kankuro was injured, and still on guard when standing in front of Naruto. He looked at Naruto with a wary expression, knowing that he stood no chance against a guy who still didn't look that exhausted after outright crushing Gaara. Temari on the other hand, just stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He had delivered on his promise. He had stopped Gaara without killing him. And she was grateful to him for that. Naruto looked at her and winked. "I promised you, didn't I?" Temari smiled softly and nodded. She was grateful that Gaara hadn't been killed, along with the fact that Gaara hadn't managed to kill Naruto. She didn't know if she could ever repay Naruto for what he had done for her. A hand brushed against her leg, causing her to look down. "Temari, Kankuro, that's enough, let's go home," Gaara ordered weakly. Kankuro gave a confused look to Temari, who just nodded to comply with the request. He picked Gaara up, supporting him with one hand around his waist and the other holding Gaara's over his shoulder. "Kankuro," Temari said, causing the puppeteer to look at her, "take Gaara and move. I'll catch up." She did not once break eye contact with Naruto. Kankuro gave her a confused look, but Temari. "Go," I said. Kankuro looked reluctant to leave her behind, but obeyed her nonetheless. He took to the trees and in a few moments, they were just a dot in the distance. No doubt, Kankuro would wait ahead for her to catch up, but he knew when Temari wanted him to be out of sight, and he wasn't stupid enough to disobey her. Naruto just kept his hands in his pockets as Temari stepped closer. Somehow, he wasn't surprised at all when Temari suddenly grabbed him in a tight hug, her hands going around his waist and her head buried in his chest. Thank you," she was sobbing in his chest. Naruto slowly wrapped his own arms around her shoulders. He kissed her head softly, stroking her hair. "It's okay," he whispered. He really didn't know what else he could do. Temari tightened her hold on him. "Why would you go so far for him?" Naruto breathed deeply, trying to decide what to say. He and I, we're not much different. We both share a burden, and we both have been alone in our lives. Me not as much as him. I just couldn't bear to look at him like he was. He is what I would have been if I had no people of my own. He has people of his own. He has me and Kankuro." Naruto nodded sadly, "But he chose to push you away, while I accepted the few people I had in my life. It's still not too late, Temari. Just keep showing him what love truly means, and he will come to you. Give him another chance to accept." Temari slowly looked up to him with tears glistening in her eyes. Naruto slowly removed his arms from her, stepping back. "You should go now. Konoha Shinobi might be here any moment." Temari pursed her lips, but nodded. She turned away, about to jump to the trees, but she hesitated. Naruto waited for Temari to jump away, but she looked hesitating. "Temari." He never finished his sentence, for a pair of lips came to softly rest on his own. Naruto looked shocked only for a moment, but before he could wrap his arms around her, Temari separated and turned away, taking to the trees. Naruto's hand came to rub on his lips, feeling the taste of her own. He smiled. There was something else in that kiss. Something that promised a better future. Still smiling, he turned around, only to freeze on spotting Sasuke, who was carrying Sakura in a piggyback. Sasuke was looking extremely shocked and confused. He did not know what or how to make sense out of this. What the hell was that? Naruto panicked for a second, but then got a grip and replied, "A kiss, what else could it be?" He turned around to go and gather his kunai, but Sasuke stopped him again. "No, I mean, why did she kiss you?" Naruto turned around with a frown. "I don't know what goes on in her head. But what the hell are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to take Sakura and head back to safety?" This time, Sasuke surprised Naruto by looking abashed of all things. He muttered something unintelligible, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "Sorry, couldn't hear you. Come again." "I said I couldn't leave you behind, okay?" Sasuke snapped, a hint of red on his cheeks. Naruto snorted and walked past the boy. "It's rare to see you worry about someone else. But don't worry about me. As long as you have that kunai with you, I can flash to you anytime." Naruto suspected Sasuke had taken the kunai not so Naruto could flash to him, but to decipher the secret. Behind it, Sasuke wasn't an idiot. He obviously had noticed it in his fight with Gaara what he used the kunai for, and he wanted the jutsu for himself. Too bad for him. In his notes, Minato had written down that he had taken the jutsu to levels that were seemingly impossible. He had developed it so far that in fact, it almost became a sort of an artificial bloodline. A jutsu that could only be used by someone of his blood, that too counting in all the fuinjutsu processes that involved locking your chakra at each step. Sasuke mentally flinched at that. He forgot to take into account that Naruto could sense all of his kunai. He had to divert the topic fast before Naruto asks him to give it back. "Why did you let them go?" That question caught Naruto's attention as he picked the last of the Hiraishin kunai scattered on the ground. He slowly turned to face Sasuke. He opened his mouth to explain why, but stopped at the sudden rush of chakra in his system, as well as memories. "What the hell?" Sasuke watched curiously as Naruto's head snapped towards the direction of the stadium, a classic expression of, "What the fuck?" on his face. "What is it?" Naruto turned to face Sasuke, a sense of urgency on his face that wasn't there before. "You need to get back to Kakashi, right now." He stepped forward, a hand outstretched, probably to send him to Kakashi. Sasuke stepped back. Whoa. You are not sending me back like that. Not until you tell me why. Naruto grit his teeth as more memories flowed into his mind. He did not have time for this. I can't tell you right now because someone close to me is in danger. How about this? I'll tell you once the invasion is over and you promise me, right now, that you won't tell a soul about this until I tell you so. Deal. Sasuke thought over it a bit and said, alright, but you better telephone. He wasn't allowed to finish as Naruto put a hand on his forehead and forcefully sent him back to where Kakashi was. He might have finished the enemies in the stadium by now. He flashed, and within 10 seconds, he had gathered every kunai that had been scattered in the area. After inspecting the clearing for one last time, he flashed again. Hold on Gigi, I'm coming, xxxxxxx. Temari and Kankuro were supporting Gaara on each of his sides as they made their way back to Suna. With Gaara's defeat, the invasion was moot. Naruto made a good point about Gaara, she thought. They allowed Gaara to push them away, and her efforts had been clearly not enough to make him come back to her. Gaara had pushed them away as well. Their father, in hopes of strengthening Gaara as fast as he could, sent assassins to kill him. While none could get past his sand, Gaara still wanted to be close to them. However, something happened, and suddenly, Gaara became the cold person he was. He cared only about himself. She figured that the amount of killing attempts finally broke him, convincing that no one would care for him, or acknowledge his existence. Then Naruto came along and unlike anyone they had ever met, proceeded to beat Gaara into the ground until he was willing to hear what Naruto had to say. Temari knew that Naruto had changed Gaara's outlook on life permanently. She had witnessed hope in Gaara's life for the first time in years. Hope that he could make a life for himself like Naruto had did. Temari, Kankuro, a voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She turned her head to face Gaara, who was still not meeting her eyes. Kankuro shot a questioning look at his sister, but his confusion turned to shock when Gaara uttered a single word. Sorry. Both the older siblings were shocked that Gaara apologized to them. For years, Gaara viewed everyone as beneath him. For him to apologize, it meant Naruto's words had had a deep effect on him. Temari smiled. They were in Naruto's debt for this. It's okay, little brother. XXXXXXX. Kakashi looked tiredly around the stadium. A large number of bodies were littered around almost in every part of the arena, either covered in blood or outright crushed. He blamed Guy for all of this. That man seemed to make everything a competition between them, and for some reason that even he doesn't know, Kakashi always indulged in those things. Guy had made a bet that he could kill more enemies than Kakashi. Kakashi, being the dutiful, eternal that he was, agreed to the bet. After almost an hour of continuous fighting, the enemy had finally stopped coming into the stadium. Guy was standing on the other side of the arena. He waved energetically at Kakashi. Yo, Kakashi, how much is your count? Is there an end to his youth? Kakashi tiredly thought, but answered anyway. 57, he answered in a bored tone. Just as he predicted, Guy shifted to a completely different personality. Oh Kakashi, it seems you have won again, my eternal rival. It was no secret in Konoha that he and Guy were eternal rivals. Kakashi was thankful for his face mask every time Guy chose to announce their rivalry publicly. That man had no sense of stealth whatsoever. People already questioned if he was mentally fit to be a ninja, it won't do for them to start questioning him as well. Kakashi mentally sighed. His best friend was a pain in the ass. Just as he was about to approach Guy, Sasuke suddenly appeared beside him, with Sakura unconscious on his back. Kakashi already had a kunai out ready, but lowered it once he saw who it was. He watched, amused, as Sasuke blinked, no doubt disoriented from the sudden travel, and proceeded to curse in a way that Kakashi almost blushed. Though he couldn't hold back the perverted giggle upon seeing his student's position. That asshole, I told him not to do that. Sasuke shouted before spotting Kakashi. He raised an eyebrow in deadpan upon hearing the perverted giggle. What is it? Kakashi was more than happy to point it out. I wonder what you plan on doing with her, Sasuke. Especially you are carrying her when she's unconscious. Sasuke blinked, not understanding the reference at first. Then he remembered that his sensei was a pervert, and then his face suddenly turned red. Don't make such useless assumptions, you perverted jerk. Kakashi refrained from commenting that this might be proof of a claim Naruto had made some time ago. He might be gay, after all. He then turned to face the purple barrier in which his leader was trapped. He could only hope that Sandaime would manage to survive against his former student. XXXXXXX. Things were not going well for Hiruzen. Orochimaru had been right, he was not as strong as he was 10 years ago, let alone his prime. And it showed, his movements were slow, his chakra capacity, even though it hadn't deteriorated with age, he had a limit to what he could exert now. If he exerted more, his chakra coils were in danger of permanent damage. And don't even get him started on his old joints. He and Orochimaru engaged first in taijutsu, which rapidly progressed into ninjutsu. At one point, Hiruzen had even managed to corner his student again. With a smirk he had thought, looks like I still got it. Got it, his ass. Orochimaru had blocked his attacks by pulling up coffins of all things. From then on, it was no longer funny. In fact, Hiruzen was outraged that Orochimaru had the nerve and spine to do such a vile thing. Orochimaru had defiled the graves of both of his senseis. Hiruzen had watched with horror-filled eyes as Orochimaru opened the graves to allow the now-resurrected Shodai and Nadaime Hokage to walk out. And they looked terrible. Both of their skin was deathly pale, as it was rightly so. Orochimaru had forcefully called the dead into the land of the living. Hiruzen had to stop himself from facepalming when the former Hokages finally opened their mouths to speak. Even though Hiruzen knew that Hashirama-sensei was a peculiar man, with his unusually boisterous and seemingly idiotic nature, it was Tobirama-sensei who knew Hiruzen the best. It was scary how easily he could read his student. Hiruzen even suspected that Tobirama knew that he was a closet pervert, but he didn't really know, for the man never called him out on it. Only Hashirama knew of that fact, and even he had found out by accident. But enough of that. The first words that Hashirama-sensei had spoken were, "Is that you, Sarutobi?" It has been a long time. Hiruzen had cringed how much dead he had sounded. But somehow, that same tone from Tobirama didn't surprise him at all. In fact, it was all he could do from facepalming. "You have gotten old, Saru." That man was always blunt like that. Turns out, it was an extremely vile jutsu that had been created by Tobirama. Edo Tensei was a jutsu that binds the soul of a deceased person to a living vessel, restoring the deceased as they were when they were alive in order to do their summoner's bidding. It was the ultimate insult one can give to the dead. Why Tobirama-sensei created this, he would never know. And how Orochimaru got a hold of this, that also he would never know. Ultimately, Hiruzen had no choice but to fight his former senseis. As the fight between them progressed, Hiruzen noted that while his opponents were certainly strong, they were nowhere near the level they were when they were alive. They were merely puppets that Orochimaru was controlling. Hiruzen would know, he was their prized student, after all. But even then, Hiruzen slowly found himself on the losing side of the battle as his age and lack of training in a long time slowly took a toll on him. Even after summoning Enma, who became an indestructible adamantine staff, he was put on the ropes by the Shodai's mastery of Mokuton and Nadaime's mastery of Suiten. Even if they were puppets, their teamwork was strong enough that Hiruzen was hard-pressed to just dodge those attacks. And if things weren't bad enough already, both the bodies of the former Hokages were seemingly indestructible. Any damage dealt to them was recovered from within seconds. This is bad. At this rate, I really would be killed. I cannot afford to let them escape this barrier. Konoha would never recover from being destroyed by its own creators, Hiruzen thought as he dodged Tobirama's attacks and used his staff to strike Hashirama in the face. He put some distance between him and both the Hokages with a large-scale Kaden Jutsu. He then suddenly remembered what happened before they started fighting. Of course, how could I have forgotten that? Naruto gave me a scroll, saying that it had some reinforcements. I really could use a soldier pill right now. He set Enma loose on the Hokages, while he untied the scroll. As soon as he saw the slightly changed, but still recognizable prisoner containment seal, he was confused. Why would Naruto want to give him such a scroll right now? But he had not time to think over it as Enma came skidding back on his feet. "Whatever you are doing, hurry up, Sarutobi," Enma shouted in his gruff voice. Hiruzen wasted no more time and spread the scroll on the ground, pushing chakra into it, choosing to trust Naruto. And boy, Naruto knew exactly well what reinforcements are. Hiruzen stared dumbfounded at the army of blondes, no doubt shadow clones that Naruto created. He knew Naruto had a ridiculous amount of chakra, but this was a whole new level of absurd. He would have to re-evaluate the blonde, if he survived. Orochimaru was flabbergasted as to how did the old fool manage to pull this in the middle of the battle. Then he noticed the scroll in his hand. A prisoner containment scroll modified to seal shadow clones. And the look on his face means someone gave it to him. I don't need to be a genius to figure out who. But no matter, 100 shadow clones against 2 Hokages are nothing. They will only buy the old fool some time. Sadly, Orochimaru was only partially correct. The entire roof became a field for chaos within seconds. The changes that the first Hokage had made to the roof with his entire Mokuden only added to the clones, advantages they took extreme pleasure in causing as much chaos as possible, with Flash Step and Hiruzen. Hiruzen grabbed this opportunity to rest and chuckled. This certainly was useful, but he could see that having shadow clones as back had its downfalls as well. The Hokages proved how formidable they were, for the clones started dispelling only 2 minutes after they were summoned. Hiruzen knew that this was bad, and there was no way he would be escaping today with his life. He sighed sadly as he thought about his life until today. He had made countless decisions, and just as many mistakes. He regretted what he was about to do, but there was no other option. And he was in no way calling Naruto to fight with him. Just as he was about to initiate the sequence for the jutsu that would seal the dead away, a clone flashed beside him. With so many flashes going around, Hiruzen wasn't even surprised. This backup is going to get destroyed in just 10 seconds, he said testily, watching with growing nervousness as only 20 of them remained now. Hiruzen nodded gravely. When you dispel, pass on my thanks to Naruto. I regret that I won't be escaping alive today. The clone looked at him with a surprised face. Another peculiar thing that Hiruzen had discovered was that each of Naruto's clones had a different personality. One was happy to the point of being goofy, one was lazy, one was an angry one, and there was one that was exactly like Naruto, which was the one thing that he found weird. Considering shadow clones are meant to be the user's exact copies, finding an exact copy among Naruto's different ones was certainly a new experience. This one seemed prone to be surprised every now and then. He wanted to say something, but words seemed to fail him as he could only close and open his mouth repeatedly. He then sighed, and Hiruzen found his worry growing as a determined look came onto his face. If you say that you have no choice, then I'm afraid I have no choice as well. The last clone besides the one was dispelled, and Hiruzen dropped into a stance again, holding Enma. This was his final stand, and he would be damned if he let Orochimaru win. Just as he was about to commence his attack, he saw the last clone beside him making a half-ram seal, dispelling a second later. What was he up to? He suddenly got a very bad feeling in his stomach. Surely he was not going to. His worst fears were confirmed when in a flash of blue, the Prime himself arrived. With a cocky smirk on his face, no less. Am I late or what? XXXXXXX. The Anbu standing outside were dumbstruck upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto. It was one thing to see his performance in the matches against 2 very formidable genin, it was a whole another thing to see him face off against Orochimaru of the Sannin. Naruto could easily take out an A-rank jonin with what he did in the matches, and the Anbu were willing to bet that what they saw was not even half of what Naruto was truly capable of. But Orochimaru was no ordinary A-rank opponent. A high S-rank shinobi trained personally by the Sandaime Hokage, he was no joke of an opponent at all. To say the atmosphere was tense was the understatement of the decade. What is he doing? An Anbu barely kept from shouting. The captain narrowed his eyes behind his mask and replied, there is no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto and the Sandaime share a close bond. The reinforcements he provided him were the proof of that, if you can even call them that. In addition to that, Naruto had successfully anticipated a personal attack on Hokage-sama and prepared accordingly. Now that I think about it, it doesn't surprise me that he was alerted of the battle due to the memories of the numerous Kage Bunshin. One of them must have sent a message to him to personally come here. But he still is just a genin standing in a field of Kage-level shinobi. He would. I think that it is well established by now that Uzumaki Naruto is not an ordinary shinobi at all, the captain calmly refuted. Turning back to the fight, he said in almost a whisper, we just have to trust him. XXXXXXX. Naruto carefully eyed Orochimaru as he slowly shifted into a stance. This was his second time battling the Sannin, and this time, he won't be pulling anything against him. He could not afford to. However, he had to know something first. Why did you do it? Orochimaru was also not quite surprised by Naruto's appearance. His shadow clones must have relayed everything that happened. He used his control on the Edo Tensei to pull back the 2 Hokage for now. Who knows, he might learn something interesting. Why did I do what? Naruto's eyes narrowed in anger. Don't play games with me. Why did you defile the graves of the previous Hokage? You could have easily matched Hokage-sama, even beaten him, considering he's far from his prime. Orochimaru chuckled, amused by the anger in front of him. I only found it fitting, and a little ironic that the people responsible for the birth of this village will also be responsible for its death, along with the Aikibi. Naruto felt rage building within him, but he ruthlessly pushed it back. Now was not the time to lose his mind. I've already received memories of my clones. They did keep you a bit busy, but in the end, they are just clones who can get dispelled in just one hit. So I'll ask you this, what makes you think we'll just let you do what you want? Orochimaru felt a bit of anxiousness creep into him, like something bad was going to happen. Nonetheless, he didn't let this show on his face, keeping up his amused facade. You really think you have what it takes to stop me? Edo Tensei has no exploitable weakness as far as anyone knows. I am the only one who knows how to use it in the first place. Naruto smirked, despite the situation he was in. Be that as it may, you've already lost, Orochimaru of the Sannin. I've already sent the Aikibi running with its tail between his legs. This fact surprised both Orochimaru and Hiruzen. Hiruzen asked him with shock, the Aikibi has been defeated. Naruto gave him a side glance, of course. I wouldn't be here if he wasn't. Orochimaru found himself growing annoyed. Using Gaara as his weapon was a major part of his plan. To think Naruto managed to defeat him and still have energy left to fight him. He is quickly becoming a pain. He not only manages to defeat Gaara, thereby foiling my invasion by a good margin, but he even gave the old fool some reinforcements that I didn't even know of. If I don't take care of him now, he'll become a full-blown annoyance for me in the future, the snake summoner thought with a frown. Time to end this battle. Be that as it may, he mocked the young Uzumaki, you can't hope to match the might of the Hokages just yet. Maybe in the future, but only if you live through today. With that, he commanded. Naruto chuckled as he pulled out his own scroll. You should know better than that, you reptilian psychopath. Every jutsu has a weakness. He released the contents of the scroll, and Orochimaru had to fight a groan of annoyance upon seeing a very familiar sight. 100 grinning clones once again stood between the two sides of the battlefield. The Hokages halted a bit to reconsider on how to deal with this setback, but Orochimaru forced them to keep going. It's just a matter of finding it. With that, all the clones once again engaged the two cages with glee, using the advantages their predecessors set for them before they ran out. Naruto then turned to Hiruzen with a serious look on his face. Gigi, tell me what you know about this Edo Tensei. My clones weren't able to tell me much. I'll need everything you know to devise a counter against it. Hiruzen took a moment to study Naruto. With his eyes narrowed and his hair flowing in the wind, Hiruzen was once again reminded of Minato. Cold and calculative in battle, Minato had rarely lost against someone, and at his strongest, even Jiraiya had admitted that he could not defeat Minato. To think that his son would grow so powerful as to assist the Hokage in one of his battles, right after defeating a tailed beast. It would be injustice if he were to be promoted to Chunin. Very well. And while the clones did their best to keep the cages and Orochimaru busy, Hiruzen told what he had studied from the Forbidden Scroll and witnessed firsthand. Just as all the clones were once again demolished, Naruto had everything he needed to know. He was now looking at Orochimaru with a predatory smile which was frankly, a bit unnerving. It's a summoning jutsu, you don't say. Before he could act on his plan, he and Hiruzen were surprised when suddenly, Tobirama decided to speak. Whatever you have planned, don't waste time in executing it. Hiruzen blinked a few times. Nadaime-sama, I thought you were under control. He dodged and blocked the dead Hokage's attacks while exchanging words. He only can control my actions, but not my personality. Even though we are compelled to obey his orders, that doesn't mean we can't think and talk for ourselves. And why the hell would you decide to train a student such as that? Hiruzen sighed as Hashirama, who had decided to engage Naruto, himself jumped into the conversation. As always, he was highly eccentric. Naruto called out to his Gigi, just keep him busy, Gigi. I have a way to stop them from attacking. Hiruzen grit his teeth and snapped back, what do you think I have been doing all this while? Naruto turned back to his fight. He was exchanging blows with the Shodai, more like dodging and flipping, was evaluating his position in this fight. With all the Kage Bunshin gone, my chakra capacity is roughly a bit more than a third of my actual reserves. Gigi told me that on top of having monstrous reserves of chakra, both the Senju brothers have an unlimited supply of it in their current state. But they are not fighting at full strength, which means we still have a chance. Naruto substituted with a clone seamlessly in the middle of his fighting. However, Hashirama had decades of battle experience. It was foolish to hope that it could have fooled him. As soon as he detected the switch, he immediately dispelled the clone and turned his attention back to the original, only to find a ball of wind racing towards him. Fuden. Kei's Gyorai no Jutsu. Naruto watched as the legendary Cage simply backflipped to dodge the highly explosive jutsu. However, he failed to take notice of the seal on the sleeve of his left hand. Just as Hashirama completed his flip, Naruto was no longer in his vision. He let his instincts take over as he turned around to kick Naruto away, but he suddenly found he couldn't move. Combined with his awkward position of a leg high in the air, he toppled face first into the tiles of the roof. Curiously enough, there was a large, goofy smile on his face. "Ho, you managed to paralyze me, young Li Fling." Naruto was lightly panting as he gazed down at Hashirama, a modified Uzumaki paralysis seal. Complete lockdown of motor functions and cannot be overloaded with chakra, which I'm sure you have no small amount of. Surprisingly, Hashirama outright laughed. To be honest, Naruto did not know what to make of the first Hokage. While he had his own vision of the Shodai Hokage, he had never imagined him to be a goofy idiot. And he was pretty sure he wasn't the only one who thought so when the aforementioned Cage was alive. It was completely undignified for someone who is called the god of shinobi. Hashirama joyfully replied, "Not every day I meet someone of your age who can catch me off guard like this. The will of fire burns brightly in you, I see." Naruto bowed, "Thank you for your compliment, Shodai-sama. But the fight is not over yet." He made a shadow clone, who took up guard beside a curious Hashirama. "Just be ready for it when it happens." If he wasn't bound, Hashirama would have given a thumbs up with a large grin. Seeing he was bound, he just grinned, not even knowing what Naruto was talking about. "Will do." With that, Naruto turned his sights onto the jackpot, Orochimaru. Without any further thought, he flash-stepped, barreling his right fist right into Orochimaru's jaw. Orochimaru was thoroughly enjoying himself. He had sent the Shodai to dispose of the meddlesome Uzumaki, while he teamed up with Tobirama to take Hiruzen down. It was actually quite amusing to hear the legendary water user curse at him, while attacking his own successor. He was about to use an opening Tobirama had created to stab his sensei with the famed sword of Kusanagi, when he was suddenly punched in the face so hard he swore his teeth might have loosened a bit. He went flying back, though he managed a flip in the air and land gracefully on his feet. He looked up and grit his teeth in annoyance. Naruto was standing right before him, kunai held in reverse grip and wind chakra flowing through them. "How are you standing before me? You should have been killed by the Shodai." Naruto smirked, "I don't see why you need to know." He then disappeared in a flash step, and Orochimaru blocked the swipe at his throat at the last second. Both settled in a furious bout of taijutsu, each trying to overpower the other. Orochimaru knew not to underestimate Naruto in any way, while Naruto knew that he needed to end this as quickly as possible. He delivered a series of punches that were blocked, but pushed Orochimaru back enough for Naruto to execute a move of his own. He front flipped with legs split at 180-degree angle. Orochimaru blocked the first leg with both of his hands, but the second leg came crashing down on his head painfully, causing him to kiss the roof. Orochimaru groaned as he rubbed his head to quell the pain. If he hadn't been suffering blows like that from Tsunade a long time ago, he would have been seeing stars. While Naruto didn't have Tsunade's monstrous strength, the speed he used to augment his attacks made them no less formidable. His eyes opened wide in alarm as he suddenly saw that Naruto was nowhere in sight. All of a sudden, he was forced to weave in between four shadow clones that had suddenly appeared from nowhere. One swipe of his sword took care of the first, the second was kicked out of existence, the third managed to poke a pressure point on his arm that made it go numb, but he was managed as well. The last one attempted an upward slash, only to see that he would be stabbed before he could slash the Sannin. So using his slower perception, he let go of the Hiraishin kunai just as he was stabbed in the back. It was almost like slow motion for Orochimaru as he watched the kunai spin upwards. His own free hand reached up in slow motion to grab the kunai before it was too late. Oh, too late. Naruto suddenly appeared midair, in perfect position, grasping the kunai by its handle and delivering a direct, blazing palm thrust on Orochimaru's back. The attack was way too fast for Orochimaru to counter and was therefore bashed into the roof once again. Naruto flashed to the kunai a few meters away. As Orochimaru slowly recovered from the attack, Naruto took a glance to see how Gigi was doing. Not good, he will have to be extremely quick. Hiruzen was heavily panting, he was running low on chakra, and even Tobirama could see that. So exhausted he was, that coupled with his old age, he was starting to get dizzy. He tripped on one of the uprooted tiles and fell back, simply unable to continue anymore. He could do nothing but watch as Tobirama picked up a stray kunai and rushed towards him. Hiruzen closed his eyes as he waited for the end. Rather sad that he would die by his sensei's hand rather than an enemy's. For all his speed, it seemed Naruto was a bit late. Sorry Naruto, but this is the end. Seconds passed, and Hiruzen was confused. He should have been stabbed in the heart by now by his sensei. Opening one eye, he saw that Tobirama's hand had stopped an inch from his heart. Tobirama himself was looking surprised as to what just happened. He slowly reeled back, clenching and opening his fist to confirm for himself if this was really happening. It seems that I have gained back the control of my body, he analyzed before looking over to where his brother was. A clone over there was pressing a hand to Hashirama's back, releasing some sort of paralyzing seal. Hashirama grinned as he shot up to his feet, testing the movement of his limbs. So this is what he was talking about. I have to say, I never predicted this. Tobirama turned back to see just what had happened, that they were out of Orochimaru's control, only to see a deep gash on Orochimaru's right side, with blood flowing from it like waterfall. The Sannin was pressing the wound as tight as he could to slow the blood flow down. Just a second later, his mouth opened widely and another Orochimaru crawled out of it, without any injuries. He had a snarl on his face, but the damage was already done. I can't believe you just did that. Naruto just grinned at his victory. Looks like you just weren't fast enough. What just happened here? Tobirama questioned with authority. Naruto grinned as he recounted what happened moments before. 30 seconds back, Orochimaru stood up as he leveled a death glare at Naruto. The boy had landed way too many hits. There was no doubt that he was skilled and talented, but this was frankly ludicrous. Even he couldn't match Sarutobi-sensei when he was that young. But then again, he didn't know the Hiraishin. He teleported to the kunai in the air. I should never have let my guard down after dismissing those clones. Your efforts are admirable, he rasped out, but ultimately useless. This is a jutsu that not even the Yondaime could have found the weakness to. All you are trying to do is delay the Inavi. He never got the chance to finish his monologue as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. He placed one hand on his stomach, the right, while the other holding the kunai went right into Orochimaru's side, drawing a surprised grunt from then man. One moment he was standing in front of Orochimaru, the next moment, instant, he was burying a kunai into him. Hiraishin no jutsu, he must have marked me in that attack, Orochimaru thought as he released a breath in pain as the kunai went deeper. Even the Yondaime, police, Naruto mocked, he would have ended this fight ages ago. Orochimaru felt a burst of chakra down where Naruto's palm was and looked down, his face morphing into horror as he realized what had happened. A contract seal, what are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto slashed the kunai sideways, right out of the screaming Sannin's body and drawing a huge amount of blood, along with some chunks as well. He then flashed back before Orochimaru could retaliate. Flashback over. Naruto grinned as he neared the end of his explanation. Gigi told me that you summoned the Hokages from the dead. The fact was further cemented when I learned the full name of this jutsu. Kuchiyos. Edo Tensai is a jutsu that puts the summoned soul in a contract with the summoner to do their bidding. So I simply cancelled that contract with a contract seal, which removes any form of direct control a summoner has over any summon. Tobirama smirked as a pleased grunt escaped his throat, to know the Hiraishin and Fuinjutsu at such a young age and apply it in combat. It's good to know that the future of the leaf is in hands such as these. What is your name? Naruto straightened up while keeping Orochimaru in sight. Uzumaki Naruto, Nadaime-sama. Who taught you the Hiraishin? I learned it from my father's notes, Nadaime-sama. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. I see. Then he turned towards Orochimaru with a menacing expression. Both he and Hashirama started walking towards the now nervous man, cracking their knuckles. So you were going to use us to destroy the village we built? You have some nerve, Tobirama added as well. Don't think you can escape. We are no longer under your control. Both of them rushed at Orochimaru, who knew that there was no way he could do anything. The cages were out of his control by a contract seal, which meant that he could not even cancel the jutsu. which left only one option. Lower the barrier. We are leaving. Hi Orochimaru-sama. The barrier was lowered, and Orochimaru turned to escape when suddenly, Naruto flashed in front of him and kicked him right in the face. He went tumbling back on the roof, coming to a harsh stop. He immediately got back up, but there was no way he was able to counter what came next in time. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Orochimaru had no time to mold enough chakra for a counter, so he just brought his hands forward in a cross position. He screamed in pain as the concentrated fire utterly burned his arm, even from the inside. Only when the fire stopped was he able to jump back. Only years of building up his pain tolerance allowed him to not pass out right on the roof. My arms, he mentally raged. They were burnt right to the inside, and even trying to move his little finger sent painful jolts up his arms. And he won't be able to change his body for almost 4 months. I'll get you for this, Uzumaki Naruto. The Sannin fled the battlefield, arms and pride injured and objective failed. He had never foreseen that he would be defeated by a mere genin, much less the Hokage. The only comfort that he could take that Uzumaki Naruto was no mere genin, and even that wasn't much comforting. Down the road, Orochimaru would have to watch out for him. XXXXXXX, and there he goes again, Naruto muttered as he saw Orochimaru vanish into the ground. I'm surprised that someone managed to get their hands on that jutsu, Tobirama commented while looking at Naruto with his hands folded. He looked every bit the Hokage he was known to be. Hashirama on the other hand. Tobirama, I told you that it wasn't a great jutsu, he said with a hand running down his face. Tobirama turned an annoyed face to his older brother. Will you be quiet, Anija? I'm trying to talk to this genin. But shut up. It was almost comical how quickly the god of shinobi could fall into depression. As soon as Tobirama asked so politely for his elder brother to shut up, a cloud of rain appeared above Hashirama's head. Naruto chose to ignore the bickering of the brothers and went to check up on the old Hokage, who was now sitting up and watching the bickering with a nostalgic smile. Naruto couldn't think of anything to say, so he just sat down beside him. Were they always like that? Hiruzen chuckled. Always. Their antics never failed to amuse me. But that is what them so great. Naruto tilted his head. What do you mean? Hiruzen gave a cryptic smile. You'll understand in time. Naruto huffed, muttering about old men and their elusive ways of talking. Hiruzen chuckled and patted Naruto on his back. I have to say, you sure do live up to your title, the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha. I expected some extra weapons considering it was your clone who gave it to me, some really good fuinjutsu traps. Boy, you almost gave me a heart attack when I saw the 100-cage Bunshin standing like some sort of army. Naruto chuckled and rubbed his head. What can I say? I didn't know what kind of attack you would be involved in, so I just did the first thing that came to mind. Hiruzen laughed and said, it was excellent, and worth seeing the look of bafflement on my former student's face. But seriously Naruto, I have to commend you. You not only displayed the true characteristics of a shinobi in battle, but you were smart enough to figure out how to counter the Edo Tensei in just minutes, while even I couldn't. Naruto blushed a little at the praise and was about to say something when an incredulous voice interrupted their conversation. Did you say, 100 shadow clones? Both of them turned to see Hashirama with a look of wonder on his face as he approached with his brother. Naruto nodded. Hi, Shodai-sama. Hashirama gave a sly look to Tobirama. That's way more than you were able to do, Tobirama. And he is still just a child. Tobirama grit his teeth, restraining himself from whacking the idiot across the head. Cooling down a bit, he turned to Naruto. You said you were from the Uzumaki clan, did you not? I don't see any red hair, so the blonde must come from your father. And while I knew that Uzumaki possessed chakra reserves large enough to best even the Senju, even the strongest Uzumaki could only make 50 at best. Naruto slowly nodded. It was a fair assessment. If it helps you any, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Both of the previous Hokages were surprised, but not that much. Then it's understandable. After all, only the Uzumaki had life force and chakra strong enough to jail the demon, Tobirama mused to himself. Then suddenly remembering something, he turned to the aged Hokage. What are you doing holding that hat in your old age, Sarutobi? Shouldn't you have found a successor by now? Hiruzen cringed at the reminder of the death of his successor. I did, sensei. But he died shortly after taking the hat. Kyuubi killed him, but he was able to seal it into Naruto here before he died. Hashirama finished with a frown. I don't know what to say about this. On one hand, the Yondaime did a great deed by sacrificing himself to save the village, but on the other hand, he passed a great burden onto you, Naruto. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who frowned in thought. After a moment of thought, he said, well, he couldn't ask anyone else in Konoha to give their child if he wasn't willing to do it himself. Understanding immediately lit up in their eyes. The Yondaime was your father, wasn't he? Naruto gave a proud smile and a nod, that he was. He was also your true successor, Nadaime-sama. Tobirama raised an eyebrow in question. Oh, how so? Naruto explained, he took your jutsu, the Hiraishin, to levels that even you wouldn't have been able to. He was known as Konoha's Yellow Flash. Hiruzen reprimanded Naruto for speaking to his sensei like that. Naruto just gave a shrug, just stating the facts, Hokage-sama. Surprisingly, Tobirama wasn't insulted at all at Naruto's praise of his father. In fact, he chuckled, he did that. Good for him then, for I always knew that jutsu could be refined to become better. If he was able to improve it to such a level, then I hope you surpass him as well. It is the inevitable duty of the future generation to surpass the old one. Hiruzen was smiling like it was the best day of his life. Chatting with his senseis right now felt like the old, peaceful days when he was still training under them. But as much as he enjoyed it, there was work to be done. For one, how to release the jutsu of Orochimaru. Since Naruto negated the control from him, they became nothing more than zombies in the living world. As much as I enjoy talking with you like the old days, please tell me you have a way of releasing this jutsu, sensei. Tobirama scoffed, of course I do. The mere fact that you doubt me is insulting. I had thought of the possibility that a revived soul might escape the control of the summoner, so I created a contingency plan. Anija, follow my hand signs. Hashirama, who was gazing at his village with a sad smile, turned and nodded. With one last look, he walked back to his brother. Just before he started to follow the signs, he turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, in our short fight, I have seen the great potential that you hold. See to it that you don't waste it, and give a shot at the seat of the Hokage if you want to. You know, change the world, bring peace to it. That was my dream when I was Hokage. You have my full blessings. Naruto bowed deep, thank you, Shodai-sama. Then he grinned cockily and said, and I already have my eyes on the hat, Shodai-sama. No one can snatch the position of the Rokudaime from me. Hashirama laughed at the enthusiasm, while Tobirama smiled at it. Naruto reminded him just how his elder brother used to be when they were children. Optimistic at every turn, but serious when needed. Good to know, Naruto. We will be watching, and we look forward to see how you fare. Naruto brightened up like a sun on hearing that. Even though he didn't outright say it, Tobirama had given his blessings to him as well. Even Hiruzen took an opportunity to ask a question that he had wanted the answers to for a long time. Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei, will you please tell me how you managed your paperwork when you became Hokage? His questions triggered reactions that were completely astonishing. He had expected them to look a little in pain about the paperwork, but instead they just gave him pitiful looks. As if paperwork was the least of their problems during their reign as Hokage. You really haven't figured out after all this time? Hashirama asked a bit incredulous. Hope blossomed in Hiruzen. That means you know how to tackle it, sensei. Hashirama smiled and was about to tell him when. Don't tell him, Anija. If he couldn't figure it out on his own, then he's a failure as my student and Hokage. That had the effect of sending Hiruzen into a bout of depression that Hashirama was so familiar with. Hashirama flinched as he saw his student with a rain cloud on his head. Is this how it feels to see me do that? Sensei was still so cruel. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. If you want, I can tell it to you, Naruto offered. Hiruzen looked up, with a gape. How do you know about it? Tobirama butted in with his usual snide remark. You ought to be ashamed of yourself if you can't figure out an answer that a genin like Naruto can. Naruto chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed his head. Just as the two brothers started the hand signs, Naruto remembered something he always wanted to know. Shodai-sama. Hashirama paused and looked at Naruto with raised eyebrows. Shooting a quick apologetic look to the annoyed Nadaime, he said, do you mind if I ask you a question about your Mokuden? Hashirama grinned and dropped his hands to his hips, as if he was proud of speaking that subject. Sure, I can take a question before going. While your Mokuden is highly regarded throughout the shinobi world as a legendary bloodline, how is it that only you possess it and not any of your descendants? Hashirama became unusually serious all of a sudden, prompting Naruto to think that he might have overstepped his boundaries. Even Hiruzen looked a bit alarmed at how personal the question was, while Nadime was eerily calm. All of a sudden, Hashirama opened his eyes and with all seriousness, he exclaimed. I don't know. This time, Naruto really did faceplant as Hashirama started laughing like the goof he was. Hiruzen chuckled as well, while Tobirama finally couldn't hold it anymore and whacked his brother across the head, hard. Let's go already. With that, they finally began the hand signs. After a total of 24 hand signs that Naruto carefully memorized for the future, the souls finally left and returned to where they belonged. What a day, Naruto exclaimed with a big grin. Hiruzen sighed and took out a notepad to write one last thing in it. He outed back before Naruto noticed it. Naruto turned to him and asked with hopeful eyes. So, do I qualify for Chunin, Gigi? Hiruzen outright laughed at the adorable childlike look Naruto got in his eyes. It was rare to see it nowadays. Patience is a virtue, Naruto. He could finally relax. The invasion was over, and Konoha had survived. The week after the invasion was as Naruto expected. Everyone became busy in clean-up duty. The damage to Konoha was considerable, so all the genin teams were under their sensei's supervision and working alongside civilians to rebuild and restore certain areas that were hit harder than the most. One thing that Naruto noticed was that the rookies and their senseis mostly stayed together in a close radius, most probably the sensei's way of giving them all some sort of comfort. Now that Naruto stood at the gates of Konoha, he reflected on the past week and all that happened as he about to embark on his first S-rank mission. Each day, something new and strange happened. Either way, boredom was avoided and excitement was maintained. Flashback, Tuesday. All the genin teams along with their senseis were standing in the Hokage's office, waiting for their orders. Naruto found it strange that Kakashi had himself come to wake him up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He had told him to get ready and meet him at the entrance to the Hokage Tower in 15 minutes. He had disappeared after that. Since it was morning, and Naruto had figured that everyone would be resting considering what had happened yesterday, it took a few seconds for him to register Kakashi's message, and he found several disturbances. First, he had never, ever seen Kakashi this early in the morning. The man had a knack for being late to almost everything. He would always tell them to report at the training grounds around 5 or 6 in the morning, but he would keep them waiting for a grand total of 3 hours, every time. Second, Kakashi never told them to hurry anything up. In fact, the longer they took to complete a mission, the better. Mostly because he wanted to read his porn, but it also might be because of the man's lazy attitude in general. Naruto had almost believed that the man was someone who was impersonating Kakashi, until Kurama pointed out that it was impossible for a shinobi to impersonate the chakra signature of another shinobi. Naruto had reluctantly conceded to the point and had gotten dressed as usual. He proceeded to the destination via rooftops, noting grimly the amount of destruction the invading armies had caused, even though Konoha had won in the end. As the tower came into view, he was surprised to note that all the rookie teams were standing there as well, along with their senseis. As he landed before them, all the attention was turned to him. Naruto had shifted self-consciously at how all of them were looking at him, as if he was someone else entirely. Deciding to save himself the awkwardness, he greeted them. Yo, what's up? That was all that came out of his mouth. He really didn't have much to say, honestly. The first one to react was Shikamaru. What a drag. He is way too chirpy for the morning, he muttered, slumped as usual. Naruto shrugged the comment aside and looked for any sign of his teammates. There was none. Approaching Asuma, he asked, Asuma-sensei, have you seen Kakashi-sensei around? He came over to wake me up, which is kind of strange for him. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette and blew it out, saying, I did see Kakashi a while ago. Don't worry, Naruto, we are assembled due to the Hokage's orders. He has to show up. Hokage personally threatened him with his book collection if he did not. Naruto whistled in appreciation. Not every day the copy ninja with his porn book collection. He went to stand beside Choji, who was looking more cheerful than his friend. Leaning against the wall, he waited for his team. Choji pushed the bag of potato chips towards Naruto. Yo Naruto, want some? Naruto smiled, don't mind if I do. His friend had an unusually big heart. To Naruto's irritation, it took Kakashi 15 more minutes to arrive. And he wasn't the only one who was looking annoyed. The man had the nerve to walk towards them without a care in the world. Kurenai flashed a look of annoyance to him. Really, Kakashi? Keeping the Hokage waiting, again. Kakashi did not look ruffled in the slightest. Relax, Kurenai. We still have a full 2 minutes to report to him. Naruto looked over to his teammates. Sakura looked as if she had literally been dragged out of bed, while Sasuke looked a bit more composed. The small twitches of his eyebrow gave away his irritation, though. He looked at Naruto with an expression he couldn't fully describe, but a sense of foreboding filled his being. He did not like that. The rookie teams then entered the Hokage Tower together, scaling the stairs in awkward silence. They really just made it in time for the meeting. Gigi was sitting in his chair, looking not one bit sleepy and cranky. In fact, he looked just like when he did on regular duty days. He was, as usual, working on some paperwork. All the genin filed into one line, with their senseis standing behind them, waiting for the aged leader to speak. Hiruzen looked over to them from beneath his hat with serious eyes. He seemed to be evaluating them as his eyes passed from each genin to another. Everyone, except Sasuke, shifted uncomfortably at his stare. When his eyes landed on Naruto, Naruto just gave him a look of curiosity, silently asking the question, "What's going on?" Team 7, Team 8, Team 9 and Team 10, he addressed in his old but powerful voice, "I have called you here to address the issue at hand. As you have already seen on the way to here, Konoha has suffered many damages in various parts of the village. Therefore, we need all the shinobi available, here and out in the field, to protect and rebuild Konoha in its delicate position. Therefore, from today on, you won't be doing any missions at all. All of you will be joining the construction duty, resuming missions only when I see it fit. I have already told your senseis on what to do. Any questions?" Everyone shook their heads, so the Hokage dismissed them. As they exited the towers to go to their workplaces, the genin began chattering among themselves, now that the oppressive aura of the Hokage had been lifted. It came no surprise to Naruto that Ino was the first one to start talking. "Why is Hokage-sama giving us construction work? We don't know the first thing about it." She put her arms up. Naruto sighed and answered, "If only to shut her up, that's why we have D-rank missions, Ino. Also, we won't be working by ourselves. Our senseis will be giving us orders in a way that we can follow without getting confused. Lastly, the village needs to be rebuilt, as you can clearly see." Ino frowned and was about to say something when Shikamaru spoke with a raised eyebrow, "Oi, Naruto. You were fighting Gaara in the forest yesterday, right?" And just like that, all of the attention was shifted onto their talk. Ino asked in confusion, "Did you hit your head or something, Shikamaru?" Naruto was fighting Gaara in the stadium, not in the forest. Naruto spoke on behalf of Shikamaru. "You may not believe it because you were caught in the genjutsu, Ino, but Gaara was a part of the invasion force. For some reason, he was about to retreat with his siblings but Sasuke managed to catch up to him. I was fighting somewhere else." He deliberately avoided mentioning that he was the one who fought and defeated Gaara because frankly, he did not want to be subjected to her endless questioning. Her reputation as the gossip queen of Konoha made him wary of her. Plus, by mentioning that Sasuke was the one who fought Gaara, she would likely turn her attention onto him. As he predicted, Ino turned to a scowling Sasuke with stars in her eyes, "So you really did defeat Gaara, Sasuke-kun?" "I didn't have a single doubt." Naruto refrained from smirking as Ino began to pester the details out of Sasuke. Sakura jumped into the conversation as well, not liking how close Ino was being to her, Sasuke-kun. "Back off, Ino pig. Stop laying onto Sasuke-kun. And besides, what do you mean that Sasuke-kun defeated Gaara?" Now this question attracted everyone's attention. The Jonin senseis were watching carefully, ready to intervene in case dangerous information were to be leaked out. They all knew who really defeated Gaara, as they were informed by the Hokage last night when he had called them to discuss what to do today. All the Jonin had questions as to how the Jinchuriki of the sand was stopped. Jinchuriki were, after all, beings that contained immense power, and there were very few who could claim the feat of defeating one that was fully in sync with his or her Biju. The Hokage had given them a full report of what had told him when he had summoned the boy into his office yesterday at a separate time than the Jonin. After the report, heavy shock had settled upon all of the Jonin. To think that Uzumaki Naruto defeated the one-tailed Jinchuriki without resorting to his own tailed beast's power was staggering. And not only that, but he had been instrumental in stopping the snake Sannin, who was here to kill the Hokage. The quality of the information was staggering. Shocked mutters and even a few protests and denials had broken out, saying that it would be impossible to achieve 2 feats such as those on the same day. However, everyone had shut up when the Hokage's killing intent rose up. Hiruzen had thundered that they dare question the word of their Kage. Safe to say, everyone had accepted the information with varying amounts of shock. The boy had done feats that would be impossible for almost every Jonin there was. The Hokage had then given them orders on what was to be done the next day and warned them that the information was to be strictly kept amongst themselves. Not even a whisper was to be let out, or they would be severely punished. Back to the conversation, Sakura was frowning at Ino's statement. She knew her teammates, and while she still had a huge crush on Sasuke, she did not allow that to cloud her judgment. She had seen Gaara fight, and she had seen Naruto fight. She had also seen a bit of how Sasuke fought Gaara before she was knocked unconscious by the giant claw of sand. His speed seemed to have increased very much, and he had a deadly new jutsu, his hands seemed to cackle in lightning. But she could say very confidently that Sasuke could not defeat Gaara or Naruto. When she had woken up, Sasuke had told her that he had managed to escape with her only when Naruto had arrived. So the logical conclusion should be that Naruto defeated Gaara. Ino glared at Sakura. I mean exactly what I said, forehead. Do mean to imply the Sasuke-kun did not defeat Gaara? Just as Sakura was about to reply in affirmative, Kakashi butted in, much to Naruto's relief. Alright, we're here. I'm assigning you your places now so that we don't waste time when the workers get here. We'll start by ourselves until then, so Sakura, you will help over. And like that, the conversation was avoided for the day. All the teams had dispersed to different places into the square, and as the day progressed, the entire discussion had been forgotten. Wednesday. The day before was spent quite fruitfully with all the work they had done. Today, they were to continue where they had left off. As Naruto lifted another of the wooden planks, he was approached by Sasuke, who had his hands in his pockets, trying to look as cool as he could while being covered in dirt and grime. What's up, Sasuke? Sasuke frowned at him and simply said, we need to talk. Naruto looked confused for a moment, but when Sasuke raised an eyebrow, he immediately understood. Sasuke wanted to talk to him about why he let Gaara go. Nodding, he placed the plank in its place and turned to him. You want to have that talk now? Sasuke nodded. He had been thinking on that question for a while now. He knew that Naruto loved his village, but for him to show such sympathy to his enemy was rare, to the point that Sasuke had never seen before. Naruto turned and walked to where Kakashi was doing his own work. Seeing his student approach him, Kakashi paused, raising an eyebrow in silent question. Naruto said, me and Sasuke are taking a break. There's something we need to talk about. Kakashi shook his head, you can't just leave in the middle of work like this, Naruto. The village needs to be rebuilt as soon as possible, so it's for the best if you and Sasuke save your talk aside for later. Naruto just gave him a deadpan and created 2 shadow clones. Pointing towards them, he said, these 2 will substitute for us. I hope that's not a problem now. Please excuse us. He didn't give Kakashi any time to reply, nor did he give Sasuke any time to brace himself. He just grabbed Sasuke and flashed away, leaving Kakashi blinking stupidly at their abrupt departure. The 2 clones took Naruto and Sasuke's place and resumed the physical labor. Kakashi just had one thought. It must be pretty serious if they had to go like that. Naruto and Sasuke appeared right on top of the Yondaime's head. Sasuke almost staggered and fell right over the spike if Naruto hadn't caught him in time. He turned around to tear into the blonde, but surprisingly, no one was there. He turned further to see that C was standing on the edge of the spike, looking over the bustling village. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? Naruto's tone was soft, and Sasuke could not help but detect that there was a hint of longingness. Before he could think about it further, Naruto continued. The village is like a whole family, taking care of each other. The Hokage is like the head of the family, ensuring that there are no disputes. It must be nice, being a part of that family. Sasuke only looked at his teammate in confusion. Naruto's tone indicated that he was detached from the village, something that Sasuke never sensed from the blonde. Sure, he acted quite aloof and indifferent if only to piss people off, but from the day they had introduced themselves to Kakashi, Sasuke had only seen a strong determination in his eyes. Determination to make his dreams come true. Naruto had made it his ultimate mission to become the Hokage of Konoha, but there was something that Sasuke was missing over here. He said something else besides wanting to become Hokage, to make others acknowledge him. That was something that triggered another memory for Sasuke. The word, acknowledge, made him remember his fight with Gaara. Gaara had repeatedly proclaimed that by killing others, he would prove his existence. Wasn't proving your existence the same thing as making others acknowledge you? Sasuke was getting pieces of something, but still lacked the material to make out what that something was. Where are you going with this? Naruto turned to him with a smile. You still don't see it. Sasuke frowned, trying to see where Naruto was leading him but came up with nothing. Naruto chuckled. This is part of the answer to your question, Sasuke. Gaara and I, you could say we are almost like brothers. Sasuke's head whipped up at that. He then suddenly remembered his thoughts during Naruto's fight with Gaara. Gaara's chakra was crushingly malicious, and Sasuke remembering that he had felt a similar chakra of Naruto during their fight with Haku. Is it your chakra? Naruto's eyes showed confusion. My chakra. Sasuke elaborated. When I was fighting Gaara, his chakra was full of malice, killing. I had sensed a similar chakra from you back in Wave. Is that why you say you are like brothers? Naruto chewed on his lips as he thought of an answer. That is part of why I said that. The reason why I let them go is because Gaara reminded me of myself. Sasuke's eyes went wide at that. He had a hard time imagining the usually cheerful but aloof blonde acting like Gaara. There was no way Naruto could be anything like Gaara. Unknowing of Sasuke's thoughts, Naruto continued, he and I share a great burden, and because of that burden, we both have lived our lives as if we were separate from our villages, not a part of them. I've felt the same loneliness and sadness in my life. Gaara thought that you can only become truly strong if you fight for yourself, but that's not true. Sasuke had a hard time on what to think. Naruto spared Gaara because he was able to identify the burden he had. But what burden could he be talking about? What burden are you talking about? And how can you not become strong if you are fighting for yourself? Naruto debated on whether to tell Sasuke or not, but decided to tell him in the end. He might not trust the guy completely, but it was better to tell him now instead of him accidentally discovering it in the future. Are you sure it is wise to tell him, Naruto? Naruto mentally nodded, I'm sure. Verbally, he said, I'll answer your question in reverse, Sasuke. The only way you can truly become strong is if you wish to protect someone you treasure. Sasuke frowned and asked, and what about the first question? Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. He never thought that the first person he would be telling about Kurama would be Sasuke. What I'm about to tell you is still an S-rank secret, with only the Hokage allowed to speak about it, never mind that almost every adult knows it anyway. Don't tell this to anyone. This is my secret, understand? Naruto pinned him with his cold, arctic stare. Sasuke was a bit surprised at how serious the blonde was being, but understood. S-ranked secrets were no joke at all. As you may recall, 13 years, the Yondaime supposedly killed, here he made air quotes as to mock the point, the Kyuubi at the cost of his life. What about it? Sasuke asked impatiently. Naruto folded his arms. Biju are masses of chakra. And chakra is essentially energy. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but only transformed from one form to another. Sasuke's sharp mind linked the facts together. Which means that Biju can't be killed. Naruto nodded. So if the Kyuubi wasn't killed, where is it? Naruto pursed his lips and replied, inside me, sealed away. Sasuke's eyes widened at the revelation. No wonder Naruto was so strong, he thought with bitter jealousy coursing through him again. Why was he chosen to be entrusted such power and not him? It would be foolish of me to assume that you're Kyuubi, since a sealing scroll doesn't become a kunai when a kunai is sealed inside it, Sasuke said slowly, after getting his thoughts in order, and reining in his jealousy. Naruto nodded with a smile, happy that Sasuke hadn't immediately jumped to a conclusion. Then is it the Kyuubi that makes you so strong? Naruto frowned, not liking the insult at all, however unintentional that was. As a matter of fact, no. I worked hard to reach where I am now, Sasuke. Also, you remember the feel of Gaara's chakra when you fought him, right? Then you should have no problem in imagining the reactions of villagers if Gaara would have been in the village. Sasuke slowly nodded, thinking it over. Naruto had access to such power, but aside from Wave, he never once used it. He then remembered the reactions of villagers when they looked at Naruto when he was small. The task of carrying such burden had made him hated by the villagers. As that, Why, you said that Gaara was like you. The Yondaime was arguably the greatest seal master of his time, so there was no doubt that the seal he created to hold the Kyuubi would be strong. Gaara, on the other hand, his seal was shoddy work, and wasn't able to completely take away the influence of his Biju. Admirably though, he was able to hold on to himself, but not without some damage. After I beat him, I told him that there wasn't any reason to not have friends. I had some people that were close to me, but not Gaara. By letting him go, I gave him another chance at making a better life for himself. I do hope he is better off now though. As Naruto gazed off into the distance, Sasuke found that there was much more to Naruto than what met the eye. He had a lot to think about when he got home, namely if he was choosing the right way in becoming strong to kill Itachi. Oh, and I would like my kunai back, if you please. I found out yesterday that I had one kunai missing. I still have to give the next order for them. His voice snapped Sasuke out of his thoughts, and he had the decency to look a bit sheepish at the slightly amused look Naruto was sending. It's really not that hard to guess why you want it, you know. Sasuke mumbled with a bit of red in his cheeks. I was just a bit curious. Is it because of those kunai that you are so fast? Naruto smirked. That's not to say that I neglected my raw speed. But you really should give it back. You can, in no way, decipher its secrets. Sasuke recovered and gave a challenging look. Really? Naruto just deadpanned. Yes, really. You really think you can decipher its function by studying just looking at 5 kanji? You need to be a seal master to even begin to understand the formula. Even I had to put 3 months worth of fuinjutsu into creating the formula on the kunai. Sasuke mentally raged, but that just lasted for a second. He sighed and said, I'll get it back to you by tomorrow. Naruto smiled and stepped closer. Excellent. Now that we have finished our talk, let's get back. Kakashi must be fuming in jealousy at how long we are taking a break. Sasuke noticed Naruto's hand going for his shoulder. He only had a moment to prepare when they were suddenly standing back at their working place, facing a surprised Kakashi. He snapped his book shut and asked, So, you done wasting time? Naruto just shook his head and said, I made sure we had replacements. And don't you take the high road. You were reading that book all the while we were gone. So that day was interesting as well. Sasuke returned his kunai the first thing in the next morning. The next day was probably the best day of the week. On the same evening, Council Chamber. Hiruzen eyed the Shinobi Council with a sharp and critical eye, as if assessing them. The Shinobi Council consisted of all the Shinobi clan heads in Konoha, both major and minor. Some notable heads were Inuzuka Sume, Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Shuza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyuga Hiyashi and Aburame Shibi. There were some empty seats as well, such as the Hataki, the Uzumaki and the Namikaze. It was understandable why the Hataki seat was empty, as Kakashi chose to remain a physically active shinobi rather than becoming a politician. The reason why the Uzumaki and the Namikaze seats were empty was too sad and depressing to delve in. But enough of that. He hadn't called this meeting to reminisce about the past. No, this meeting was called so he could discuss a report of who should be promoted. Now, this may seem a bit of an inappropriate time for such a matter, but he felt that he should address this matter as soon as possible. It was time for him to choose a successor for him, but the problem was that the successor was absent from the village and as such, won't be able to make a logical decision as to who should be promoted. He fingered the notepad before him absently. It contained what he wrote down about everyone he saw fight, and in the event that he was killed, it was his last and final decision as Hokage. He had written down his choices of promotion on the notepad, along with the reasons. He eyed the elders standing on the side. Homura, Koharu and Danzo were his old comrades, but after years of playing politics, they had become too jaded, too much stuck to the old ways. Homura and Koharu he could handle, but it was Danzo he was concerned very much about. His old friend might seem like an old man, along with the other two, but Hiruzen was no fool. Even if he had no proof, he knew without a doubt that Danzo had been involved in multiple activities that he had no knowledge of. And there was no doubt that his old friends would protest against what he was about to do, but he would do it no matter what. Shuzo was the first to open the meeting. Hokage-sama, may I inquire as to why this meeting has been called? Hiruzen nodded and said, This meeting has been called by me to discuss possible promotions for Chunin. That indeed grabbed the attention of the whole council. Even Shikaku sat up a bit straighter, and the elders looked at Hiruzen in interest. Shibi's face could not be seen because of his high collar, but he spoke just like his son. Excuse me for speaking this, Hokage-sama, but shouldn't we be concentrating more on our rebuilding efforts rather than promotions? Hiruzen nodded at him. I concede your point, Shibi-san. But there is another matter I need to address. One that is in conjunction with the promotions. You see, I am now long past my prime, so I have to choose another successor, again. But the problem is that the choice I have in mind is not present in the village for the moment. I fear that when they are chosen, they may not be able to make the logical choice for the promotions, as I am the one who took note of the fights. That seemed to satisfy Shibi, as he nodded and leant back a little in his chair. Koharu spoke next, her voice laced with curiosity. Who do you have in mind, Hiruzen? Hiruzen flipped open his notepad. My first choice for promotion is Nara Shikamaru. This caused mutters to rise amongst the council. Shikaku was now fully awake upon hearing that the Hokage was considering promoting his son to Chunin. His teammates gave him pats on the back with a smile, as a sign of congratulations, but Shikaku waved a hand for them to stop. He had a feeling that the Hokage had more to say. Hiruzen folded his hands under his chin. First of all, I have to say that your son demonstrated excellent strategy against his opponent, Shikaku. He was very methodical and tactical in his approach, and he was able to keep a cool head in front of a seemingly superior opponent. Also, reports of the missions he has done with his team prior to the exam state his capability in leading a team. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. I sense a, but, coming, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded, but even with intellect of such caliber, he lacks some of the necessary qualities to become a Chunin. The foremost that I would like to address is that he seems to lack motivation. The fact that he only fought because Naruto sent him into the arena shows his unwillingness to fight. If he lacks the will to be a Chunin, then I feel he shouldn't receive the rank until he is ready. Homura added his own point. While what you are saying is true, Hokage-sama, sometimes unwilling, but potential candidates such as Shikamaru just need a push. Perhaps the responsibility that comes from being a Chunin might improve his work ethics. Hiruzen thought about it a bit and said, that is true. I also point out that he needs to pull his physical skills up to par in case he finds himself against an opponent he cannot outthink. Only having intellect without having the necessary means to use it is meaningless. However, I put my faith in him that he will strive to improve in order to match the responsibilities that come with the position. Now, I would like to hear the council's opinion. Those who feel that Nara Shikamaru should be promoted, raise their hands. Almost all of the clan heads raised their hands. Both the elders also raised their hands, but Hiruzen was not surprised to see Danzo not in favor of the Nara's promotion. Hiruzen nodded and noted it down. Then it is decided that Nara Shikamaru would be promoted to Chunin. Moving on to the next choice. Uzumaki Naruto. He carefully gauged the faces of everyone in the room. The shinobi clan heads' eyes had widened in surprise, but he was pleased to note that there wasn't any hate or negative feeling he was used to see whenever Naruto's name was mentioned. The elders on the other hand, were simply gaping at him, with the exception of Danzo, who had not reacted at all. Before they could speak, Hiruzen continued. My next choice for promotion is Uzumaki Naruto, but that is not all. I have, after careful thought, considered this. I am nominating Uzumaki Naruto for the position of Jonin. Hiruzen was not surprised at all when gasps of shock and disbelief sounded in the room. In fact, he was willing to bet that if the civilian council had remained, they would have been shouting already. He raised his hand to stop the mutters, lowering it only when the silence had returned. Koharu was the first to speak. Hokage-sama, you surely can't be serious. It was as if she didn't want to believe that the demon container was even being considered for such a position. Hiruzen glared at her. I am not in the mood for jokes, Koharu. Turning to the council, he spoke, before you all start to speak, let me enlighten you as to what happened on the day of the invasion. He first started by telling them how he fought Neji. He highlighted Naruto's use of taijutsu against the prodigy of the Hyuga, but he pointed it out that Naruto had successfully kept Neji on his toes, even landing damaging hits. Hiyashi didn't react for he had already seen this, but the minuscule twitch under his left eye betrayed his irritation of being reminded of the Hyuga clan's defeat against the Namikaze heir. He carefully, orally replayed the fight, saying that Naruto capitalized on Neji's weakness of not being able to see his chakra network, of lack of it. His in-battle intellect was made profoundly clear when Naruto managed to penetrate the supposedly ultimate defense of the Hyuga. Hiruzen also pointed out Naruto's clever use of misdirection as he deceived Neji into attacking a clone, then getting attacked and ultimately incapacitated. He then spoke on Naruto's fight with Gaara. By the day of the finals, everyone knew of Gaara's control over his sand. Hiruzen spoke about how Naruto manipulated Gaara into a position that favored him. His choice of engaging in long-distance combat was sound, managing to eliminate Gaara's strengths, and he had nearly defeated Gaara, if the invasion had not taken place. Shikaku used a question with a raised eyebrow. I understand that it is quite a feat for Naruto to defeat a Jinchuriki without resorting to his own Biju chakra, Hokage-sama. It certainly does speak of Naruto's natural power and talent on the field. He certainly is more powerful than any Chunin that we have, even most of the Jonin, but I still don't see how he can qualify for Jonin. Hiruzen smirked and then proceeded to tell them what exactly had happened during Naruto's fight with Gaara and Orochimaru. After a very lengthy account of Naruto's victories, Hiruzen just sat back with a barely noticeable smirk and watched the conversation unfold. Inoichi was the first one to break the silence. To think that he beat Neji, and nearly beat Gaara 2 times before finally defeating him, that too with Gaara at full strength and with the help of a boss summon of foxes of all beings that is the size of Gamabunta, then he helped out Hokage-sama by successfully turning the tables against Orochimaru. There was a long silence before Shuza broke it. I don't know anyone who can accomplish even half of those things. Danzo, unsurprisingly, asked a question that put Naruto in a suspicious light. Where did he get the summoning contract for foxes? He should have informed us of such a development. Hiruzen didn't even need to intervene as Homura spoke next, as if in a frenzy. Perhaps the Kyuubi was responsible for this. However, it raises a glaring concern as to how did he become so powerful to achieve such feats. Could that be the work of the Kyuubi as well? Shibi was the one who countered the argument. I don't see why you are so worried, Elder Homura. I distinctly remember a meeting long ago in which you had agreed to the suggestion of Danzo-san training Uzumaki-san. Being a formidable shinobi of his time, Uzumaki-san would have become powerful either way. Is there something that we aren't aware of? Though his tone was as polite as ever, everyone managed to grasp the meaning behind it. Shikaku, being the most intelligent of all of them, already knew why Homura was panicking as such. They were only acting like this because the greatest weapon of the village was not under their control. Koharu asked the next question, Hokage-sama, how were you made aware of all this information? Hiruzen just answered, already knowing what she was going to say in reply. Uzumaki Naruto himself told me. In unison, both the elders frowned heavily. Then it is possible that he could have lied about this, Hokage-sama. That was as far as she got before Hiruzen's icy glare stopped her cold. Remember who you are talking to, Koharu. In spite of your bias against Naruto, don't forget that you haven't spoken a word to him all these years, let alone get to know him. You have no right to judge him like that. I have looked after that boy for all his years until now, and I know what kind of person he is. He never had any reason to lie to me at all. Homura asked hurriedly, then you are aware how he became as strong as he is now? Hiruzen glared at Homura. Yes, I was aware, and that is all you need to know about it. But we are straying from the point. Shikaku, I would like to hear what you have to say about this. Shikaku clasped his hands together and said, well, Hokage-sama, from what you have said, I can conclude this: Naruto is an extremely powerful shinobi for his age. His chakra capacity even surpasses yours, his skills in the shinobi arts are formidable as well. His taijutsu is strong enough to best a Hyuga prodigy in combat. His ninjutsu repertoire covers over 4 elemental transformations with high-level techniques, which is more than anything what our best Jonin can say. And from what you have said, Hokage-sama, his fuinjutsu is easily very advanced. If he was able to master the Hiraishin no Jutsu and think up of a counter to the Edo Tensai no Jutsu by the use of a contract seal. It shows how high his battle intellect is if he was able to come up with a way to beat Orochimaru. Improvisation during battle is one of the most crucial things that a Jonin should have. And he has a summons that can possibly rival Jiraiya-sama's. He sat in silence for a while, obviously thinking over the facts. After a few minutes, he turned over to Inoichi. Inoichi, how well do you think he can handle pressure? His friend folded his arms. From what I have heard, very impressively. Not only he defeated Gaara without panicking or losing his head, but he was able to come up with a strategy to end the Edo Tensai in the middle of fighting Orochimaru. Plus, your question really is quite irrelevant, Shikaku. Naruto has been under tremendous stress from the villagers for years, but he hasn't broken even once. In fact, he was able to shape himself into such a shinobi under such stress is proof of his mental strength. Shikaku closed his eyes and sighed. But before he could further think upon this, Koharu exclaimed hysterically, but the Jinchuriki is still too young. She then immediately shut up when a dose of potent killing intent hit her. He has a name, Koharu. And you would do well to remember it. Or have you forgotten just whose progeny he is? Koharu shrank under her teammate's gaze until she reluctantly conceded, Hi, Hokage-sama. Homura took up where she left off, Hokage-sama, Naruto is still too young, and we don't know if he can be fully trusted or not. Hiyashi bluntly crushed his argument, Uchiha Itachi was an Anbu captain at his age. Hitaki Kakashi also became a Jonin at Naruto's age, becoming a Chunin at 6 years old. The Yondaime was a year older than Naruto when he became a Jonin. Your argument has no strength, elder. Turning to the Hokage, he said, I am in favor of your motion, Hokage-sama. I have faith that Naruto will be able to deliver quite well as a Jonin. That started off a chain of reactions that resulted in every clan head agreeing. The elders were mollified and they vehemently protested against this, but in the end, they were just that. Advisors to the Hokage, Danzo did not show outward reaction, but in the inside, he was calculating. The Jinchuriki of a village should be powerful. Even though ours is, I am doubtful of his loyalties. With such power, he would be difficult to control. Hiruzen looked over to Shikaku. What about you, Shikaku? What is your decision in your capacity as the Jonin commander? Shikaku placed his hands on the table. Well, Thursday. The day had begun quite interestingly. For one, Naruto had a very good night's sleep. He had dreams of Temari and him bathing in the hot springs, and this time, they really did kiss. The kiss turned out to be so hot that when Naruto had woken up, his sheets were wet. Oh man, this feels so messy and weird, he groaned as he got up from the bed. Kurama was full out laughing in his mind. Ha 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 ha, you had a wet dream about the sand vixen. Oh, I wonder what you saw. Naruto groaned. Kurama, I don't understand how you can be a pervert. That is Jiraiya's job. And why do you keep calling her vixen? Who are you kidding? You have strong feelings for her. Feelings you know you won't have for any other female. Naruto sighed. Am I to assume that vixen is your way of calling her my lifelong partner, which won't be happening like, ever? That is exactly what I'm saying. And I don't know about ever. Naruto sighed, and when he was about to take his sheet off to clean, his eyes went wide. What the hell? Almost the entire sheet is wet. Safe to say, it was an eventful morning. After he got dressed and met up with his team, he found out that he was cleaning out a whole building today. As usual, he went to work without any complaints. However, he only did it himself for 2 hours before he said, fuck it, and produced over 80 shadow clones. He turned to his team and said it with a straight face, you're way too slow. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke, along with the other shinobi and civilian workers in the area, only watched dumbfounded as the horde of blonde shinobi went to work. Naruto looked proudly at his clones for a moment before turning to his team with a quizzed look, what are you looking at? Sakura came up to him with disbelief and a bit of rage, you couldn't have done that earlier. Naruto pretended to think about it for a moment and then said, no, I needed to do my 2 hours of physical training before that. Plus, you really shouldn't rely on my shadow clones, Sakura. You could do with a bit of physical conditioning. Sakura could only gape as Naruto joined his clones in the building. Kakashi blinked before turning to Sasuke, he's a bit different today, isn't he? Kind of on the chirpy side. Sasuke just gave the customary Uchiha grunt and returned to working. Yesterday's talk really made him think about what he was doing. Naruto said that true strength comes only when you have something precious to protect. Gaara had claimed during his fight that pain of loneliness and hatred led to more power. And it was hard to prove him wrong, for Sasuke shared the pain with him. But the day before, Naruto had told him that protecting people or anyone you held close gave you a kind of strength like no other. He never had doubted that Naruto was incredibly strong, but fighting a tailed beast not only at full power but also beating it into the ground. That was totally crazy. When Gaara lay defeated, so did his philosophy. Sasuke had clearly seen the defeat in the redhead's eyes. In the end, both Naruto and Gaara were insanely powerful. The difference was, Naruto was happy with his life, while Gaara's was filled with nothing but hatred and insanity. Up until now, Sasuke had been following Itachi's path. He had shunned away everyone. He resented any kind of bond that formed, but now that he thought about it, was he really growing stronger, or had he been stunting his growth? The answers had deluded Sasuke all night, resulting in a restless sleep. There was so much weighing on his mind, that he was at a loss as to if the answer he would arrive at be really right or wrong. Naruto, well, more like his clones, had cleared almost half the rubble by noon, after which they decided to take a rest. "Woo, man, that was some good workout," one of them said while grinning. Another one said on the floor, lying in spread eagle position. He groaned, "You're unbearable." Another watched the interaction with a slightly amused look. "You realize that you are essentially talking to yourself, right?" Before the conversation could continue, they all vanished in puffs of smoke. Naruto dropped the half-ram with a sigh. "I'm starting to think I am mentally unstable. I'm calling myself unbearable." Naruto turned to see Kakashi waving at him. "We have to go to the Hokage's office." Naruto frowned. "Why? The cleanup isn't done yet, so why would he be calling the teams over now?" Kakashi shook his head and gave an eye smile. "No, not the teams. Just you and me." Naruto slapped his hands to get rid of the dust. He shrugged. "Let's go, then." He grabbed a hold of Kakashi and flashed right outside the Hokage's office. The secretary jumped and shrieked in surprise, while Naruto and Kakashi gave her bored glances. Kakashi had revived his habit of getting used to random flashes of light. He said in a bored tone, "The Hokage called for us." The receptionist nodded shakily and went in to alert the leader. The sound of footsteps saw them turning around to face Asuma and Shikamaru coming towards them. As usual, the shadow user was slouched, muttering something under his breath. Naruto smirked and leaned against the receptionist's table. "What's the matter, Shika? You seem quite grouchy today." Shikamaru glared at him like the devil. "Don't play dumb, jackass. You know exactly what this is for." Naruto walked over to him and slung his arm around his shoulder. "What's up with you? How can you not be happy with a promotion? I'm surprised you are getting promoted in the first place, considering that you forfeited your match." While the genin were chatting, Asuma walked up to Kakashi, who had pulled his book out. "Yo, Kakashi, so Naruto is getting promoted as well." "Looks like it, Asuma," came the bored reply. Asuma frowned at him and said, "You know, you should be proud that your genin is getting promoted on the first try, Kakashi." Kakashi sighed and closed his book. "I would be, Asuma, but I can only be proud when I have trained him in the first place." Asuma's frown changed to confusion and was about to say something when the secretary came back out. "Kakashi-san, Asuma-san." When both the Jonin nodded, she said, "Hokage-sama will see you now." Hiruzen stared impassively as the summoned shinobi walked into his office. Kakashi and Asuma went to stand aside while Naruto and Shikamaru stood right in front of the Hokage's desk. Naruto smirked as he gazed at his Jiji. The man looked positively tired, not of the invasion, but of the pile of paperwork that was high enough that it was about to topple off his desk. Hiruzen looked at both of the genin, doing a mental assessment of them as was his habit before beginning any meeting. If both of them were excited, they were doing a very good job of hiding their anticipation. Shikamaru was, as usual, looking the epitome of the Nara clan. Shoulders slumped, hands in the pockets and an expression that said, "Please don't bother me or I might just die." Naruto, on the other hand, he looked a bit different than what he usually looked. Naruto always maintained a cool and aloof expression, an indifferent and bored air around him that was reflected in his way of speaking. However, today he looked slightly upbeat than usual. His posture was a bit straighter and he looked ready for any sort of action that might come his way. Also, he did not like the way he was smirking at his losing battle with paperwork. "Nara Shikamaru," he barked in a sharp voice, and was pleased to see him stand a bit straighter. He cracked a small smile and said, "Congratulations, your exemplary performance in the Chunin exams, as well as the commendable actions on your part with your other genin colleagues and senseis during the invasion, have earned you the promotion to Chunin. Here is your standard Chunin vest, wear it with pride." He got up from his chair and took the vest from beneath his desk, walking around the table. He handed the light green vest to Shikamaru, who looked at it speculatively and muttered, "Troublesome." But Hiruzen could see the small smile on his face and the smallest amount of smugness in his eyes. The boy was proud to be a Chunin. "I have faith that you will be able to handle your responsibilities efficiently, and strive to become better for the sake of your subordinates." Shikamaru finished zipping up the front and bowed a little. "Hi, Hokage-sama." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the aged Hokage. What is he playing at? Kakashi and Asuma were perplexed a bit as well. It was the procedure that when more than one Chunin qualifies from their village, they are promoted at the same time, not individually. If both Naruto and Shikamaru were going to be promoted, they would have been promoted at the same time. As such, only Shikamaru got promoted to Chunin. If Naruto wasn't getting the promotion, then why was he here? Their question was answered a moment later. Uzumaki Naruto, Hiruzen intoned, causing Naruto to raise his head a bit, for your outstanding performance in the Chunin exams, having a major hand in failing the invasion by defeating the Sans Jinchuriki and foiling Orochimaru's plans by countering his technique and thus, saving your village, I hereby grant you the promotion to Jonin. There was a pin-drop silence in the office. Asuma's jaw had dropped open, and his cigarette had fallen on the ground. Shikamaru was also looking at the Hokage in shock. Kakashi's single visible eye had widened so much it looked as if it were about to fall out. Granted, Naruto played a major role in stopping not only the Sans invasion, but Orochimaru as well. Hell, Kakashi would be hard-pressed to beat just the Sans Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru was totally out of his league, even with his Sharingan. He was certain that there was no way Naruto won't be promoted to Chunin, but skipping it and directly becoming a Jonin. That was a lot of responsibilities for someone of his age. Hokage-sama, are you sure that Naruto is ready for the burden that comes with the position? Asuma's voice snapped Kakashi out of his thoughts. He looked over to Naruto, who had raised an eyebrows in surprise. Poor kid must have been caught totally unawares, he mused. But as he thought about it, Naruto was more than qualified for the position. All the time he spent with Naruto as a team, Naruto had shown all the qualities of a formidable ninja, both in mind and body. Not to mention, he was a leader in the making. He is better than I was at his age, he thought. During his time with Minato-sensei, he had thought that he was more than ready to be a Jonin and a leader. Oh, how wrong he had been. He had been a total douchebag in those days. Hiruzen gave a nod and turned to Naruto. Naruto, do you think you are ready? Naruto snapped out of his shock and looked down in thought, carefully thinking over his answer. I always believed that I would become a Jonin one day, Hokage-sama. I never expected the day to arrive this early, though. However, if there's one thing that I have learned about life, is that it has a knack of catching you off guard. All you can do is be prepared at all times. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Hiruzen gave a nod in agreement. So what is your answer? Naruto took a deep breath and relaxed. I'll do my best, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen smiled proudly when he saw the rock-hard determination in Naruto's eyes. There was no doubt that Naruto would let him down. I'll hold you to your word, Jonin Uzumaki Naruto. He went around his table and took out a storage scroll from his drawer. He put it on the table and opened it, pushing some chakra into it. In a puff of smoke, the unsealed object was revealed to the room. A vest with much darker shade of green, like Asuma and Kakashi. Hiruzen picked it up and walked back around the table, handing it to Naruto with both hands. Congratulations. As Naruto took the vest, he was surprised to note that it was exactly his size, if not a bit bigger. He turned questioning eyes to Hiruzen, who just winked and whispered as if it was a secret. They always fit, was the cryptic comment. Naruto snorted softly and took off his half-sleeves jacket, revealing the full sleeves, high-collar black t-shirt. As he sealed it into a scroll and put it in his hip pouch, Shikamaru muttered from beside him, how in the hell are you not sweating in all that black? Naruto shrugged, in a way that looked oddly graceful. There's so much you can do when you are a master of seals, Shika. My clothes have temperature seals scribed inside of them, to keep my body cool and at optimum temperature at all times. Pretty cool, won't you say? Shikamaru groaned while the Hokage chuckled, that was terrible. Asuma murmured to Kakashi, I'd kill for something like that. Kakashi replied back, me too. Naruto finished zipping up the vest, and Hiruzen, Kakashi and Asuma barely kept their jaws from falling. If not for his height and hairstyle, no one would have been able to tell the difference between him and the Yondaime. Even the clothes looked identical. Naruto seemed to read their minds as he spoke up, pointing towards the photo frame of his father. Let me guess, I look exactly like him, don't I? Why yes, Hiruzen stuttered as Naruto walked up to the frame. The occupants of the room watched curiously, wanting to see what Naruto would do. Naruto gazed into the stone-cold eyes of his father. The same eyes that sent enemies running in the opposite direction, and the same ones that he was sure that were full of love when he was brought into this world. I'll make you proud, he whispered so softly that even a dog present in the room would have been hard-pressed to hear it. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, he turned back grinning. So, now that I'm a Jonin, I have a question for you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled. You know, you don't really have to call me sensei anymore, we're equals now, as you said. Asuma grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Same here, Naruto. Naruto bit the inside of his mouth. Alright, Kakashi it is. What burden of the Jonin position was Asuma talking about? Kakashi raised a stunned eyebrow in response. Well you see. Asuma can tell you. Asuma sputtered, being suddenly shoved into spotlight. What? I mean, well the burden is quite large. Naruto smirked and folded his hands, while Shikamaru looked on curiously. Hiruzen just put his hands behind his back and enjoyed the show. He knew that Kakashi just lazed around all day and read Ika Ika, while Asuma just played shogi with Shikamaru majority of the time while the rest of his team trained. The time that was left was spent with Kurenai. Naruto waved a hand. Never mind, I'll see it for myself. Putting a hand around Shikamaru's shoulders, he guided the shadow user to the door. Come on, Shikamaru, we've got to rub this in everyone's faces. The two dead lasts were the first to become Chunin and Jonin. Shikamaru tried to get Naruto's arm off his shoulder. Let go of me, you blonde, troublesome bastard. This is all your fault. Really, how come you're not happy at your promotion? Promotion means there is only more work that I would have to do. As the two bickered and walked away, Asuma took a deep breath of his stick and exhaled. Wow, that was a close one. Kakashi shook his head. He really gets you with his comments sometimes. Actually, he may just have hit the nail on the head, Hiruzen piped in. You two really don't look like you have a burden. Both of them turned at him, annoyed. You really can't say anything, Hokage-sama. Your burden increases each second, Kakashi said, pointing to the growing paperwork. Hiruzen grinded his teeth in frustration. Where in the 7 levels of hell is this coming from? Construction site. It was break time, and the rookies were all sitting together, eating their lunches. Ino and chatting with each other, for once not obsessing over Sasuke. Hinata was shyly eating her lunch as well, making small conversation with Tenten beside her. Lee wasn't sitting with the rookies, opting to sit with Guy-sensei. Kiba was animatedly chatting with Choji, with Shino quietly sitting beside them and speaking in between sometimes. Sasuke sat a bit further from the group, eating slowly while in deep thought, but not completely unaware of the group's conversation. And then he unleashed a huge tornado of water out of thin air. Can you believe that? Choji vigorously nodded as he finished off the last item of his lunch. I never knew Naruto had such a high affinity for water. We don't know many things about Naruto. Why? Because Naruto hid his true strength from us all this time. However, from his performance in the Chunin exams, it is likely that Naruto is Jonin level at least, Shino pitched in. Kiba scratched his chin. For once, I agree with you. Speaking of Naruto, he has been gone for a while. Where is he? Choji spoke up in agreement. Now that I think about it, even Shikamaru has been gone for a while. Their conversation attracted others' attention. Hinata, Tenten and Sakura looked at them curiously, while Ino was more vocal in her curiosity. Yeah, where is that deadweight? He must be slacking off, leaving all the work to us. Shino pushed up his glasses. Not likely. That's because Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei are absent from here as well. Ino huffed and crossed her arms. Asuma-sensei is no better sometimes. And I haven't heard any better about Kakashi-sensei from Sakura. Sakura nodded. True, Kakashi-sensei is perhaps the laziest person I have seen. But Naruto never slacks off, like ever. Anyo, and Naruto-kun is very hardworking, Hinata meekly said, poking her fingers and blushing at merely the thought of the blonde. Wow, people are talking about me even though I just got promoted. The eyes of all the rookies widened when the familiar voice caught them off guard. It came from above them, so they turned to look and promptly dropped their jaws. There stood Naruto and Shikamaru, in flak jackets. Naruto had his arm around a grumbling Shikamaru. That was the first thing that everyone noticed. Why you went to get promoted? Naruto chuckled at Ino's stutter and they both dropped down in front of them, allowing the rookies to get a better look at the two of them. Shikamaru now wore a light green vest over his clothes, a mark of his new rank as a Chunin. However, what perplexed them was that Naruto was wearing a similar vest, but instead of light green, it was a darker shade. Sakura smiled at them. So you are now a Chunin, huh Naruto? Naruto looked like he was barely keeping from grinning full out. Not exactly. Hokage-sama saw fit to promote me straight to Jonin. Huh, that was the exclamation that came from Ino, Sakura and Kiba. Shikamaru scowled and shrugged Naruto's arm off, walking to join a gaping Choji. As always, Shino was unperturbed. Hinata blushed a darker shade of red upon seeing how good Naruto looked in the jacket. You got promoted straight to Jonin. Is that even possible? No fair. Of course, Naruto patiently answered the questions, and accepted the congratulations. Apparently, Shikamaru's promotion was not that interesting as Naruto's. He looked over to Sasuke, who was carefully looking at him. Sasuke felt a twinge of jealousy course through him when he saw that Naruto had been promoted straight to Jonin, but nothing more than that. Rational thought took over and he realized that Naruto only got what he deserved. Naruto deserved more than Chunin, and Sasuke didn't know whether to feel happy for his friend, or disgusted with himself for being so weak. Congratulations, he reluctantly said, not meeting Naruto's smirking face. You may be strong now, Naruto, but don't think you'll remain the strongest. I'll be damned if I let you get ahead of me anymore. I heard you beat Gaara, Naruto. Neji didn't stand a chance in the first place, did he? Tenten asked with a sad smile. Naruto mirrored her expression. No, he didn't. Naruto turned to Sakura, who just smiled and gave him a warm hug. Because Naruto was 5 inches taller than her, his chin rested on her head. I'm happy for you, Naruto, she said softly. She knew Naruto would go far. All she could do for him is support him. Naruto returned the hug with a smile. I'm so glad that you do. Naruto released the hug and looked towards Hinata, who froze at the gentle smile on his face. Naruto mentally chuckled. He wasn't stupid. He knew Hinata had a huge crush on him since the beginning of Academy. He only made the connection from their interactions that Hinata liked him recently, after he first kissed Temari. Sorry Hinata, that I could not return your feelings. My heart belongs to Temari now. You deserve someone who will understand and return your feelings. Someone better than me. He walked over to Hinata, stopping right in front of her. He knew that if he grabbed her in a hug as well, she might very well faint. Hinata, he smiled, you look a bit under the heat. Are you well? Hinata only turned redder. Why yes, and Naruto-kun. See, congratulations on your P promotion. Naruto chuckled. She was just too easy to embarrass, something he might have to break her out of. He then noticed Ino sauntering up to him, squeezing his arm. So, Naruto. Now that you have become a Jonin, what will you do? Naruto rose an eyebrow. This wasn't how Ino usually behaved with him, invading his personal space. He rather preferred Temari's touch rather than Ino's. It's better that you stick to Sasuke, Ino. He gently removed her arm. Ino pouted, you're no fun at all. Then suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. What's wrong? His words were met with silence as she continued studying his face intensely. Several seconds later, she finally spoke in a murmur, you really do look like him. He was not expecting that. What? The Yondaime Hokage, she emphasized. Shikamaru yawned from behind her. Of course he would, you troublesome blonde. They are father and son. Ino's eyebrow twitched as she slowly turned around. What the hell, Shikamaru? Alright everyone, break's over. Get back to work, Naruto announced. He was perplexed when he saw everyone looking at him oddly. What? Kiba pointed a finger at him. Don't go ordering us, Tem. Naruto tsked and shook his finger side to side, as if addressing a child. Be careful how you speak, Kiba. As your superior, you have no choice but to follow my orders. Kiba sputtered angrily, but reluctantly got up from his spot along with everyone. Shikamaru walked up to Naruto with a smirk. Should you really be doing that, right after you've been promoted? Naruto gave him a puzzled look as he walked over to a pile of rubble himself. What are you talking about? I'm simply doing my duty as a Jonin of this village. You get to work as well, Shika. Shikamaru scoffed, but turned around and headed to work as well. Good thing he's working as well, or I would have socked him in the jaw, he muttered. Flashback end. The next 4 days passed interestingly. News of his promotion to Jonin seemed to have spread overnight, and the next morning when he reported for work, every person that he met was congratulating him. The most annoying thing about it was that they addressed him as Namikaze-sama, or Uzumaki-sama, once he corrected them. His natural smile had become totally forced after he was congratulated by the 20th person in the same manner. Eventually, he just used Shunshin to reach his destination, but even there people were present just to congratulate him. It eventually became so annoying that he had to excuse himself to the Hokage's office. Man, if this is what celebrities have to deal with, I feel sorry for them, Naruto muttered as he sat in front of Hiruzen. The old man simply chuckled as he continued doing the paperwork in front of him. For once, he enjoyed doing the verbose bullshit. Naruto being the source of amusement might have been a factor. Better get used to it, for in the future, things will only grow, Hiruzen countered while signing another form. Naruto gave a sigh of frustration. Right now, I want to put all my efforts into rebuilding the village. It's not helping if the people start talking to my shadow clones as well. Hiruzen lifted his face to look at the blonde. Intense frustration was radiating from him. His muscles were all tight, shoulders tensed up. The boy looked like if someone congratulated him right now, he would probably coil up like a spring with tension. Then perhaps you would like a diversion. Naruto rose an eyebrow. I could use a diversion. Hiruzen got up from his chair and walked towards Minato's photo frame. Naruto watched curiously as Hiruzen sped through hand signs and pressed his hand on the frame. A click sounded and the frame opened up into some sort of safe. After pressing some keys, the safe opened up and Hiruzen pulled out a scroll. He closed the frame and blew air on the scroll to get rid of the dust. This is something that the Yondaime entrusted me with. I believe it belongs to you, he said as he passed it on to Naruto. Naruto recognized the blood seal right away. Cutting his thumb, he swiped it across the seal. He expected it to be a storage seal, but instead of an object, writing became visible. Those look like instructions to reach certain places. Naruto hummed in agreement as he studied the coordinates. As he studied them some more, making numerous calculations in his head, pieces of a puzzle started to come together. They were written in a way that no ordinary shinobi could crack. Only someone armed with the knowledge of the sealing arts could solve the puzzle to these 9 coordinates in total, each in a specific location and direction in relation to the village. He abruptly stood up. I'll take my leave, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen watched Naruto leave with a pensive look. Even he did not know what was on that scroll. He resumed his paperwork. Perhaps Naruto may see it fit to tell him. XXXXXXX. Naruto sat down just outside the village gates, shaking his head at how late the man was. He looked over to the gate guards, who were animatedly whispering to each other, not so subtly pointing at him. He scoffed. He had become the talk of the village in such a short time. Nothing new, but it was better than the glares and frowns of the village. He sighed. He never knew Jiraiya had it in him to be late. Considering he was the one who approached him for this mission. Flashback, yesterday, he had just returned from his investigation of the coordinates on the scroll. He flashed directly back into his apartment, and damn near killed the intruder standing before me. Oi, it's me. Naruto stopped slashing the kunai, arrow senin. Jiraiya groaned, what will it take you to call me by my proper name? Naruto shrugged and put his kunai away, serious situations, I guess. Besides, I don't see what's wrong with having an affectionate term to call my godfather. Jiraiya snorted as he sat back down on the couch, affectionate, my ass. Naruto removed his shoes and went for some water. Anyways, would you care to explain why you broke the security seals to my apartment? You really ought to improve up on that amateur job. I know you are capable of doing better. Naruto huffed. Those seals are meant to stop normal shinobi and civilians, not a seal master like you. And you haven't answered my question. Jiraiya suddenly grinned. Brat, you made Jonin on your first try into the Chunin exams. I'm damn proud of you. I heard the tale from Sarutobi-sensei. Defeating a Jinchuriki all by yourself and then sending my old teammate running with his tail between his legs right after defeating the said Jinchuriki. I'm so proud of you, and your parents would be too. Naruto smiled at the enthusiastic man. I'm sure they are. Now why are you here? At once, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. I've got a mission of utmost importance, and I want you to come with me. Naruto sat down across from his godfather. What's the mission? To find the future Hokage of the village and bring her back. Naruto did not say anything immediately. He thought over it for a few seconds. A female Hokage, out of the village. There was only one female who came to Naruto's mind as he thought of the circumstances. Are we, by any chance, going to retrieve Senju Tsunade? Jiraiya seemed taken aback. Why yeah, but how did you know who we were to retrieve? Naruto shrugged. Come on, it's really not that hard to figure out. A female candidate, absent from the village and strong enough to be considered for the position of the Hokage. There is only one Konoha Kunoichi that fits that description, and it's Senju Tsunade. Jiraiya shook his head. You really know your facts, don't you? Most of your generation doesn't even know about us. Naruto rubbed his neck sheepishly and chuckled. I like reading is all. Then he turned serious and asked, even if I agree to come with you, what's in it for me? I'll teach you a new jutsu A rank, some really good stuff. Naruto wasn't impressed. Is that all? Just one. Brat, this jutsu is really not your average jutsu. But just because I'm such a generous man, I'll throw in one or two more for you. You good with that? Well, I guess I can't say no to a Sanin. When do we leave? Tomorrow, 1, in the afternoon. Oh, and before I forget, we have to talk about one more thing on this mission, Jiraiya grinned. What's that? But the man was already gone. Naruto shook his head. He had better get some rest for tomorrow's mission. Flashback end. Wake up, brat. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see Jiraiya standing in front of him, an impatient look on his face. This is no time for sleeping. Naruto snorted loudly and got up. You're the one to talk. I've been here since 1. It's 2 now, you're late. Jiraiya folded his hands defensively. I was collecting some very important, last-minute information. For your book, Naruto mumbled as he began walking. Hey, watch it, and it's a wonder how you managed to stretch your last minute into an hour, Naruto continued, neatly dodging the blow to his head. They had been walking for over 2 hours, with one short break in between. Nothing had been out of the ordinary, and shockingly, there had been periods of silence where neither of them would say anything, opting to enjoy the silence. Everything was good, until Naruto finally decided that he should do something productive to pass his time. Hey, Ero Sennin, he called, gaining the other man's irritated attention. Without waiting for him to speak, he continued, do you know the reason why we are looking for Tsunade? Jiraiya gave him a confused look. I thought you knew about her being the new Hokage. Or have you forgotten? Naruto scoffed. I have a photographic memory. I forget nothing. In a more serious voice he continued, but it's not about that. I'm asking whether you know why she abandoned the village. Jiraiya flinched at the bluntness of the statement. As much as he wanted to correct Naruto, there was nothing he could say to refute the statement. He knew about Tsunade's losses in the last war, and why she chose to leave the village, but Naruto's words carried a harsh sense of truth to them. I do, but it's not my place to tell, he replied. Naruto frowned, but said, fair enough. If he did not want to tell, it was fine. He could learn it later on his own. But there was something he needed to know. Is she a missing nin? Jiraiya almost missed his step at the question, turning to glare at the blonde. What? Naruto was not at all perturbed by Jiraiya's sudden anger. He reiterated, I asked if she was a missing nin. Jiraiya was indignant. Do you even realize what you are saying? She is related to the first 2 Hokages by blood and the student of the third, not to mention one of the legendary Sannin, who by the way, were granted traveling rights by the daimyo of Hai no Kuni himself. Naruto adjusted the strap of his backpack a little. This was the first time he was wearing one. I know that, trust me. The books are full about the feats of you 3. Tsunade's legendary prowess as a medic is known throughout the world, but answer me this. She has not stepped a foot in the village for the last 10 years, and by extension, not performed a single mission for it. Once I asked Gigi that why was it that you were allowed to spend so much time outside the village. He told me that you were only allowed to do so for you had a spy network to maintain, right? Jiraiya frowned, but was still confused as to where Naruto was leading him but nodded nonetheless. Which means that you are only allowed to travel as long as you keep doing missions for the village. If we go by that context, Tsunade has been abusing her Sannin traveling rights. Not only has she been out of contact and sight of the village, but she hasn't done a single mission for Konoha for quite an extended period of time. Not unlike a missing nin, won't you say? Jiraiya had narrowed his eyes at the end of Naruto's question. Naruto's words felt like ice-cold water rushing down his back. Everything he had said had been brutally correct. But it was his teammate they were talking about. And he would be damned if he let anyone talk about her this way without knowing what she went through. Watch your mouth, brat. You don't know what she has been through. Jiraiya's tone held warning, and Naruto took that as his cue to drop the topic. It was obvious as sunlight that Jiraiya deeply cared for Tsunade if he was defending her like that. But from Jiraiya's statement, he was able to learn that Tsunade went through quite a few losses, and she left the village to have some time to herself. But 10 years was way too long, and if they were retrieving her, it was quite clear for him to see that Tsunade had no real intention of coming back to the village herself. But there was something he still couldn't quite understand. Everyone had dead people, but that was no reason for them to be stuck on them for such a long time. For a seasoned shinobi like Tsunade, she should have been able to let go and carry on with her life. So why didn't she? He would have to learn for it himself. After 15 more minutes, a town came into their sight. "All right, brat," Jiraiya's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, "we're approaching a traveling town, so here are the rules." Since Tsunade is quite elusive of the shinobi sent for her, blending in is necessary from this point on. So remove your Jonin jacket and hit I-8. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. "Oh, sure. Bright blonde hair is totally blending in. Not to mention a large, gorilla-sized man in bright red clothes and white hair longer than an average girl." Jiraiya whacked Naruto's head, causing the blonde to yelp, "Don't mock the hair, brat. And I blend in very well, thank you very much." Naruto sighed as he sealed his jacket and hit I-8 into a scroll and put it in his backpack. He took out a single, black-colored sash, tying it around his head like the hit I-8. "Sometimes I wonder how is it that you became a spy master." Jiraiya smirked, "I have my secrets." Naruto shook his head as he took out his black and red, half-sleeves jacket as well. He always felt incomplete without one. "I'm sure you do. Is this good enough?" Jiraiya inspected him with a critical eye. "It's passable." Naruto frowned. "Why, what's wrong with this?" Jiraiya smirked and pointed a finger at his godson. "Oh, nothing's actually wrong. But trust me, you'll be attracting a lot of attention from the female kind with that kind of look." Naruto froze for a moment. He took a moment to properly blurt it out. "Say what?" Jiraiya laughed heartily as they closed in on the town. "Don't worry, Gaki. It's actually a good thing. You don't get many chances to appreciate the female body. The lips, the curves." Naruto made a disgusted face as Jiraiya's expression turned into a look worthy of a super pervert. For Kami's sake, the man was making grabbing motions in the air. He did not need to be an expert to know what Jiraiya was imagining. He kicked the man in the shin. "Get a hold of yourself." Jiraiya was the one who yelped this time, clutching his shin painfully and hopping on one foot. "You'll pay for this, Naruto." Naruto was smirking as he continued walking ahead. "I probably know more about how the female body feels up close than you do, Jiraiya." His steamy makeout session with Temari was one of his most treasured memories. XXXXXXX. Naruto and Jiraiya wouldn't have been in such a mood if they knew just what was happening in Konoha. Two intruders slipped quietly into the village, undetected. They were covered with black coats with a pattern of red clouds, quietly sitting down in a tea shop. They wore wide-brimmed straw hats to cover the parts of their faces shown above the high collar of the cloaks. The shorter one of them, who was eating dango, was the first to notice. He motioned to the larger one, the three Jonin who were eyeing them. Quietly, they paid their tab and left the shop. "We should leave. It appears that the Jinchuriki isn't here," a low, monotone voice said to his partner. The cloaked strangers kept walking. They were passing a lake when they both stopped. Silently, they turned to face the two newcomers, Suma and Kurenai. "You two don't seem to be from the village. Who are you guys?" Asuma asked in a voice that meant all business. "It's been a long time, Asuma-san," Kurenai-san, the shorter one commented in a rather pleasant tone of voice. "So you are a shinobi of this village," Asuma commented, puffing on his cigarette. "What did you come here for?" The shorter of the duo lifted his straw hat slightly, revealing his eyes, both of which had a blazing Sharingan in them, which made Asuma and Kurenai go wide-eyed. "No doubt about it," Asuma muttered as the shinobi removed his straw hat and unbuttoned his cloak slightly, revealing a young and handsome face with black hair, lines under his eyes, and a Konoha forehead protector with a slash through it. "Uchiha Itachi. So, you're already acquainted with Itachi-san, huh? Then, I also need to introduce myself," the taller of the duo said as he removed his own straw hat, to reveal a blue-skinned man with very sharp teeth, beady eyes, and what looked like gills on his cheekbones. "Hoshigaki Kisame, nice to make your acquaintance." "You're not making an acquaintances here," Asuma said with a small smirk on his face. "It looks like we've got the task to take you on. Itachi-san, your home village doesn't seem to like you very much," Kisame commented. "I've also heard of you," Kurenai said, staring at Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, formerly of Kurigakure no Sato. A renegade ninja wanted by numerous countries, including the Water Country, for for assassinating a feudal lord, and sabotage, as well as various other crimes. You boys are listed as S-rank criminals in the bingo book, you know, Asuma said, the smirk disappearing. Itachi, coming back to this village after what you pulled. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, I have no wish to kill you, Itachi said. Please do not interfere with my affairs. Can't really just walk away, Asuma said. What is your purpose here? Suddenly, Kisame grabbed his sword and swung it down with enough force to crack the ground when it hit, kicking up a lot of dust. This person is quite annoying, the shark man said, a grin on his face. Shall I kill him? It does look like we can't leave the village without a fight, Itachi said, not looking away from Asuma for a second. But don't overdo it, your style attracts too much attention. It's settled, then, Kisame said as he lifted his sword again to rest it against his shoulder. For a few moments, there was silence as everyone just stared at each other. Then, Kisame moved with incredible speed, swinging at Asuma, who drew a pair of trench knives and blocked the swing. Asuma gritted his teeth as he struggled, the sword coming lower and lower. I'm being pushed down by just the tip of his sword. What kind of monster is he? Slowly, the sword was placed against Asuma's shoulder, which made Kisame grin. The shark man pulled the sword back, making Asuma grunt in pain when he felt something tear against his shoulder, looking to see the bandages coming off the sword's tip, revealing not a blade, but a series of downward-facing scales running along the entirety of its length. My great sword Samahata doesn't cut, it shaves, Kisame announced with a grin. Suddenly, Asuma grinned slightly, despite the pain. Kurenai, you're late. Kisame's eyes widened as it appeared as though he suddenly started sinking into the ground, but Itachi looked quite unaffected, even as roots shot up from the ground and wrapped around him, a tree forming behind him. Above the Uchiha, Kurenai came out of the tree trunk, raising a kunai. This is the end, Kurenai announced, stabbing the kunai downward. A blink was all it took, and Kurenai suddenly found that the tables had turned. All of a sudden she was the one wrapped up in roots, and before her stood Itachi, looking emotionless as usual. Genjutsu of this level have no effect on me. This is Genjutsu counter, Kurenai thought as Itachi drew a kunai. She closed her eyes and bit her own lip, drawing blood. The pain was enough to cancel the Genjutsu, and she opened her eyes in time to see Itachi coming at her. She ducked, the swipe from the kunai only managing to cut a few of her hairs, but that wasn't enough. A foot came flying at her at an intense speed, and she raised her arms to block. The kick was powerful, though, and sent her flying out over the river. Kurenai, Asuma yelled, looking in her direction, which made Kisame chuckle as he raised his sword again. Not paying attention will be the end of you. The sword came swinging down just as Asuma turned to him, but Asuma was caught off guard so easily. He leaned to the side to avoid the swipe of the large sword, and slashed Kisame's face. The aforementioned nin's eyes widened as blood trickled from a small cut that was made by Asuma, with his wind-covered blades. Itachi looked down at Kurenai with dispassionate eyes. Nicely blocked, Kurenai-san. But this is the end. For you. Itachi's eyes narrowed and glanced to the side, behind him where the owner of the said voice was standing. Kakashi glanced at Itachi's back with his Sharingan. There was no doubt at all that even if he held a blade to Itachi's back, the Sharingan wielder was anything but helpless against him. He grimly thought, fighting Itachi is no pushover. He must have gotten stronger than when he left the village. I'll have to assume a worst-case scenario in this fight. Time skip. Kakashi was barely standing as he gazed at the two missing nin. He was out of strength, breath and chakra. He had made a foolish mistake of looking into Itachi's eyes, and now he was done for. Just what the hell was that? Kakashi tried to analyze just how did Itachi possess such a strong genjutsu. His eyes certainly didn't have this ability. Itachi had called the technique Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu of his design that was somehow connected to space-time, for Itachi had tortured him for over 72 hours in there, while in reality, only a second had passed. He didn't know just how Itachi had did it, but it had clearly worked. Kakashi was out of the fight. He fell down to his hands and knees. No, I can't black out now. The reinforcements should be almost here. I'll have to stall them. Why are you two here? Itachi spoke as if he did not fight at all, were after the legacy of the Yondaime Hokage. Kakashi wasn't surprised at all, while Asuma's and Kurenai's eyes had widened. By this time, it was no secret to the whole village who that was. Asuma muttered, "You are after the Kyuubi inside Naruto, aren't you?" The silence was enough of an answer. Kakashi knew he had to stall them for a little more time. I know you aren't the only ones who are moving around. The name of your organization, it's Akatsuki, isn't it? Itachi's eyes widened imperceptibly, while Kisame had a more visible reaction. A surprised grunt escaped his throat as he stared hard at Kakashi. Kakashi mentally smirked. It was a good thing that Jiraiya-sama had told him about the organization that was after people like Naruto. Kill him, Kisame, Itachi suddenly ordered. The blue man grinned savagely, with pleasure. He raised his sword and blazed towards Kakashi, intent on chopping him into pieces. Konoha Goriki Senpuu. The kick caught Kisame right in the face, sending him skidding across the surface of the lake, back to Itachi. Kisame righted himself, and was met with an odd sight. A man in a green, spandex one-piece suit with a Jonin flak jacket. His most noticeable features were his bowl-cut hair and thick eyebrows. Kakashi sighed in relief. Guy, who are you? Guy settled into his taijutsu stance, Konoha's noble blue beast. Meta Guy, Kisame snorted, you should take a closer look at yourself. You look more like an odd beast. Guy didn't seem to hear him as he easily lifted Kakashi onto his shoulders and said, you too. Open your eyes, but don't look Itachi in the eyes. Asuma and Kurenai opened their eyes, taking in the scene. Itachi closely analyzed the scene and weighed his odds. Guy was exceptionally strong, and he had ways to fight the Sharingan. Also, he must have signaled the reinforcements on his way to here. They needed to get out of here. Enough, Kisame, he softly said. When his partner looked at him in confusion, he said, we've attracted enough attention. We did not come here to start a war. We're leaving. Kisame sighed in genuine disappointment as he put away his sword, and I was just starting to get excited, but it seems we have no choice. Itachi and Kisame then disappeared. Asuma and Kurenai relaxed as Guy shifted Kakashi a bit. He turned around and said with a serious voice that he rarely used. I don't need to tell you that the return of Itachi to this village must be kept a secret from a certain someone, do I? Asuma and Kurenai nodded. We'll tell the others to keep their mouths shut around him. Guy nodded and then smiled. Good, then I will get Kakashi to the hospital. XXXXXXX. Naruto sighed in mild irritation as he spun his kunai in his fingers almost lazily, sitting on his bed in the hotel room he and Jiraiya had rented for the night. This was only supposed to be a small stop in the town until Jiraiya had spotted a pretty young woman who had winked at him. Almost immediately, Jiraiya had waved him off to find a hotel room for the night while he gathered some information. Naruto snorted. He knew damn well Jiraiya was following after the woman from earlier like a lovesick puppy. And he thought that this was an urgent mission. Still, there was something that Naruto had noticed when the woman had winked at Jiraiya. First off, Jiraiya was not even that good looking. He was just an old man in his 50s. No sane young woman would so much as even look in his direction that way the woman from earlier did. Second, the woman was pretty. Pretty as in above average pretty. She wore a strapless dress that was designed to show off her well-endowed chest and long legs, along with high heels. She could have gotten any man, but she went straight for Jiraiya. She did not even glance at the other men that were standing in the lobby with them. That was another thing that rang alarm bells in his mind. Also, it looked as if that woman was dressed to entice, or seduce someone, unless she was heading out on a date, that too alone. Why would a woman dress up to entice Jiraiya? Also, Jiraiya had been correct in the regard that he would attract female attention. As soon as they had entered the town, whenever they would pass by a girl close to his age, she would blush and giggle. It was slightly confusing and scary to be honest. One girl was brave enough to even come to him and asked if he wanted to spend some time with her and her friends. He had barely kept from freaking out, and Jiraiya had just walked off somewhere, leaving him alone to deal with the girl. Thankfully, Naruto was able to gently let her down by using the classic excuse he was here to train with his master and the time for training was drawing to a close. The girl had been visibly disappointed, but had understood. Surprising him, she had whispered an address in his ear, telling that if he was free, he was allowed to come over there. And she had kissed him on the cheek before leaving. Who the hell kisses random strangers on cheeks? Before Naruto could think up on this further, the knock of a door snapped him out of his thoughts. His eyes narrowed as he sensed two large chakra signatures outside his door, one astoundingly enough, a bit bigger than his own. The other one, he sensed, was shockingly similar to his teammate, Sasuke. There was no way he was going to answer. The door himself. His danger sense was ringing bells in his head. He soundlessly created a shadow clone, who began to move towards the door. His footsteps were loud enough for Naruto to cover his own as he flipped out of the window. He knew that whoever was outside wouldn't be fooled by it, but it would have to do. He doubted that they were here just to say hello. He would have flashed over to Jiraiya to get him, but that idea had a risk. First of all, if he suddenly flashed in the middle of a crowd and disappeared with a person, it would cause panic in the crowd. Yeah, not happening. Looks like I would have to give him a noticeable signal to arrive here, Naruto thought as he flipped up to the roof and headed to the window at the end of the corridor. Naruto opened the door and found himself looking up into a pair of a fully matured Sharingan. His first thought was Sasuke, but then his thought process kicked in. First, this guy was taller than him, and Sasuke was 4 inches shorter than him. Second, his hairstyle was different, and he had tear troughs under his eyes. Third, he wore a Konoha Hitai 8 which was slashed, indicating he was a missing nin. Yep, he was facing Uchiha Itachi. Shit, I never thought I would have to meet Uchiha Itachi of all people. The clone thought as he diverted his eyes from the Sharingan to Itachi's forehead. He carefully kept his face blank of any emotions. To think this boy contains the Kyuubi. Came a voice from beside Itachi, as a very distinct figure came into view. This man was taller than Jiraiya, and he had very obvious blue skin and shark-like features, such as facial markings that resembled like fish gills. He was also carrying a very large, bandaged blade. His clothing matched Itachi's, a long black cloak with red clouds on it. He was also wearing a slashed Kiri Hitai 8, making him a missing nin. Unless I'm mistaken, which is a very low chance, this guy is a former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. And what's the deal with his chakra? It's almost as big as Prime's, maybe even a bit bigger. And they know about Kurama, so I can guess they are here for him. Naruto-kun, you're coming with us, Itachi said in a monotone as he gazed at his target. He was not expecting Naruto to look like this at all. No, he wasn't talking about how he was gazing at a literal, carbon copy of the Yondaime. He was talking about Naruto's stature. He was expecting a genin, a 12 to 13-year-old. Naruto looked like he was almost 15 and not a genin at all. Instead, Naruto's posture did not portray any fear or anxiety one might have when facing a S-rank criminal. He was smart, for he immediately averted his eyes to his forehead. The posture was straight, and very carefully guarded. Itachi might have thought he was relaxed, even if not for the barely noticeable tensing of shoulders and the subsequent clenching of fists. Naruto stared hard at Itachi. Why, let's go outside the room, Itachi opted to say. He watched, in silent approval, as Naruto carefully stepped out of the room, keeping him and Kisame in his sights. He came to stand in front of them, keeping his feet slightly apart, and hands at his sides. Naruto had no intention of running, for Prime should be here any moment now. His job was only to distract. So he began talking. Why do I have the honor of meeting Uchiha Itachi and a former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist? If Itachi was shocked, he didn't show it, because he was damn good at hiding his emotions. People found blank walls easier to read instead of him. Kisame, however, grinned. A smart one, aren't you? Naruto just folded his hands across his chest and gave the shark man a dry look. I don't need to be smart in order to label you as one of the 7 swordsmen. Your giant sword gives it away, not to mention the slashed Hitai 8. Kisame turned to Itachi. Itachi-san, it would be a bother to us if this kid keeps moving around. Perhaps I should chop off his legs. Naruto didn't even look the least disturbed at the threat. In fact, I dare you to try. Kisame chuckled and slowly moved forward, clutching the handle of his sword. Your bravado is amusing, but you must be a fool if you think you can stand and win against me. Itachi watched as Kisame closed onto Naruto. Something was wrong here, he thought. Naruto looked like he won't be making a move anytime soon. He was relaxed, too relaxed. Move, Kisame. The command was spoken softly, but it still carried power and urgency. Kisame heard it and was barely able to move in time, for Naruto glowed and exploded with a bang, blasting the walls and any area near him. Meanwhile, Naruto heard the bang and smirked from his position outside the window of the corridor. The explosion was something he hadn't taken into account, but it wasn't a bad thing either. The clone's job was only to distract the newcomers, but this works as well. A good thing the entire floor was empty. He would go through the memories later. Itachi and Kisame stared at the spot where the clone used to be. Exploding Cage Bunshin, Itachi whispered in the slightest wonder. It looks like Naruto was smarter than he previously thought, and very perceptive too. He had known the danger of them and had a shadow clone answer in his place. They had been talking to a shadow clone all this time. Kisame gave a grunt of irritation as he looked at his slightly burnt hand. It had been way too close. Looks like the Jinchuriki is going to be more trouble than we thought, he muttered as he healed the burn with his chakra. Itachi, on the other hand, was thinking what this could mean. Naruto was obviously not here. He was out and had left a shadow clone in his place to keep guard. That, or Naruto had somehow known they were here and had gone to call Jiraiya. But, they both jumped a bit sideways, letting the bolt of red lightning pass in between them and collapse while on the end of the corridor to splinters. Itachi and Kisame turned their heads to see the real Naruto standing behind them, right hand extended and the other holding a kunai. Naruto smirked at the looks on their faces, more like the look on Kisame's face. Itachi was as blank as empty paper. Kisame was baring his sharp teeth in annoyance. I can't believe you fell for that. Apparently, Kisame did not like the mock at all. So one second he was standing beside Itachi, the other he was right in Naruto's personal space, sword ready to cut him. The power behind the strike was enough to shatter a piece of the wall behind him, and would have sliced Naruto in half. Keywords. Would have. Kisame did not know of the danger sense Naruto possessed, nor of the slower perception it granted Naruto. The danger sense rang loudly, and the world had slowed down for Naruto as soon as Kisame had taken the step towards him. Naruto had watched in slow motion as Kisame flew towards him. He would have to give credit to the guy, for he was almost as fast as Kakashi, with the blade. So he was right in front of Naruto in only a second. Oh, and neither Itachi nor Kisame knew of the marking Naruto had put on the other end of the corridor as a safety precaution. Kisame shattered part of the wall in front of him with Samahata. He had intended to cut off the legs of the brat so he couldn't run anymore. But to his shock, he wasn't even standing in front of him anymore. Over here, Slowpoke. Kisame whirled around to see Naruto nonchalantly leaning against the wall on the opposite end of the corridor. Even Itachi couldn't conceal his surprise as his eyes were wide as well. Kisame's wide eyes reflected his thoughts clearly. How did he move so fast? I didn't even see him moving. Itachi's thoughts were a bit more sophisticated than his partner's. While it was a bit much to cut off Naruto's legs, it would certainly make their job easier. He had thought that Kisame had gotten Naruto with that strike, but he had dodged it. Not only that, but it looked like he barely put any effort into it. Even with his Sharingan, he hadn't been able to track Naruto's movement, and that was speaking something since his Sharingan was of the highest evolution. That was the speed Naruto had so nonchalantly pulled off. All he had seen was a tiny, almost unnoticeable flash of neon blue. It was almost like he had teleported. Itachi's train of thought was brought to a sudden stop. Surely not. He couldn't have mastered that jutsu, there's no way. Kisame slowly walked back to where Itachi was standing, his face cleared of the shock from earlier. He could see from the look on Itachi's face that even he hadn't seen the boy move. He slowly grinned in excitement. This might be a challenge after all. It's been a long time, Sasuke. XXXXXXX. Naruto may acted playful on the outside, but inside he was all serious. That sword, he had felt as if it wasn't just taking his life. There was some sort of pull in that sword, but Naruto had flashed away before it could make contact. Seemingly, it could take chakra of its opponents. Also, Jiraiya should have reached here by now. He had caused 2 explosions enough for Jiraiya to come here as fast as he could. He had activated his sensing, and he was sensing Jiraiya closing in fast. However, he sensed another person that caused a pit to form in his stomach. Why the hell was he here? It's been a long time, Sasuke. Naruto watched with narrowed eyes and a small hint of annoyance as he noticed Sasuke standing behind the 2 missing nin. Kisame turned around to glance at the newcomer as well. Who? Sasuke represented the classic picture of a guy wanting revenge. Form straight, legs spread slightly apart, hands at the side and hair shadowing the front of his face. When he glanced up, Naruto could see it. The Sharingan was blazing, and the burning hate in those eyes was unmistakable. Uchiha, Itachi. Sasuke was trembling in rage as he gazed at his older brother. When he had found out that his brother was in the village courtesy of a loose-lipped Jonin looking for Naruto of all people, his blood had nearly turned to ice. He knew Naruto was strong, very strong for his age. Strong enough that he had been promoted straight to Jonin. But his brother was in another league entirely. No matter how powerful Naruto was now, Itachi would utterly destroy him. He had immediately set off in pursuit of his teammate. It was fortunate that the old man at Ichiraku was kind enough to tell him that Naruto had left the village with Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sannin. That popped a question in Sasuke's head as to just what was Naruto doing traveling with one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Nevertheless, he had ruthlessly pushed the question at the back of his head. Concern for his teammate had overridden his logic, not to mention the rage smoldering inside him at the piece of news that Itachi came for Naruto and not him. He had immediately run off to the closest town, counting on the fact that they could not have gotten far if they had only set off 2 hours earlier. It had taken him only half an hour of running close to full speed to arrive at the nearest town. He had then stopped for a quick breather for 5 minutes, before resuming his search for Jiraiya and Naruto. After 15 minutes, he was ready to pull his hair out when suddenly, a loud explosion sounded not far away from where he was. He had turned to see one of the inn's upper floors exploding outwards. It had been fleeting, but he was able to catch the distinct red lightning that Naruto used. He had immediately rushed over there. He wasn't disappointed at the sight that met his eyes. Naruto was certainly there, confidently leaning against the wall and facing 2 people whose backs were facing him. One was a ridiculously tall man, holding a large, bandaged sword that reminded Sasuke of Zabuza's sword. The other one though, it has been a long time. Sasuke. Sasuke's blood boiled at the painfully familiar voice. The same voice that he had loved hearing, and the same voice that had advised him to hate him to gain power to kill him one day. The same voice that slaughtered his parents, his entire clan without an ounce of mercy. Uchiha, Itachi. His vision went red as rage started to cloud his mind. This was the day he had been waiting for so long. The day he would finally kill Itachi and avenge his clan. Naruto could see that rage was beginning to cloud Sasuke, as any and all sense of rationality seemed to leave him as soon as he caught sight of Itachi. He frowned. There was no way Sasuke was ready to take on Itachi, a S-class missing nin at his current power. Even Naruto knew that he would only last 1 or 2 minutes, after which the ex-Anbu captain would finish him off, flying thunder god or not. Sasuke, control yourself. You cannot beat him. Even Naruto knew that it was the wrong thing to say, but frankly, he had nothing else to say that could stop Sasuke at this point. He could only hope Sasuke would regain some of his rationality. Stay out of this, Naruto. Okay, maybe not. He watched with wide eyes what happened next. Sasuke screamed in utter fury, rage unlike anything Naruto had ever seen before. It was as if Sasuke was screaming his soul out, willing that Itachi burst into flames on the very spot. He watched in befuddlement as Sasuke burst in a sprint towards Itachi, and the latter's complete lack of caring that his brother was running at him with lightning aimed at his heart. Naruto slowly fell into a loose stance as Itachi just grabbed Sasuke's wrist seemingly without even trying, and redirected Chidori's power towards the side, causing the third explosion in the hallway. Sasuke struggled to get out of Itachi's hold as the power of his jutsu died out. Naruto weighed his options. He couldn't use a jutsu, for there was a very low chance that he wouldn't hit Sasuke. Oh well, no one ever said everything could be solved with jutsus. 8 shuriken went sailing across the air, approaching the enemy shinobi with deadly accuracy. Kisame just snorted and used his large sword to simply bat the shuriken away. Itachi glanced at Naruto for the attack, and Sasuke took this chance to once more attack his brother. Why you're annoying. The statement was said so dismissively that Naruto felt that Itachi was simply dealing with an annoying housefly, not a person hellbent on killing him. Also, following the statement, was the clean, snapping sound of Sasuke's wrist breaking. Naruto sighed in annoyance as Sasuke screamed in pain and bent over, clutching his broken wrist. This really might set back all the progress he had made with the Lord of Emo. Kisame suddenly ran forward, intending to land another strike on Naruto. Naruto brought his kunai up, ready to dodge or block. Before he could do either of them, smoke burst in front of him as a toad appeared, blocking the sword with a forelimb guard. Naruto did not drop his guard as he spoke to his savior. You sure took your sweet time coming here, sensei. Jiraiya arrived on the scene from the window on Naruto's end of the corridor, one leg propped up on the sill while the other was flat on the ground, carrying the body of an unconscious woman. The same woman that Naruto had seen earlier. He muttered in annoyance, You couldn't have left her in the room or something. Jiraiya clearly heard this, but ignored it as he set the girl down and walked up to stand beside Naruto. Don't be like that, Naruto. My timing was perfect. Turning to the two missing nin, he pointed his finger at them. Nice try, but a distraction like that could never work on me. It did though, didn't it? Naruto whispered to the older man, only to receive a harsh nudge to his ribs. He wisely backed off, opting to let Jiraiya handle this. However, he was surprised when Jiraiya was about to engage the two. Sasuke got up and snarled. Itachi is mine. He shot forward to try and catch his brother off guard. Of course, like the time before that, his ass was handed right back to him. Naruto watched with an impassive face as Sasuke was abused like nobody's business, with Itachi not holding back on him at all. Kisame saw this and grinned. You don't seem to be too concerned about your teammate, Naruto-san. Naruto had to bite back the instinctual response of that it was Sasuke's own stupidity that he was being beaten like that. Did he really think he was as strong as a Sannin, who were among the only few people in the world who could match Itachi? Instead, he replied, "Oh, I'm concerned all right. It's just that I don't wear my heart on my sleeve like that impulsive moron." Sasuke grunted in pain as Itachi ruthlessly punished him. He could feel that his ribs were at least cracked, if not broken. His stomach felt like it was being crushed with each strike to it, and he was starting to see three Itachis. He couldn't even cry out in pain as Itachi held him up against the wall by his throat. What is this difference? The gap between us is as large as ever. What the hell have I been doing all this while? Foolish little brother. Itachi's voice might have been a monotone and uncaring, but there was no mistaking that he scorned Sasuke in the moment. You still don't have enough hate. You are pathetically weak. Perhaps you need something to refresh your purpose in life. Naruto watched with a considerable amount of concern as Sasuke suddenly started screaming like there was no tomorrow. Kisame only chuckled without any sort of mercy. As cruel as always. It seems he used Tsukuyomi on his little brother. Naruto was just about to act when suddenly, Jiraiya raced through a series of hand signs beside him, slamming his hands onto the ground. Naruto watched in wonder as the entire hallway transformed, got covered in some sort of a fleshy substance. He watched as the flesh wrapped over Kisame's feet, causing the giant man to curse. Jiraiya smirked. Kuchiyos, Gamaguchi Shibari, you two will made good food for the giant, fire-breathing rock frog. As he said it, fleshy tendrils erupted from the flesh and moved towards the cloaked nin to ensnare them. Naruto whistled in appreciation at the offensive and defensive power of the technique. It was not only capable of attacking whatever was inside it, but protecting as well, evident from the way Sasuke got swallowed behind a wall of flesh. Neither of them saw Itachi close his eyes, but both of them felt the explosion that rocked the hallway. The fourth one today, Naruto absently noted as he ran around the corner with Jiraiya, eyes going wide in surprise. Jiraiya cursed in shock somehow. They were able to burn a hole through the organ of a frog that breathes fire, he realized. Fascinating, Naruto muttered as he observed the black flames, keeping a safe distance. He had never seen black flames before. In his life, as far as he knew, white flames were the hottest, followed by the blue one and the yellow flame. Another interesting thing he observed was that unlike regular fire, this one kept on burning without showing any sign of getting extinguished. He suddenly remembered that he had a teammate who was attacked by AS rank missing nin. He turned and headed to the spot where Sasuke was buried in the guts, leaving Jiraiya to seal the flames in a scroll. After sealing the black fire, he cancelled the frog mouth jutsu with a heaving sigh. He returned to where Naruto was sitting before the Uchiha, seemingly examining him. The aforementioned Uchiha was pale, giving an absent look to the wall in front of him. It was as if he was asleep and conscious at the same time. Wow, he really didn't hold back on you at all, it seems, Naruto muttered in slight concern as his hands lightly brushed over Sasuke's chest area. The flinch told him all he needed to know. He lifted Sasuke's shirt, observing the impressive bruises forming on the boy's stomach and ribs. If what he heard was correct, take small breaths. You don't want to aggravate your possibly broken ribs, Naruto advised him as he closely observed the pupils in Sasuke's eyes. With a sigh, he stood up. Okay, this is how it. He was suddenly cut off when a kunai blazed past him, lodging itself into the wall. He watched in amusement as Jiraiya's face met a blue ninja sandal, the following body screaming out, dynamic entry. Jiraiya flew with the kick, crashing into the opposite wall all the way down the hallway. Naruto shook his head with a resigned look. Wasn't he the one who preached how a shinobi should always mind his surroundings? Damn it, guy, what's wrong with you? Jiraiya growled out, rubbing his face to try and take away the sting. Guy wilted a little, bowing apologetically to Jiraiya. My apologies, Jiraiya-sama. Guy shouted. Naruto reflected absently that all the man ever did was shouted. I had come to retrieve Sasuke-kun, but it seems I mistook you for an enemy ninja. Here he looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his head and sweating slightly under Jiraiya's glare. Whatever. You came here to take the Uchiha, right? Get the kid and go already, he needs to get that wrist looked at. Jiraiya said with a wave of his hand. Not just the wrist, Naruto said as he stood up. He needs immediate medical attention for his cracked, possibly broken ribs, bruised stomach with possible internal bleeding, psychological damage and first-degree concussion, in addition to the broken wrist. The last part was said while glaring at Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked incredulously at Naruto along with Guy. How can you possibly know about all of that? Naruto sighed and gave a look of boredom. It's really not that hard. If you paid close attention to the beating he was getting, you would see it too. The broken wrist is obvious. The heavy bruises around his stomach area usually account for internal bleeding, but you never can be sure until proper examination. The cracked ribs are also obvious, I heard it. Don't know about them being broken though. Psychological damage is from the eye technique that Itachi seemingly used on Sasuke, for he suddenly started screaming, followed by transition into a semi-conscious state. The concussion is also obvious as well, for if you take a look at his pupils, one pupil is dilated a bit more than the other. Jiraiya and Guy gaped at the thorough diagnosis. While not on a level of medic nin, Naruto's diagnosis was quite logical, now that Jiraiya thought about it. The way that Naruto said everything was obvious, told a lot about the way Naruto was used to looking at life. Logical conclusion derived purely from observation. The kid was pretty damn good. He would make a pretty good spymaster, if not for his dream of being Hokage. I think I should see to it that Sasuke-kun receives medical attention as soon as possible, Guy said as he tenderly picked Sasuke up. Moments like these, geniuses spouting off something, made him feel a bit awkward and inadequate. He then raced off, shouting off, springtime, and youth. Naruto and Jiraiya's sweat dropped at the man's excessive behaviors, before shrugging it off. Every ninja had their quirks, Guy was just a bit more unique than the others. So, you know why those guys were after me? Not you, more like what's inside you, Jiraiya answered. Naruto put a hand on his stomach, where Kurama's seal was. Why, at this point, I don't know. All that matters is, anyone who wants the power of Biju that isn't a Jinchuriki isn't up to any good, Jiraiya explained, sighing heavily. Looks like we'll have to be careful around those guys, don't we, Kurama? Indeed, we can never be too careful, even if your seal is one of the strongest in existence, Kurama replied. Naruto patted his stomach. I doubt anyone has the key to open this seal. Turning to Jiraiya, he said, we should leave, don't you think? A nod, and they both gathered their belongings, after which Jiraiya shunshined them right outside the town. They resumed their walking in silence, each thinking about what happened back there. Jiraiya tried to think about what the Akatsuki would need all the Biju for, while Naruto thought about a possible addition to his Hiraishin. Namely, how he could summon anything that was marked by him. So, what does your teammate look like? The question snapped Jiraiya out of his thoughts as he looked over to the blonde beside him. Seeing his questioning look, Naruto elaborated, if she's your teammate, she obviously must be pretty old, right? Jiraiya snorted in agreement. Well, Tsunade's pretty vain, you see. She's addicted to gambling, but her luck is so bad that she is known as the legendary sucker. On top of that, she has a habit of taking money from moneylenders and never returning it. So she's almost always on the run. He rummaged in his vest for a picture of what she looked like now while Naruto shook his head in mild disgust. She sounds like a kleptomaniac and a coward. Jiraiya paused in his search to give a harsh glare. Watch it. This time, Naruto didn't back down as he glared back. Why, is the truth so hard to hear? A kleptomaniac is a person who cannot help but steal for personal use or financial gain. Seeing as she steals money only to gamble it away, she certainly classifies as one. And she's a goddamn coward because she is always running away from her problems, instead of facing them. In the words of her grandfather, the Shodai Hokage, a shinobi is the one who endures. What you have told me, she is a disgrace to the title of shinobi, let alone Hokage. His danger sense rang true as he ducked beneath the punch that would have broken his jaw, and caught the left roundhouse to his right temple. He matched the glare of his godfather in ferocity. Reality is hard to accept, isn't it? Naruto could feel the waves of malice coming from Jiraiya. They both were locked in a glaring match until Jiraiya dropped the glare and sighed heavily. He started walking again, with Naruto following behind him shortly. Silence rang for a few minutes, until Naruto broke it. I won't apologize for speaking out the truth. I wasn't going to ask you to. The reply made him look at the older man in surprise, and for the first time, Naruto saw sadness on the usually jovial man's face. Everything you said is true, in a way. I knew it long before you said it, I just didn't want to say it out loud, he shrugged, but can you blame me? I am biased I am her former teammate. He smirked softly, your pragmatism astounds me, Naruto. Then again, given the way you have lived, I should have expected that. Naruto shrugged, putting his hands in his pocket. I had no other option but to face whatever was in front of me. There was simply no way I was going to give up on a dream that I knew I could accomplish. Jiraiya nodded as he finally found the picture. Here's your answer to your earlier question. Naruto took the picture and felt his eyes bulge out. Holy shit, there's no way she's above 50 and this hot. He gaped at the picture, dragging his eyes back to Jiraiya's knowing smirk. This has to be a genjutsu, right? Jiraiya nodded. Permanent one, I have to point out. She is on run, after all. Naruto handed the picture back. So, where do you think she is? I don't know. The response earned him a look of deadpan from his godson. Feeling stupid, he hurriedly explained, we have to go to the next town to pick up more information. After that, I'll give you the training I promised to you. Naruto folded his arms, can I start the jutsu training at least? Jiraiya thought about it. The jutsu did have 3 steps to be completed and none of them were easy. He supposed it wouldn't be too bad to give Naruto a head start. Fine. He then took out the water balloons from his backpack. We're going to use these. Naruto gave a wary look to the man, you're not making fun of me, right? This is a real jutsu. Jiraiya bonked him on the head, baka. The real jutsu comes after you master the basics. Now watch closely. Naruto carefully observed what Jiraiya was doing, his senses active. But he didn't sense anything, at least not in the beginning. His eyes narrowed as the balloon was poked outwards in several directions at the same time, making it burst in the man's hand. Jiraiya smirked at the thoughtful look on his apprentice's face. No doubt, he was trying to figure out what happened. Now you try it. He tossed a water balloon to Naruto, who held it thoughtfully. The next 15 minutes were very peaceful for Jiraiya as he began thinking on how to convince Tsunade to return to Konoha, willingly, without blackmail. A bit harder than it sounded, but he was confident he would find a way. After all, he had insurance in the name of Uzumaki Naruto, who. Got it. The words so nonchalantly spoken brought Jiraiya out of his thoughts. Wide-eyed, he turned to see Naruto still holding the balloon, intact. His face quickly gave way to annoyance. How exactly have you got it? Naruto looked up from the balloon to say the annoyed face. What? I said I got how you popped the balloon. Not that I have popped it already. Jiraiya folded his arms. Tell me. Naruto shrugged, if you insist. You rotated the chakra in your palm in multiple directions. The high number of rotations of water happening at the same time increased the pressure inside the balloon to the point it becomes too much and it pops. Jiraiya simply stared at Naruto in disbelief. In only 15 minutes, this boy had figured out the first step of the jutsu and explained it as if he was answering a question in a class. But the theory by itself isn't enough. Alright, your theory is correct. But will you be able to apply it, now that you know it? Naruto smirked. Nothing is impossible, Ero Sennin. I may haven't told you yet, but I don't have a chakra network. Which means, I have a direct control on my chakra instead of controlling it through chakra coils. Whatever you can do, I can do better. The water started swirling in multiple directions, just like Jiraiya's, in the balloon until it finally popped after 5 seconds. Naruto held out a hand to a gaping Jiraiya, can I have some more? He spent the next hour popping water balloons with the other hand and sometimes, both hands. It was fun, and it kept him entertained. Not to mention, it was good training. After popping the balloon, he focused on how quickly he could pop them. He managed to get the time down to 1 second, making him grin. He finally looked at Jiraiya. What's next? Turns out, it was a rubber ball. And, It was definitely harder to pop than the water balloon, considering there was only air inside and the rubber shell was thicker than a balloon. The theory of the first step certainly didn't work for the second step, and Naruto carefully kept his face free of emotions, for he absolutely refused to give the smirking sage the satisfaction of knowing just how frustrated he was. His genius was baffled to a previously unreached degree. They passed and stopped in several towns over the course of the next few days. One time, Jiraiya tried to con him for his money so he could visit a brothel. Flashback. Naruto and Jiraiya smiled as they looked over the bustling crowd in the marketplace. Looks like a festival is going on, doesn't it? It's a pretty famous one, if I remember correctly. Naruto stretched and bounced the rubber ball in his hands. He still hadn't popped it, to his immense frustration. Then would you mind if I look around a bit? Jiraiya waved his hand. Go on, kid. Naruto smiled and took out his wallet. He long suspected that the frog wallet was given to him by Jiraiya, but he figured the man would get flustered if he called him out on it. The wallet was full of money, and Jiraiya was quick to spot it. Oh, it looks like you are rich. Naruto internally smirked. The man had no idea just how rich he was, without counting the inheritance from both of his clans. However, he watched in bewilderment as the wallet suddenly disappeared from his hands. He gave a quizzical look to Jiraiya, who put the wallet in his robes. What the hell, Ero Sennin? Don't worry, Naruto, I'll watch over it for you. After all, you're just looking around, aren't you? See you at the village gates in the evening, and take care of my stuff while you're at it. Naruto caught the bag and watched curiously as the man strutted away. He smirked as they slung the bag on and took out his real one. I wonder how long it takes for him to realize there is just paper money in there. Flashback end. Turns out, Jiraiya didn't find out until he had finished his time at the brothel. When it came to pay, it was then he realized that the money he was holding wasn't real money, just paper. He had to be from his own pocket, to his immense regret. Naruto watched in amusement as Jiraiya proceeded to glare at him for the next 3 days. He never took his wallet again, though. However, it was during his usual bar rounds on which he was finally able to pin Tsunade down. Turns out, that Tanzaku town is having a big festival. The town was already a tourist place with its hot springs, theaters and not to mention casinos. So it confused Naruto that they started moving even slower than before. Shouldn't we hurry up and catch her in Tanzaku before she gets away? Jiraiya grinned at Naruto. If we do that, she would know for sure that we're there for her and she'll bolt. We can't spook her just yet, so we'll get there a couple days after her and make it look like we just happened to run into each other. See, Naruto shook his head. No, but I'm sure I will in some time. Putting Tsunade aside, how's the rubber ball coming? It's been 19 days. Naruto released a breath. I have a question for you instead. Jiraiya frowned. Okay, shoot. What? Just what am I supposed to ultimately achieve? Jiraiya chuckled with a grin. I was wondering when you'd ask that. Come on, let's go over to that tree over there. He led Naruto to over a sizable tree on the side of the road. Watch my hand, alright, he requested, left hand held up. Naruto watched, amazed, as the chakra swirled and thickened, forming a swirling, spiraling sphere. He could feel the slightest sensation of wind coming from the spinning, visible ball of chakra. Jiraiya's hand reared back and then with great force, he thrust it into the tree's trunk. Naruto was disappointed to see that when the jutsu dispelled, there was only a small, but deep gash in the tree trunk. That's it, Jiraiya, as if he had read his thoughts, smirked and pointed to the tree. Look behind it. Naruto moved around to view the back of the tree and whistled at the sight. The back of the tree had completely exploded outwards. It is a wonder the tree was still standing. Okay, that is impressive. He tapped the bark of the tree lightly, and watched with eyebrows raised as the tree completely fell. He turned to Jiraiya in excitement. Who made it? The wickedly grinning sage said, your father, of course. Naruto smiled softly in pride, still admiring the aftereffects of the jutsu. To-san, I guess I shouldn't be amazed. To-san was pretty amazing after all. Pretty amazing doesn't even cover it. But it took him almost 3 years to create this. I wonder how long will it take you to master this? Jiraiya challenged. Naruto smirked. Now that I know what to do now, no time at all. With that, he went at the ball with renewed vigor. 1 hour later, he popped the ball. He finally figured out the trick behind the second step. The second step involved power. He had to concentrate the volume and density of his chakra inside the ball, increase the pressure so much that the ball burst. It took him a fair amount of concentration to do it, but once he had the gist of how he had to do it, he began popping the remaining balls just like water balloons with the other hand and with both hands together. The result was that his hands started trembling uncontrollably from the overuse of chakra. Naruto had almost panicked had Jiraiya not explained it to him that he probably hadn't used his chakra from his hands before in this way, so it was a process of getting used to it. He had to grow past the pain threshold if he was to perfectly use the Rasengan. The next day, they arrived in Tanzaku town. Jiraiya told him that he would explain the third and the last step of the jutsu once they were in their hotel room. For the present, they were just enjoying the sights, when Naruto suddenly asked an unusual question. "Ero Sennin, how good are you at gambling?" Jiraiya blinked at the random query, but answered nonetheless, "I'm not particularly bad at it, if that's what you are asking." Naruto nodded. "Good, then." He was cut off when people suddenly started running in the opposite direction of where they were facing. He muttered with narrowed eyes as he sensed a high influx of chakra. "What the hell?" Jiraiya suddenly took off, forcing Naruto to follow him. Naruto followed as well, both heading towards the massive source of chakra, to the castle on top of a hill. Arriving there, they gaped at the level of destruction. Walls were crumbled to dust and debris, holes and gashes in the ground leading the two to believe either someone was murdered or there was a massive battle. "Looks like our snake friend met up with Tsunade," Jiraiya surmised, looking around the scene. "Orochimaru," Naruto muttered, looking around for some sort of clue. It seemed reasonable as he had burned off his arms. Why he didn't just sprout another body from his mouth instead of looking for Tsunade was beyond Naruto. Let's give her some time to cool off. Naruto, the third step to the Rasengan is combining the first two. See you around. And then he was gone in a swirl of leaves. Naruto glared at the spot, before sighing. I guess I should have expected that. XXXXXXX. Orochimaru-sama, I still don't understand why we came here to talk to Tsunade. You could have simply sprouted a new body to heal them, Kabuto commented as he sat by his master. Orochimaru smiled with a wicked glint in his eyes as he looked down at his completely burnt hands. It was only because of high tolerance of pain he had built over the years that he wasn't screaming. There are many things you have yet to learn, Kabuto. I did not shred my skin because Tsunade has a jutsu that I need. A jutsu? Golden slitted eyes twinkled dangerously. Yes. One that can heal any injury. One that has the potential to bring back people from the dead. XXXXXXX. Naruto spent the rest of the day until evening in their hotel room, trying to combine the two steps. He made a startling and a very pleasant discovery that it was not very difficult like the previous step. Here he was now, panting lightly as he gazed with pride at the ball of spinning chakra between his hands. He had done it. He had actually done it. He could feel the power in the Rasengan, and it was enough to destroy someone's guts in a matter of seconds. He released the hold on his chakra, causing the Rasengan to dissipate. He leaned back against the tree, feeling a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. It had taken him a total of 20 days to learn his father's most prized jutsu. Finally, now I can begin to master it. He breathed out. He frowned as he thought of his father. The man was legendary, known for his speed in Rasengan. It must take him only an instant to form it, with one hand. Right, Naruto needed 10 seconds in both hands to form it. Man, this is going to take a while. He trained for another hour, and managed to bring the time down to 3 seconds. A big improvement, but still done with 2 hands. He figured that if he learned to instantly form it with 2 hands, doing it with 1 hand might become easier. Of course, at one point, the idea of using shadow clones to hasten the process had come to mind, but was immediately discarded. His father had taken 3 years to create the jutsu and master it all by himself. It would be cheap and insulting his memory if he used an easy way out. He was about to try again when he heard the voice. That was very good, Naruto. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill, grinning. He smirked. Thanks. Took me the whole day to get to where I am. Jiraiya came in and ruffled his hair. You managed to master the Rasengan in 20 days. This is ridiculous and all kinds of absurd. Even I took 7 months to learn it. You really are a genius, kid. Naruto frowned and shook his head. Learn, not master, Ero Sennin. Master is when I am able to form it with 1 hand in an instant, he emphasized by snapping his fingers. Jiraiya stared at him and asked, You are a perfectionist when it comes to jutsu, aren't you? Naruto shrugged and got up. I have to. to make sure I don't waste chakra while using it. He put on his jacket and zipped it up. While tying his sash around his forehead, he turned to a bewildered Jiraiya. What are you doing? Naruto paused momentarily. I think we've given enough time for Tsunade to cool down, haven't we? Jiraiya's expression turned into one that told Naruto he had actually forgotten what they came here to do. Yeah, let's go, and that's the end of it. Sorry about the weak reason for Orochimaru, I didn't think up far enough. Here's something to make up for it. Omake. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the gambling den. According to Jiraiya, this is where they would find the most information concerning Tsunade's whereabouts. They would start early next morning, make the 2-hour walk to Tanzaku. Jiraiya made his way towards a gambler with Naruto following, holding a rubber ball. Even though he had popped the ball hours earlier, it was fun to play with. At least his hands had something to do. Jiraiya held up a picture of Tsunade, the same one he had shown to Naruto. Have you seen this woman? The gambler, one with an afro style of hair, looked at the photo closely before making a sound of realization. I have indeed. She said she was heading there to win back her losses. Jiraiya made a perplexed face. What do you mean, there? The gambler smirked. Tell you what, why don't we trade? If you win, I'll tell you where she is for free. If I win, you'll have to pay a 1,000 ryo for the info. What do you say? Naruto had a bad feeling about this, but he couldn't say the same for Jiraiya. Alright, Jiraiya sat down, apparently about to enjoy the little gamble he just walked into. Naruto rolled the rubber ball in his hand thoughtfully. The gambler wasn't suffering any loss by giving them the information. They were the ones looking for Tsunade, not him. On the other hand, they would lose a 1,000 ryo if Jiraiya lost. Either way, it was the gambler's victory. He would have to be vigilant. The gambler shook the opaque glass with the dice in it and slammed it down, bottoms up. Choose, Cho, or Han. Jiraiya made a thoughtful sound as he gazed at the glass. After a moment of thinking, he smirked and slammed his hand on the floor. Cho. The gambler smirked in return. If it's Han, it's my victory. Naruto activated his danger sense, the perception slowing down for him. He peeked at the dice the moment the glass was lifted. And lo, his instincts ran true. Jiraiya was about to lose a 1,000 ryo. Chakra swirled inside the rubber ball in the span of an instant. Naruto purposely overloaded it, for instead of the normal pop, it exploded with air that was compressed in high amounts. It easily knocked over the gambler in front of them and the other one in the room, who was playing with some other guy. Jiraiya seemed to not notice it at all, for he was mournfully muttering. A 1,000 ryo. Naruto nudged his master, nodding the man to look at the dice. Jiraiya blinked when he saw that the dice had suddenly changed from Han to Cho, which meant he won. The gambler got up and groaned. What the hell was that? Oh damn, Naruto mock scowled while gazing at his hand. Looks like I used too much power again. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at that. He knew Naruto had perfectly popped the ball over 20 times, so he shouldn't be making any mistakes now. Unless, he smirked when he realized what had happened. Naruto had deliberately overloaded the ball, causing it to explode rather than pop. He saw Naruto giving him a discreet wink. Turning to the gambler, he said with no small amount of smugness, looks like I win. Grumbling, the gambler had no choice but to give them the information. As they were about to leave, Naruto nudged Jiraiya. Hey, can I try that too? Jiraiya blinked. You want to try gambling? Naruto nodded resolutely. Yeah. Jiraiya smirked. Then go ahead. We can wait for another hour. Let's see how much money you can make or lose. Naruto grinned happily as he sat down before an empty dealer. Deal me in. Jiraiya's smirk was soon lost when Naruto bet the double amount of what the gambler had demanded from him. He tried to warn him, Naruto, that's too much. He received no reply as Naruto engaged the dealer in a game of high card. And he won. 5 times in a row. Jiraiya and everyone else in the room were now gaping at Naruto, who was happily counting the 20,000 ryo he just made. With each victory, he increased the bet until the last one. The dealer was literally in tears from losing so much. Naruto put the money in his backpack and got up, bowing respectfully. Thank you for the game. Jiraiya was grinning like a fool as he slung his arm around Naruto, who knew you had your mother's luck in gambling, Naruto. Naruto blinked up at him, not my dad's. Jiraiya replied, for all his smarts, your dad sucked at gambling. Wait, the two shinobi halted, turning around to see the same gambler who had played with Jiraiya. He was holding up 2 dices while smirking. "How about a last game before you go?" Naruto and Jiraiya looked at each other, then looked back, both of them smirking. Naruto challenged, "Haven't you lost enough for one day?" The gambler kept on smirking, "I intend to win it all back," with interest. Now both of them could have easily declined and walked away, but Naruto whispered to Jiraiya, "He seems quite confident that he could win. Could it be that he would use faulty dice?" Jiraiya whispered back, "There's a solution to that as well." Out loud, he said, "Fine. One last game before we go." Naruto walked over to the gambler sitting down in front of him. He noticed that the others were also standing around them, watching closely. He mentally cursed his chances of cheating just went down drastically, with all the attention that was upon them. "So, shall we begin?" "Wait." Both Naruto and the gambler looked over to Jiraiya, who was holding up a pair of dice of his own. "Do you mind using this one instead of yours?" The gambler scoffed, "If this is your attempt at cheating, then it's beyond pathetic, old man." Jiraiya was not offended at all. "It's not that, actually. There's a chance that you might be cheating with your dice, but there's also a chance that we might be cheating as well." Naruto had to give credit to the guy, he gave no outward sign to the statement of lying. "So how about we use the dice of a neutral party, huh?" The gambler asked, "Whose dice is that, old man?" Jiraiya nodded to the other gambler, "His." The other gambler's eyes widened as he whipped over to look at his table. His dice wasn't there. The old man must have picked it up, he realized. Looking back, he gulped and nodded at the other gambler. The gambler lazily turned towards the two, but he was mentally cursing on losing his chance at using his other dice. His dice always assured him of his victory. If he denied now, he might get caught. He had no choice but to agree. "Fine." Naruto asked, "What's the bet?" The gambler smirked, "If you lose, you return all the money that you won from us." Naruto smirked back, what happened to interest? It looked like his theory was right after all. He was prepared to cheat his way out. The gambler smoothly returned, "I suppose I can waive that. After all, you guys have been most entertaining. And if you lose, you will give me double the amount." The crowd around them broke into excited whispers at that. Jiraiya had to hand it to Naruto. The kid had balls of steel, that was for sure. The gambler gulped, "Don't you think that's taking it to a bit too far?" Naruto shrugged and made a motion to get up, "You are the one who wants to play. That's my bet, take it or leave it." The gambler considered this heavily. On one hand, he could go the safe road and leave it, saving the gambling house a potential loss of 40,000 ryo. If this kid won, they would go bankrupt and be the laughingstock of the town. If he won, they would be back in normal business. Ultimately, lure of the risk of gambling won out. He took the dice from Jiraiya and rolled it in his glass, slamming it on the ground. "Choose, Cho, or Han." Naruto did not even look at the glass, staring the gambler right in the eyes. "Han." The crowd leaned over each other, almost falling over in the process to see what the result was. Jiraiya and Naruto leaned over in anticipation as well. XXXXXXX. How can you be grinning? Naruto grinned as he comfortably laid on the bed. "Because I won." Jiraiya snorted, "You single-handedly put them out of business, brat. How can you even sleep after tonight?" Naruto closed his eyes, like a baby, "Old man. You better not let Tsunade know of your insane luck. She won't let you leave her side when she goes gambling." Naruto snorted in amusement, "I don't intend to." The streets were as lively as they were in the day, but it was noticeable to Naruto that people were starting to slowly go back to their homes and resting places, for those who were out of town. It was strange how sometimes, Naruto didn't have much to think about rather than the present. But a topic weighed quite heavily on his mind, him becoming the clan head to both of his clans, now that he was a Jonin. His political responsibilities had significantly increased, not to mention that he was now the last of both clans. One good thing about this though, was that he would now be allowed to live in his parents' house. Before he could dwell on it further, a mental call from his tenant snapped his attention. "Naruto, I need to talk to you." Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kurama was sounding unusually serious this time. "Right now?" "Yes, right now." Wow, not only was he unusually serious, but a little impatient and irritated as well. But for what reason? As far as he could recall, he had done nothing to aggravate Kurama. He would have asked the Biju to continue their conversation like it was going now, but something in Kurama's tone told him that this conversation required some face-to-face talk. "All right, then." In a blink, He was pulled into his mindscape, arriving at the valley on the edge of the great lake that represented his massive chakra reserves. Kurama was sitting right in front of him, on his hands and gazing right at him, hot air rushing past him whenever he exhaled. "What's up, Kurama?" "I am good, if only a little bored. Even with having access to your eyes, events of the world tends to get a bit boring every now and then," Kurama smirked at the end. Naruto smirked in return. "The world has heard your complaint, and it has been dutifully ignored. Now, what's the matter?" Kurama's smirk disappeared as the atmosphere turned serious. "I wanted to talk to you about your fight earlier." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You mean, with Itachi and Kisame?" Kurama nodded. "That one. Those men are extremely dangerous, Naruto. Even at your level, you would struggle against just one of them." Naruto took a deep breath as he considered Kurama's words. He was not wrong exactly. Itachi and Kisame were in a league all of their own. They were part of an organization that was after the Biju sealed in the Jinchuriki, so it went without saying that he would have to face them at some point down the line. "What's your point?" "My point is that some extra training should be undertaken. More specifically, I personally think that it's time you started to learn how to use the greatest resource at your disposal," Kurama offered. Naruto didn't need to be a genius to know just what his friend was hinting at. "You want me to start learning how to use your chakra?" "Yes." Naruto had some lingering doubt. "Do you believe that I'm ready for this, though? After all, your power is no joke at all." Kurama grinned, exposing the sharp row of teeth he had. "You've been ready for using it for quite some time. Don't tell me that you're chickening out." Naruto snorted. "Your jokes have no sense of humor. So how will we do it?" Kurama looked Naruto dead in the eyes. "I will begin training you in the use of my chakra. I have an inkling that because you have an impressive grasp on your emotions, you will be quick to master the more difficult part of it. But remember this, Naruto, that when the time comes, I want you to be able to fully use my chakra without relying on me as a buffer." Naruto looked at Kurama, his face not betraying a single emotion. Such a thing did not faze Kurama at all, so he waited, knowing that his patience would be rewarded. Naruto always thought things as serious as theses quite thoroughly, weighing every pro and con, to him and to others, in the present and in the future. "If it means that I can be strong enough to protect those who I care about, I'll do it." The resolve was as strong as Kurama was used to. Unbreakable and unshakable, pure ass-kicking resolve. He grinned, "Glad that you were not so hard-headed about this. But don't think that mastering a tale will be easy, even for you. One tale of mine does not equate to one tale of the Aikibi, you hear? It's a totally different scale." Naruto chuckled. "I never expected something of this scale to be this easy, Kurama. And where would be the fun in life if things were always easy?" He got up from his spot beside Kurama. "I'll see you later, Kurama." With that, he exited his mindscape and found himself looking back at the lighted streets of Tanzaku town. He looked around, spotted the board of a shop and concluded that not even a full minute had passed since his talk with Kurama. In fact, he doubted even 5 seconds had passed. He inwardly grinned. The human mind was a strange place sometimes, an entirely different world where everything went his way. "Hey, Ero Sennin," he nudged the man walking beside him. He had spread out his senses, and had located the large chakra source they were towards. It was slightly larger than that of Jiraiya's, and that was saying something since the sage had massive reserves of chakra. Another source of chakra was right next to it, an average source of chakra. "Huh," Jiraiya looked over to his student. "What? I need to use a bathroom. You keep going, I'll join you." With that, Naruto turned right and walked towards a restaurant, not even waiting to hear Jiraiya's reply. The toad sage in question had a twitching eyebrow as he watched the blonde leisurely move away. To admit, bringing Naruto was a part of his plans to convince Tsunade to return to Konoha. Not due to the fact that they were distantly related, but also for another reason. The same reason that made him feel like a dick every time he thought about it. He sighed, and continued on his way. Naruto was a sensory type, and as such, would have no problem in locating where he was. Plus he also had Naruto's Hiraishin marking on his person. Naruto always knew where he was. With these thoughts he reached the bar in which Tsunade was in. He smiled nostalgically. "I wonder how drunk she is right now. It has been a while since she went inside." He was about to enter it when, "I do hope you don't plan on flirting with her all the time." He almost jumped, and he certainly did not yelp at the sudden voice next to him because he was a goddamn S-rank shinobi. He turned to glare at Naruto, who was not smirking at all, but his eyes held a playful glint in them. The same glint he always saw in Kushina's eyes that always meant that Minato was going to get his ass pranked. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto smoothly replied as he entered the bar. To be honest, he really wasn't intending to scare the man. But then again, the man should have been accustomed to this from his father. He was sure the man had done this several times as well, unless he was a buzzkill. Jiraiya followed him, muttering something unintelligibly. His eyes roamed over the entire bar, taking in everything. The couple 3 tables to their right, the disguised nobleman at the bar, the thief sitting right beside the nobleman, unaware of the disguise, and finally, his eyes came to rest upon what, or rather, who they were after. She wasn't exactly inconspicuous, not with that large chakra signature. With her sat a woman with shoulder-length dark hair in a modest blue kimono and ninja sandals, holding onto a little pig with a necklace of pearls around his neck. She seemed to be somewhat concerned at how much sake Tsunade seemed to gulping down. Tsunade! Jiraiya yelled, as if he was actually shocked on seeing her there. Tsunade's head jerked up, and Naruto could tell by the blush on her cheeks that she was well on her way to being wasted. Jiraiya, her shock was more genuine. Naruto could tell that she was truly surprised to see her former teammate over here. Her gaze then shifted onto him, and Naruto saw, if only for a fleeting moment, the shock that appeared in her eyes before being carefully concealed. So she knows who I am, he mused. Jiraiya sauntered over to her and without even asking for her permission, he sat down. Naruto followed suit and sat down beside Jiraiya, directly facing the dark-haired woman. Order up, kid, I bet you're hungry, Jiraiya told him, and with a nod, he picked up the menu to look through it, completely ignoring the nervous gaze of the woman for the moment. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked, friendly and openly. Naruto ordered, and the food was brought quickly. As he ate his salmon, he greeted the other woman. Good evening. Good evening as well. I am Shizune, you are. Shizune introduced herself with a soft smile. Naruto smiled back, Uzumaki Naruto, and perhaps you should wear that Senbon launcher on the underside of your forearm to better conceal it. Anyone with good eyes could spot the small bumps made by the launchers on your sleeve. Shizune blinked in surprise. You can see it, Naruto shrugged, I tend to notice things like those pretty easily. It's more of a developed habit. Let's not play games here, Jiraiya. What the hell do you want? Tsunade barked, rather harshly in Naruto's opinion. Just what had Jiraiya done to invoke such rudeness? In the corner of his eye, he watched as Jiraiya steeled himself ever so slightly. Alright, let's not play games then. Tsunade, you are ordered to return to Konoha and become the Godime Hokage. Tsunade blinked, just staring at Jiraiya for a moment before shaking her head, as if amused. I've been seeing a lot of old friends today, she muttered. Jiraiya inquired, it was Orochimaru, wasn't it? The silence from Tsunade and the slight widening of Shizune's eyes was all the answer that he needed. What happened? The tone of the question was calm, but Naruto could hear the suspicion in it. Anything that concerned Orochimaru was serious business, and if he was visiting the greatest medic nin in the world, perhaps Naruto had injured him more than he thought. Tsunade answered flippantly, nothing. We just exchanged a greeting, that's all. At this point, Naruto snorted, and quite heavily, for Tsunade turned her eyes turned upon him. She spoke within a slightly angry tone. Something funny, brat. Naruto put down his chopsticks and stared back at her, a mocking smile on her face. How about telling the truth? Orochimaru hardly seems the kind of person to visit someone to simply exchange a greeting. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Naruto, sparks of anger slowly growing. But instead of speaking to him, she addressed Jiraiya. Who is this disrespectful brat you have with you, Jiraiya? Before Jiraiya could answer, Naruto did. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had an urge to exchange a war of words with her. It has been so long since he had one. He rested his elbows on the table. Please avoid asking such pointless questions you already know the answer to, Tsunade-sama. He kept his tone entirely respectful, but the insinuation was clear as freshwater. We both know just who and what I am. If she denied, she would be calling herself stupid, for Naruto wasn't hiding his resemblance to his father at all. A short gasp of air caused him to break the staring contest with Tsunade and look over to Shizune, whose eyes were wide with realization and mouth open for a gasp as she stared at him. Smirking, he turned back to the older blonde. And for the record, I never insulted you in our conversation. I was simply stating facts. You are the who addressed us with rudeness, he said coolly, ignoring Jiraiya's alarmed expression and minute shake of head that said, don't do it. Tsunade glared heavily at him, whispering, you have some nerve saying that to my face, Gaki. Apparently, she still seemed to have some form of self-restraint, for she turned back to Jiraiya, dismissing him just like that. Anyway, I'll pass. Only fools become Hokage. Naruto rose an eyebrow in amusement at her reason whereas Jiraiya pouted, that's pretty harsh for me, you know. My greatest student became a Hokage, you know. Yeah, and where is he now? She returned, though not as harshly as before. All I'm saying is that the track record for the Hokages isn't the greatest, even Sensei. The man retired only to come back after the death of his successor, and just barely survived the recent invasion. Even your student, he only wasted his life saving that village from the Kyuubi. She even looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow to emphasize her point. Mirth and amusement slowly faded from Naruto's eyes as he glared at the woman, replaced by anger and disgust. He could bear people mocking the title of the Hokage. He easily dismissed those type of people who could never understand what that Hokage stood for. He could also bear people who mocked him for having such a dream. He had been hearing such mocks all his life. But never had he, ever, heard anyone mock his father, the Yondaime. Sure, people had their own opinions about others, but to insult a man who sacrificed his own family for the sake of his village. And she even had the nerve to look at him, all the while insulting his father and surrogate grandfather. Naruto's opinion of her had substantially plummeted. Wasn't she aware that she was not only insulting her own sensei, but her own grandfather and granduncle as well? The two people who laid the foundation for Konoha. This was the woman who was supposed to be the Godime Hokage. Talk about having the will of fire. There weren't even embers inside her, let alone flames. Jiraiya raised his hands in a placating motion to calm her down. He himself had flinched when she had insulted Minato, who was almost like a son to him. But he kept his anger in check, for that wasn't going to help in bringing her back to the village. Now, Tsunade, don't be like that. You have been gone for a long time. I want nothing to do with Konoha, and anyone who is affiliated with it. I will never accept the position of the Hokage. Just because Sensei stupidly believed that. Her rant was interrupted by Naruto, who spoke in a mock-surprised tone, I'm sorry, I think you are mistaken that this is a request. Sandaime Hokage has ordered us to bring you back. Tsunade mockingly smirked at him, leaning forward. Naruto kept his eyes from floating downwards, where her breasts had been pushed together. Let's say that I care. What is there that could make me want to come back to Konoha? At this point, Jiraiya watched, slightly concerned over how Naruto handled Tsunade. It was suicidal to piss her off, and there was no other person who knew better than him. He knew that sweet words won't convince her in the slightest, but he could lose her forever if he let this go out of hand. Unfortunately, that was exactly what Naruto was doing right now. Naruto was highly pragmatic, almost to the point of being ruthless. He had no difficulty in laying out the pills that were harder to swallow. Protection from various moneylenders, a stable home, and blackmail, Naruto rattled off, not even hesitating the slightest at the last option. Jiraiya's and Shizune's eyes widened, for different reasons. Shizune tried to think of just what did he have to blackmail her master, while Jiraiya knew exactly just what Naruto was talking about. He harshly whispered, Naruto, what are you doing? To his shock, Naruto gently waved him away, don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I know exactly what I am doing. I'll show her the reality of her situation. Tsunade almost hissed at Naruto, what blackmail? Naruto rested his chin on his hands, the fact that there is nothing stopping the old man from declaring you AS rank missing nin, should we fail. That was a sledgehammer that no one was prepared for. Jiraiya had wide eyes at Naruto's proclamation. Sensei hadn't said anything like that when he briefed him, so he had to be bluffing. But looking at Naruto's face, he realized that Naruto was not kidding at all. He looked entirely serious. Just as he was about to stop him, a hand came up to stop him, silently telling him to stay out of this. Jiraiya was sure that Tsunade would bash Naruto out any moment, but then he looked at her face. Tsunade had gone pale from shock. She would have never thought that she could be labeled as AS rank nin. Never considered that possibility, but then again, the brat could be bluffing. Snapping from her shock, she whispered, half angrily and half in denial. You're bluffing. Naruto shrugged, you have severed all contact with the village, haven't done anything except drink and gamble in 10 years, which means no service to the village, abuse of your Sanin traveling rights and have no intention of coming back. Quite a lot of similarities to a missing nin, am I right? Tsunade smirked. The old monkey would never do that to his student. Naruto looked up in thought. I'm pretty sure that I can convince him. All of a sudden, he was yanked forward by Tsunade, whose hand was now fisted in his jacket. She hissed coldly. You wouldn't. Naruto stared at the hand for a moment, and then stared at her. Please let go of the collar, he said calmly. Perhaps he pushed her too far, he mused. Tsunade harshly shoved him back into his seat, settling back into her own. Naruto straightened out his collar. Truth is a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? Tsunade's glare could have killed him 10 times over if she had the ability to do that. The atmosphere was tense around the table. Jiraiya was sitting on the edge of his seat, ready to protect Naruto the moment Tsunade lifted her fist, while Shizune looked ready to restrain Tsunade. Naruto posed his question one more time. So, will you come back for the sake of your village? Tsunade made no reply as she glared hatefully at Naruto for forcing her into this position. The brat may have been bluffing, but there was the possibility that he wasn't as well. And he had hit the hammer on the nail. He had compared her to a missing nin and she would admit this to no one, but the similarities were strikingly accurate. If she accepted, then she would be going back to the village that caused her so much pain and loss. But if she didn't, she could be branded a high-level missing nin. Naruto sighed disappointingly. I see. He then, to the shock of everyone on the table, got up from his seat and brushed himself. Let's go, sensei. Jiraiya was still recovering from what just Naruto said, so he could only blink in response. What? Naruto didn't so much as look back. We are wasting our time here. Our village is better off without her. We certainly don't need some trash who is afraid of facing the difficulties and realities of life as a shinobi, much less the Hokage. We would be the laughingstock of the entire elemental nations. Naruto knew he really was asking for it. He knew from the moment he started talking to Tsunade that Jiraiya's plan was doomed to fail from the beginning. No sort of sweet talking would ever work on her, so he tried a different way. Jiraiya might not approve using blackmail against his former teammate, who he still cared for deeply, but as long as she comes back to the village in one piece, perfectly fine and healthy, anything goes. So he came up with a backup plan. He knew that Tsunade was practically royalty, being directly related to the first 2 Hokages, and the student of the third. Gigi would hesitate to put his former student's name in the bingo book as an S-rank missing nin, but he would do it for the sake of the village. After all, the man had the balls to pull off a move such as dissolving the highly annoying civilian council, even in his age. Perhaps he should have given an incentive for Jiraiya to give to Tsunade to convince her to come back, but that's beside the point. He would have to exploit Tsunade's weakness for gambling, and the only way to do that was to bait her. And it seemed to have worked, for his danger sense rang 2 seconds before he felt a hand on his shoulder, forcibly turning him around, and a hand once again roughly grabbing his collar. Tsunade's enraged face greeted him, full of gritted teeth and a snarl. Naruto would have almost panicked if not for the initial success of his plan, for Tsunade was releasing quite a large amount of killing intent. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that all the people in the bar had fainted right away. Behind Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya had risen to their feet. Shizune was clutching the piglet to her stomach almost painfully, if the piglet's expression was anything to go by. He was surprised it hadn't fainted, though. Jiraiya looked panicky, for the lack of a better word. Naruto discreetly motioned him to stay. He had this under control. Jiraiya looked doubtful, but nodded hesitantly. Naruto finally turned his attention to the enraged blonde, and amusingly noted that they were almost the same height. Tsunade lifted her other fist threateningly. I'm this close to sending you back to your village, the express way brat. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his expression turning stony. His hand came up to grip Tsunade's hand that was roughing up his collar. Let go. Of course, she didn't seem to hear him. Rather, she asked mockingly, or what? Now, it was clear that she was underestimating him. His grip tightened as Tsunade's eyes widened a bit, or burn. Tsunade immediately let go of the collar as soon as her hand had started to feel warm. Clearly, the brat could control his chakra very well. A few seconds longer and her wrist would have been burnt. Naruto smoothened his collar once more and asked, might I ask just what provoked such an action on your part? Tsunade damn near snarled at the audacity of the brat in front of her. You call me trash and simply expect to get away. No one is that lucky, brat. Naruto crossed his arms and made a disbelieving expression. Let me get this straight. You are going to attack me just because you don't like hearing that you are trash who abandoned their village. Oh, Naruto looked as if he had an epiphany. Sorry. My bad. You are not trash. You are actually worse than trash. Tsunade just about had it. She took a step forward but was quickly restrained by Jiraiya, who struggled to keep her from killing his foolish godson. Young brats like you should learn how to talk to someone who can make paste out of you if provoked. Naruto had no problem returning the insult. Oh, I know how to quite well. A pity that no one taught you. And what do you know about young people these days anyway? Jiraiya was frantically motioning Naruto to stop. The one thing that ticked Tsunade the most was whenever her age was mentioned in a mocking way. He didn't know why Naruto was doing this, but his student was treading in dangerous waters. Tsunade finally wrenched herself free from her teammate, but did not immediately move forward. She instead asked in a low, intimidating voice, "What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto stood in his spot, not intimidated at all. "What do you think, Ba-chan?" Tsunade and he were nose to nose again. Tsunade's smoldering rage was matched against the freezing gaze of his own. "You punk, I really ought to teach you a lesson." Shizune pleaded with Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama. You don't have to go that far. Let's just go." She was silenced when Tsunade harshly glared at her, forcing her to remain silent. Naruto sighed, as if it pained him to say this. "If you really want to fight, perhaps we should head outside. I would rather avoid collateral damage more than what you have already done," he said, sweeping a hand around the bar to show the unconscious people. Tsunade glared and said nothing as she almost stomped outside. Shizune hurried behind her master, looking at Naruto as if he were mad. She wouldn't be wrong, as Naruto had no problem in admitting he was crazy. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto, a stern look on her face. "Why are you doing this, Naruto? Why antagonize her so much?" Naruto took a deep breath. "She can't be Hokage when she is like this, sensei. Not when she is clinging onto the past without any intention of letting it go. A Hokage cannot afford to be weak-minded like this. I am trying to break her out of this state of self-pity she has put herself in." Jiraiya snorted. "Let me tell you then, you are doing a piss-poor job of it." Naruto sarcastically replied, "I wonder why we weren't going by your method." "Oh, that's right, it was failing." The retort was quick. "And yours isn't." Naruto put his hand on the door handle. "We'll see." With that, he stepped outside. Tsunade eyed the brat in front of her with narrowed eyes. While he was maybe a bit good, she doubted he was anywhere near her level. She was a Sannin, while the brat before her was merely a Genin, Chunin level at best. There was a whole world of difference between them. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance to apologize for what you said to me." His reaction surprised her greatly. His expression immediately became frosty, his eyes narrowing into flinty chips of ice that was cold and burnt. The look reminded her of Namikaze Minato, whose enemies ran in the opposite direction on seeing that look. "Apologize? To you? Perhaps it should be the other way around, for you knowingly insulted a man who sacrificed his own family for the sake of the village he loved, in front of his son no less." Dead silence filled the alleyway, and Naruto was glad that the street was completely deserted. Tsunade's eyes widened, and a pinch of guilt filled her being, before she shoved it aside. Before she could say anything else, Naruto continued. He was quite fed up of her by now. "You have no idea just what the Yondaime gave his life for, and frankly, I don't think you will ever understand. You have no idea how hard the old man works, each day to keep the village safe and sound. You have no idea how much he helped each person in it, indiscriminately. Your worst day can't even hold a candle to his and you think you can turn down the position because you have some personal issues. You have no idea what the Hokage stands for, yet your sensei believes you do, and here you are, betraying the trust he placed in you. All you can do is run away like a coward." Tsunade was trembling with rage at his point. She was tempted to just thrash him to Kingdom Come, but she needed to show this brat why no one messed with her. She growled out, "Looks like you're way too excited to go into a coma, Yaki." She swallowed her anger and listed out the rules: physical attacks only. First one floored wins. Jiraiya and Shizune cringed at the implications of the rules while Naruto shrugged. She was about to lose anyway, why not give her a handicap? Tsunade smirked savagely and lifted her index finger. "One finger. That is all I'll be using." Naruto nodded and said, "Very well, since you have laid down the rules of the fight, it only seems fair that I lay down the stakes. I win, you come back with us to the village. You win, we leave you alone. I'll even give you my wallet. He held up his wallet, which jingled with coins and sounds of crispy notes. No need to mention he kept the least amount of his money in his wallet. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. All right, I'll make this even more interesting. If you win, I'll give you this necklace. She pulled at the necklace that was dangling in front of her impressive bust, showing him the crystal that swung on the end. Naruto raised an eyebrow in return, but nodded. All right then, sensei, please give the signal. Jiraiya was shocked that Tsunade was willing to wager that necklace to Naruto, but then his shock turned to pity. He knew just what was going to happen, but he felt that perhaps Naruto should learn a bit of humility. He was getting way too overconfident. He sliced the air in front of him. Hajime. He was confused when Naruto just took out a kunai from his thigh holster and ran towards her. A disbelieving expression came over the faces of both Shizune and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was just gaping at the fact that Naruto wasn't even going at Chunin level speeds, and charging Tsunade head-on. He knew Naruto planned his every fight out from the beginning and was capable of some really impressive improvisation, but honestly speaking, this one looked to be a bit foolish. Either the brat had a really good plan, or he was just acting plain stupid. Tsunade had a triumphant and smug expression on her face as she watched Naruto apparently sprint towards her with a kunai. He was attacking her head-on, seemingly without any strategy. Perhaps the son of the Yondaime failed to inherit the brains of his father. She smirked as he came within striking distance. All bark and no bite. That's all he is. Naruto swiped at her with the kunai, but she didn't even need to be sober for this even. Swaying her head to the side as if dancing to a tune, she easily avoided the kunai, knocking aside the arm like a mere fly and flicked her finger. Right in the center of his forehead. His head was thrown back in a jerk, his body soon following as it flew through the air, crashing painfully on the ground and tumbling on. However, instead of the gleam of defeat, shock and confusion swam in her eyes as she fully saw the scene in front of her. Jiraiya and Shizune weren't doing much better either. All had the same thought going over in their heads. When did he do that? Naruto glared at his opponent as he took her in for the first time. She looked almost exactly like the picture that Jiraiya showed him, except for the strange diamond mark on her forehead. He concentrated his senses and found out that it was a seal that had a substantially large amount of chakra stored in it. He narrowed his eyes in thought, for he had never read about such a seal that is inked on the forehead. He looked down at his right foot, which he had used to stop his clone from barreling away any further. You all must be thinking that just when did I form the shadow clone, aren't you? The voice held the smallest hint of smugness as he took in the shock and confusion on Tsunade's face. He dispelled the shadow clone and sauntered forward until he was standing right where his clone was before the fight. Briefly going through the memories, he had to clamp down the urge to whistle. His clone was harsh, but rightly so, because Tsunade was pathetic. Naruto's question snapped everyone out of their shocks. Jiraiya looked as if he was about to speak first, but Tsunade beat him to it. When? The question held loads of frustration, as if there was nothing else in the world she wanted to do right now than bashing his skull. Naruto smirked. It should be obvious by now, shouldn't it? When no one responded for a few moments, Naruto sighed and explained. The clone was there with all of you from the beginning. I was never there in the bar at all. Jiraiya's mind raced and realization struck him. You switched when you went to the bathroom. Naruto nodded, smirking. You have been talking to a clone all this time. And after going through his memories, I think it might have been the smart thing to do, he said, looking towards Tsunade with a raised eyebrow. Surprisingly, she did not get angry at all. In fact, she was smirking. Looks like you lose the bet, brat. Naruto raised an eyebrow and folded his arms. No, I really don't see how I lost it. Tsunade felt anger stirring once again at the dismissive attitude, but she reined it in. After all, victory was hers. The rules were physical attacks only. Using a shadow clone violates that rule, since it's obviously a ninjutsu. She placed special emphasis on the word obvious to mock him for his apparent stupidity. It was then that it struck her that Naruto could use the high-level kinjutsu of Kage Bunshin without any fear of exhaustion, but then again, he was an Uzumaki in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto sighed almost disappointingly. He hated talking to simpletons, but then again, it's a curse that all geniuses have to bear. Actually, you couldn't be more wrong. You made that bet with my shadow clone, so the rules actually applied to him and not me, because I was a separate entity from him at the time. He didn't use any ninjutsu, so he didn't violate any of the rules. Tsunade roared in anger. That's bullshit. Naruto waved his finger at her like she was a child. My dear old lady, he easily ignored the spike of killer intent. That's logical reasoning. It's the same as having a proxy to fight for you. Or in this case, more like a single aspect of my personality within a physical body, his own fighting on behalf of, well, me. And since it no longer exists and has returned to being a part of me, I can claim the victory on behalf of him, who is essentially myself. In simple words, I win. Tsunade had an eyebrow twitching, complete with her jaw gaping in disbelief at the reasoning. Jiraiya was desperately trying to hold in his snickering with his fist in his mouth, lest Tsunade pounded him into oblivion. It was clear that Naruto had exploited a loophole. Tsunade never said a clone couldn't fight on behalf of the original without using any jutsu. Shizune was nervously looking at all three of them. After a full minute of gaping, Tsunade blurted out one word. What? Naruto felt like banging his head against a wall. God, was this woman who the old man believed could become Hokage? They were really doomed, for the seat of Hokage demanded the knowledge of skillful, verbal bullshitting, and what he said was a piece of cake compared to the politics of the seat. He felt his IQ really might have dropped a few points from being exposed to her stupidity. He really disliked the people who had enormous strength but no brains to back it up. Think of it this way. Is there any difference in me giving an exam or having a clone of mine do it in place of me? He asked calmly, suppressing his irritation. He saw that he had finally gotten through her, because she glared at him with all the amount of anger and hate she could muster. Before she could open her mouth to undoubtedly shout at him again, he spoke again. You, on the other hand, used a jutsu first. Don't take me for an idiot, I know you pack all your strikes with chakra. If you flicked me on muscle power alone, I doubt I would even have felt it. Tsunade grit her teeth. She was starting to hate the brat more and more. She snapped her gaze to her former teammate, who immediately shut up. He seemed to have picked a rather smart student like last time. Only this time, he had no respect at all. Fine, best 2 out of 3. And this time anything goes. She was expecting some sort of negative reaction. A direct confrontation with a Sannin would throw anyone off their game. But all she got was a disappointed shake of head, as if he had predicted this would happen. Nonetheless, she settled into a stance, ready to pummel the kid for real this time. If she knew what he was thinking, she wouldn't have waited for Jiraiya to give the signal. Naruto took out a single kunai as he spread his legs in a rather loose stance. She has a pathetically fragile ego, if she needs to beat a kid less than half her age to make herself feel better. Single quote. Jiraiya was closely watching Naruto. He was sure of one thing: Naruto definitely had a plan to beat Tsunade this time. And judging from the confident look in his eyes, it was as if there was no way he would be losing. He sliced the air again with his hand. Haji. He stopped right there, as dead silence filled the alley once again. Jiraiya actually smirked when he realized just what Naruto had done, and mentally applauded him. Shizune simply gaped in incredulousness at what had happened. Naruto had won, in less than a second. The fight was over before it even started. Tsunade froze in shock as she felt the cold steel of a kunai resting on her jugular vein. She slowly turned around to see cold, azure eyes staring into her own. The same eyes that reminded her of the boy's father, who was feared across the world. They were the eyes of someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill, even for a second. How? She hadn't even seen the boy move. There was no movement at all, not even a blur. 1 second he was standing 10 meters away from her, the other he had a kunai resting on her neck. The only thing she had been able to notice was a tiny, blue flash. In her shock, she didn't even think further upon that. Naruto retracted his kunai back and put it in his holster as if he hadn't just gotten the drop on a Sannin. Maybe because he already had done it before. He smiled condescendingly. Doesn't matter, does it? You lost, again. Tsunade just stared at Naruto as he smiled almost cheeringly, putting his hands in his pocket. Now, as per the stakes, you will come back to the village. Tsunade still hadn't been able to figure out just how had Naruto won. She watched as he walked with a spring in his steps back to Jiraiya. Naruto had won it fair and square, but there was one more thing that bugged her about him. Naruto smiled as he reached Jiraiya, who was standing there, smirking. Mission accomplished. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't believe you just did what you did. You put the formula on her when you gripped her wrist, didn't you? Naruto shrugged. Technically, it was my clone, but yes. Jiraiya observed Naruto closely. You still don't seem to think she is fit to be the Hokage. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Naruto wholeheartedly agreed with it. Yes. Jiraiya sighed. You don't know her story, kid. She has lost her close family in the last Great War. You don't understand her position. The argument was the weakest one, and Naruto had no problem in crushing it instantly. Kakashi lost his father, his sensei and his entire team in the last war, yet he is still in service of Konoha. Sasuke lost his entire clan in one night and yet, he still works for the village. Sandaime lost his own wife, yet I don't see him giving up anytime soon. I lost my parents less than an hour after my birth. What's your point? Naruto turned to Tsunade, who was no longer looking at him in rage. Instead, she was gazing him with something akin to understanding. Pity, whatever it was, Naruto wasn't in the mood for it. Jiraiya realized that Naruto was right again. But he shook his head. Pragmatism is good, kid, but sometimes you are downright heartless. For the first time in a long time, Jiraiya saw rage flash in Naruto's eyes when he turned back to him. Pure, unadulterated rage. I am not heartless. He turned back to Tsunade, and she took a step back at the anger burning in his freezing, cold blue eyes. I am not. You don't think I feel pity. I did feel it for you, for a short amount of time anyways. You think you're the only one in this world who has dead people. News flash, you're not. Everybody's got dead people, but that's no excuse to throw a lifelong pity party. A Hokage should be strong, a person who is willing to put the village first, even before themselves. Your sensei believes you can do it, and you have neither the right nor a reason to betray that trust. Tsunade's expression went blank. Why are you so passionate about the title of the Hokage? Naruto smirked, letting go of some of his anger. Because I will be the heir to the name of Hokage. It's my dream. Tsunade felt her eyes widen at those words. She could have sworn that she saw the visage of Dan and Naoki behind him. Those words were spoken with an absolute amount of determination. No, not just that. He was absolutely certain he would become Hokage. There was not an ounce of doubt in his voice. And strangely, it did not hurt after hearing those words after a long time. In fact, it felt rather refreshing. Naruto was quite adept at reading people. The slight widening of eyes indicated that she had a previous encounter with the same words in the past. Combining that with her hatred for the position of the Hokage in her past, it was logical that someone close to her had the same dream. It meant he was getting through to her. He just needed one last push to make her think in his favor. How about another bet? The words snapped her out of her memories as she quizzically looked at Naruto. Before she knew, the words fell out of her mouth. What's your wager? Naruto smiled. Watch. His right palm faced upwards in a half-clawed position, while his left hovered in the same position over his right palm. Chakra swirled for a few seconds until, Jiraiya, you taught him that. She squawked. Though shocked, inwardly, she was thoroughly impressed. It was undeniably the Rasengan. Props to the kid for getting it perfect. Naruto let the Rasengan dissipate. As you can see, it takes me almost 5 seconds to form a perfect Rasengan. I'll bet you that by the end of 1 week, I can create it with one hand, in an instant. He put pressure on the instant with a snap of his fingers. Ah brat, and I was just starting to like you, but I know it's a bet that I can't lose, Tsunade thought to herself. While creating the Rasengan even with both hands was impressive, it was a whole another thing to transfer the entire load to one hand. The load that you are distributing with 2 hands. Not to mention, circulating a load such as that in an instant was simply not possible. Even Jiraiya couldn't do that. If I win you will come back and become the Hokage. If you win, we promise to not bother you, ever again. It seemed fair enough, but she wanted to test his resolve. Just how far was he willing to go to bring her back? Not just that, but if you lose, you will quit being a ninja. Jiraiya and Shizune looked at her in disbelief, but she wasn't rattled at all. She serenely gazed back at Naruto, who now had a frown on his face. These are my terms, take it or leave it. Naruto said nothing for a while, just gazing back at her. The terms were harsh, but he was a shinobi. A shinobi is the one who endures. The stakes had just gone up, and he could not afford to lose here. Quote ellipsis dot. See you in a week. With that, he abruptly turned and walked away, with Jiraiya following him after giving a 2-fingered salute. Shizune rushed to her master. Tsunade-sama, that was very cruel of you. Tsunade waved her reprimand away, but said nothing. She looked forward to collecting her winnings at the end of the week. But there was still one thing that bothered her. Naruto didn't look worried at all. XXXXXXX. Naruto walked leisurely alongside Jiraiya, who shook his head and chuckled. I can't believe you suckered her into a sucker bet. You downplayed yourself deliberately, didn't you? You could very well master it like you said in 3 days at most. Naruto smirked minutely. It's better if my opponents underestimate me. It only increases my chances of winning. Jiraiya frowned. Impressive as that may be, that was really quite underhanded of you. Winning by fair means does wonders to your conscience rather than the unfair ones. Naruto gave the look to Jiraiya, who suddenly felt as if he had spoken something extremely foolish. He spoke slowly, as if speaking to a child, making the older man feel even more stupid. We are shinobi, who live in a world of deceit. Since when did we start playing fair? Naruto shook his head as Jiraiya laughed sheepishly. As they reached their room, Naruto closed the doors and remembered that he had to talk to Jiraiya about Kyuubi's training. He quickly made a few hand signs and slapped his palm on the wall. A complex array of seals spread out over the walls of the room. A privacy barrier, developed by the Uzumaki. One that Jiraiya happened to recognize as he turned to Naruto with serious eyes containing a hint of suspicion. What's the matter? Naruto dropped his hand from the wall as he sat down in front of Jiraiya. He looked him in the eyes and said with complete seriousness, I need to talk to you about something important. Since it's highly classified, it's better to take precautions to ensure nobody eavesdrops on us. Jiraiya nodded and folded his arms. Fair enough. Now what is this about? Kurama wants to train me in the use of his chakra. More specifically, he'll be training me to master each tale. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose in surprise. Of all the news he expected to hear, this was the last on his list. But he shouldn't be surprised, considering his godson's friendship with the Kyuubi. They seemed to be on quite good terms. Making Naruto the sole holder of the Fox contract was proof of that. He echoed for clarification. He'll train you to master each tale. Naruto nodded, and that got Jiraiya thinking. On one hand, this was some really good progress. Minato intended for Naruto to master the power of Kyuubi eventually, so it's better if he started training for it now. On the other hand, every time Naruto uses Kyuubi's chakra, the seal would grow weaker until such a time that Kyuubi entirely becomes a part of Naruto, or worse, decides to escape. But that was a long time, so the pros outweighed the cons. And he believed that Naruto truly was friends with Kurama. Alright, that is good news. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Naruto smirking. What? Naruto leant forward as if sharing a secret. You said that I wasn't fair in my bet with Tsunade, right? Well, she may not know this, but this pretty much evens it out in terms of training, right? Jiraiya chuckled. You're not exactly wrong, but good one, kid. After that, they turned in for the night. The next morning marked the start of Naruto's training with Kurama's chakra. Of course, Naruto wasn't an idiot to do it all by himself. He found an empty ground and after ensuring that no one would be alerted of his usage of Kurama's chakra, since it would undoubtedly cause panic, with seals, he set to work. He created 40 shadow clones. Alright, I want each one of you to work on mastering the Rasengan with one hand. And you will do it the efficient way. Every time one of you has a theory that has a plausible chance of working to reach our goal, you will test it out and then dispel so that the others can try it as well. I know that it won't be achieved in just one day, but I want to be able to form the Rasengan with one hand by the end of today. Understand? The shadow clones shouted in affirmative and spread out over the field to begin the training. Naruto had given a bit of thought to the process of how he set to mastering the jutsu. Even though he had felt that using the easy way out would be just insulting his father's memory, he didn't feel that much strongly this time. Of course, this time, he was training in two different things at the same time. Shadow clones were the best way to do it as well. Speaking of, he formed 10 more clones and told them, go to Jiraiya and tell him that you want to learn the Kanashibari no Jutsu. If he tries to object, tell him that I have already got 40 of me working on mastering the Rasengan while I am personally training for Kurama's chakra. The 10 clones nodded and vanished at once in a blue flash. After his organization of his clones was over, he then sat down in a meditative position. A second later, he appeared in his mindscape, right beside Kurama. So, how are we doing this? Kurama at first said nothing, opting to just stare out at the vast body of water that represented Naruto's chakra reserves. Naruto, the first thing that we are going to do is change your mindscape a bit. Naruto was a bit surprised at what Kurama said. Any particular reason? Kurama looked down at him and smirked. Yes, I am surprised that you haven't quite noticed. A very strange thing. Naruto racked his brains and gazed out, spreading his senses and taking stock of all that was happening in his mindscape, searching for any anomaly. After what seemed like a few minutes, he frowned. I don't see it. Whatever you are talking about is not quite here in my opinion. I'm talking about the representation of me. Or more specifically speaking, my chakra, Kurama pointed out. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the statement. Kurama was right, there was nothing in his mindscape that represented his chakra reserves. He was puzzled. How is this possible? The answer to his own question came to him a second later. Based on his study of the 8 trigram sealing style, Kurama's chakra will flow into him bit by bit, merging with him and becoming a part of his reserves. The mindscape was his, and therefore, it only represented him, not Kurama. It was only when Kurama becomes a part of him that Kurama's aspects would be fully represented as well. Until then, Kurama would only have a small amount of control. That's right, but only partially. Remember the time when you granted me a little control by tearing a little portion of the seal? I only used part of that control to get access to your senses. I reserved the rest of it until a time such as this, where it would be easier to show you how to measure the quantity of my chakra, Kurama explained and motioned Naruto to watch. Kurama closed his eyes as he concentrated and exercised the bit of control that he had in Naruto's mindscape. He had been thinking for a long time on how to best explain to Naruto. A second later, a humongous reservoir, inverted of all things and facing the sky, appeared on far left of the large sea that was Naruto's chakra. Naruto looked confused as Kurama opened his eyes and exhaled. What did you do? Kurama explained as he settled down on his hind legs. You haven't actually seen what happens when you use your chakra, right? Without waiting for Naruto to shake his head in negative, he continued. Your chakra actually starts to disappear into the sky up above, a sign that indicates that you are depleting your reserves. Since they are your own reserves and you have been using them for a long time, you know exactly how much to use for everything you do. He then grabbed a startled Naruto and teleported right to the strange reservoir. Naruto gave a slightly suspicious and confused look to Kurama, who just nodded for him to observe. Naruto complied and almost fell right off the ledge that they were standing on. Compared to Naruto's own reserves, Kurama's reserves were downright gargantuan. The vast, orange ocean that was Kurama's chakra was almost never-ending. Almost as if it were not a singular ocean, but 2 or 3 of them combined. As expected of the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Interestingly, even though the reservoir was inverted, none of the chakra was spilling at all. It was perfectly, reflected their images like a mirror would. As you can see, this is the amount of chakra that I possess, Kurama explained with pride and smugness. The main problem in using my chakra would be knowing the quantity. You can't possibly determine how much of this, he gestured to the vast water body, is 1 tael of my chakra. Which is why is created it in the form of a reservoir with 9 gates. Naruto quickly grasped what Kurama was trying to explain. The gates are to control the flow of your chakra. Each gate will open to allow the flow of exactly 1 tael of chakra. Kurama grinned in pride and nodded in approval. It was nice to have a genius for a host. Exactly, and I've made it in a way that not all of the chakra will pass through a gate. This is how you will be controlling the flow of my chakra into your body. But this is my limit, Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Your limit? Kurama pointed to his collar. This seal controls how much I can forcefully send into your system. As I said earlier, you'll have to learn to control my chakra without me acting as a buffer. I'm sure you know not to open the first one very suddenly. Open it a little, so that my chakra flows into you at a steady and slow rate, allowing you to adjust to it. Naruto nodded in agreement of Kurama's suggestion. Something like this was best taken slow. He exited the mindscape, and found himself aware of the sounds of his shadow clones, aware of every sound and feeling. He reached inside once again, and mentally commanded the first gate open a little. He almost gasped, it was so much alive, so warm and full of energy, almost like a shot of adrenaline straight to the heart, and it was just the beginning. It felt like almost eternity until the first gate reached its limit. Naruto internally assessed himself and found several changes. First was the feral edge, almost like his emotions were trying to get the better of him. However, years of practicing to control his emotions allowed him to retain his rationality and cognitive processes. Second was the physical changes. He looked down at his hands, and grinned as he flexed the wicked-looking clawed hands. Third was the chakra. As he was using Kurama's chakra, he had shelved his own. And Kurama's one tail of chakra easily dwarfed his own, so the excess was escaping, or leaking. It was like a dense, orange flame, which were escaping from his body, covering him in a sort of an aura. It felt exhilarating. Kurama's voice sounded in his head. Those flames represent the part of my chakra that is leaking from your body. In order to not waste it, you must pull it inside of yourself in order to avoid getting exhausted very quickly, and maximize your output in your attacks. Naruto mentally nodded and tried to pull in the chakra. But it wasn't as easy. Kurama's chakra was wild and untamed, as opposed to his own. So it was difficult trying to rein it in, but he managed to do it after a lengthy 2 minutes, and could immediately feel the difference. He opened his eyes to observe the changes once more. The flames were no longer leaking from his body, and after he pulled the chakra inside, he felt as though he was a tightly sealed container, with high amounts of energy tightly packed inside and begging to get out. Alright, how do you go about mastering this form? Kurama grinned. This would be most entertaining to watch. Call 2 of your clones from the group of 40. Don't make your own. I want you to get used to the full power of this form. Naruto nodded and called out to his clones, 2 of which came running over. Now tell them to gather as many pebbles as they can, came the next instruction. Naruto relayed the command to his clones, who after 5 minutes, had a small mountain of pebbles beside them. Tell them to throw those pebbles at you. Your task is this: you must catch the pebbles without crushing them to dust. Naruto thought Kurama might have been joking at first, but after thinking upon it a bit, he found it logical. In order to get used to a form stronger than your base form, he would have to be able to perform tasks such as these just like he did in his base form. He instructed the clones to start throwing the pebbles, one by one at first. He would advance to rapid succession later. The first stone that he caught was immediately crushed to dust. Instead of the normal spike of irritation, he barely resisted the urge to snarl. He had forgotten that this form would make him experience heightened emotion. Kurama chuckled. You must also master the same grip you have on your emotions in this form that you have without my chakra. Naruto sighed. This will take a while. Another warning came from Kurama. One last thing, you must release this form after half an hour for a total of 15 minutes. There is a limit as to how long you can remain in it without getting your muscles damaged by my chakra. Naruto did not protest against that as well, knowing it to be fully true. Another thing that Naruto found out when he released the form was that utter exhaustion. As soon as he had locked the tail of chakra, he almost toppled over in exhaustion. Of course, Kurama didn't even need to explain that. Since the chakra was like a shot of adrenaline, he was bound to get exhausted after it ran out due to the sudden drop in energy. Of course, after 15 minutes, once his chakra was flowing once more through his body and he wasn't exhausted anymore, he tried again. There were times that chakra still managed to leak out, but Naruto was able to correct it until packing it inside his body became second nature to form it like a second skin. This continued until the sun had completely set, and stars had taken over the sky. Naruto was proud to say that he had progressed to a point where the pebbles were no longer being crushed to dust, but instead tiny pieces that were visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but he had grown accustomed to opening the gate for the first tail much faster. Slow progress, but progress all the same. On the other hand, his clones had made remarkable progress. He was finally able to form the Rasengan with one hand, even though it took him 7 seconds. He had no doubt that by the day after tomorrow, he would have won his bet with Tsunade. XXXXXXX. Jiraiya walked on, into the heart of the town where he happened upon a little bar, and on a stool sat Tsunade. He moved next to her, sitting down and ordering some sake. Nice night, isn't it? Jiraiya prompted some conversation from the women who seemed content to just ignore him. Tsunade mumbled. Say, Jiraiya, what really made you go and seek out Naruto? I thought you were content behind the scenes with him. Jiraiya drank from a cup. Not exactly. You see, I met him when he was young, for he was trying to master Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya recounted the tale of when he met his godson for the first time. After the tale was finished, Tsunade hummed in realization. So you're doing it because he guilt-tripped you? Jiraiya shook his head. No, well, partially. I failed with my duty as his godfather before, This was the best chance I would ever get to make it up to him. I wasn't about to just let it go. Minato trusted me with his legacy. And your fool of a student just left him without so much as a by your leave. Tsunade grunted. No, he did say to treat the boy as a hero. Jiraiya defended. Tsunade dismissively waved a hand and scoffed, just empty words. Quite enraged on his behalf, aren't you? Jiraiya teased. Well, his mother and I were friends, weren't we? Certainly we were blood related. In a distant sense, he's family. Tsunade mumbled out her excuses. Family, right, certainly looks like family. Jiraiya agreed. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. She knew where he was going with that look comment. Oh yes, I did in fact notice quite the resemblance between him and Naoki, you manipulative asshole. Guilty as charged. Jiraiya allowed. Blasts from the past all around this week, huh? HMPH, seems you and Orochimaru are just gunning for my weak spots. Bastard actually had his lackey cut open his hand and I froze. Tsunade grumbled. Still got that fear, huh? Too bad, take it as an omen for whatever Orochimaru has offered you. Jiraiya recommended. How do you know he offered me anything? Tsunade demanded with an affronted expression. Jiraiya couldn't possibly know what was going through her mind now. She knew Orochimaru was a bastard, but when he offered to bring back Dan and Naoki, even she had to stumble a little. Whatever it was, it is serious enough for you to give it thought like this. Otherwise you wouldn't be sticking around, right? Jiraiya guessed. Though Tsunade gave no appearance of it, just returned to nursing her sake, he knew very well. It's none of my business, it might be true. Jiraiya went on, but I just want to make one thing clear. If you betray Konoha, I'll kill you myself. He pinned her with a dark look, intent clear in his eyes, and Tsunade knew he wasn't joking. Tsunade thought back to the time when Naruto had called her trash. She knew exactly where he was coming from. Obviously, they were Kakashi's words, taken from his late comrade, Obito. Those who abandoned the rules were trash, but those who abandoned their comrades were worse than trash. He wasn't wrong at all. After a minute of thinking, she finalized her decision. Jiraiya went back to drinking, not noticing that Tsunade had discreetly slipped a drug into his drink. XXXXXXX. Naruto's prediction was only partly false. It took him a total of 4 days to form a Rasengan with one hand within an instant. Not only that, but he had mastered it so that he could do it with both hands. In addition to that, he had managed to learn and master the Kaneshibari no Jutsu, temporary paralysis technique, with the help of Jiraiya and his shadow clones. Shadow clones were so awesome. Kaneshibari was a jutsu that physically immobilized targets, as though they have been tied down by invisible ropes. However, the jutsu was only as powerful as its user. Naruto, with the help of Jiraiya and Kurama, was able to estimate that he was powerful enough to restrain most Jonin with it, but he would have trouble restraining someone of Jiraiya's power. Jiraiya seemed to have some strange chakra that was powerful enough to counter his own, which was saying something since his chakra was incredibly dense and filled with a large amount of vitality, as is the norm for most Uzumaki. Anyways, the usual way to use it is physical contact, but Jiraiya proved himself why he was an undisputed spymaster, for he taught him how to use that jutsu with just eye contact. It was incredibly difficult to mold and project the chakra through just eye contact. But Naruto's chakra control was refined enough that he was able to master it to that degree, though that took him the whole week to do it. Not that he was complaining. Freezing his enemies with literally nothing more than a glance was badass. Right now, he was wolfing down a well-deserved meal of ramen from a stand he had found. While it wasn't as good as Ichiraku's, it was ramen all the same. As he was in the process of polishing off his 7th bowl, he sensed a chakra signature coming, and immediately knew who it was. Fancy seeing you here, Shizune-san. How's it going? Shizune greeted him with a smile. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. How about you? Naruto put down the empty bowl with a sigh of satisfaction. I'm eating a well-deserved +3 meal after training. You gotta admit, hard work is bitter, but the results of it are just as sweet, if not more. Shizune smiled and nodded. They are. Naruto-kun, I was hoping to talk to you about the bet you made with Tsunade-sama, she requested. Naruto made a contemplative face and stood up. He put some money on the counter and turned to her. Let's take a walk. They roamed in the streets, with Naruto keeping a constant lookout for eavesdroppers. So, what did you want to talk about? Please drop your bet with Tsunade-sama, she implored. If not for her sake, at least for your own life. You see, the necklace that she offered you, it's cursed. An amused smile lit up on his lips. Cursed, you say? And pray tell, how exactly is it cursed? Shizune informed him in a solemn voice. Whoever receives the necklace dies the very next day. Naruto shook his head. That sounds like a load of crap. Shizune cried out earnestly, but it's true. Her own brother and lover both dies after they receive the necklace. Please, give up the bet. Naruto sighed and turned to her, stopping their little walk. First of all, I can't do that. Giving up has never been my way of doing things. Second, I have already accomplished what I told your master, but seeing we're in quite a busy place right now, the Rasengan will have to wait until later. Shizune wanted to protest more, but seeing the look on Naruto's face, she heaved a big sigh. Very well, if you are so set on it. Tsunade-sama can't be found right now, so it will be better tomorrow. What will you do now? Naruto made a thinking face. I don't know. Then his face lit up with a smile as he turned to her. How about we go for ice cream? My treat, since I'm feeling really good today. Shizune giggled. Are you treating me to a date? Naruto smirked as she hooked her arm around his. It's not a date, for your own sake. Otherwise, I would have to call you a cradle robber. Shizune made a mock-affronted face as they set off to get ice cream. After a good night's rest, Naruto was up and fully rested. He cleaned up and dressed up as usual, without his vest or hitai, and was about to head to the hot springs for one last time, when Shizune burst into his room, panting and looking very frantic. Where is Jiraiya-sama? She asked, sounding extremely harried. Naruto was used to Jiraiya's random disappearances, so he just shrugged. Beats me. What's the matter, though? Orochimaru offered Tsunade-sama something in return for Tsunade-sama's unique, self-healing jutsu. I fear she's gone to accept the offer. Naruto, we must hurry and stop her. Shizune explained in a rush as she moved to the window. Unique self-healing jutsu, is that what the seal on her forehead is all about? Naruto wondered as he followed Shizune. His danger sense rang just as she opened the window, and he pulled her back just in time for the kunai to whiz past the spot where she was a second ago. Shizune yelped as she was pulled back, a hand on her upper back preventing her from falling over on her butt. She looked back to see Naruto's face set in an exasperated expression. However, the confusion that followed soon turned into slight panic as Naruto himself leaned out of the window. Look where you are aiming at, you senile, perverted old man. She leaned out of the window herself to see the man she was looking for. Naruto jumped out of the window himself, face frowned in confusion. Who the hell managed to get a jump on you? Jiraiya was panting heavily, and his skin was covered with sweat as he gripped onto the window frame like it was the only thing keeping him upright. Damn Tsunade, drugged my drink. The effects will wear off soon, but not soon enough for the fight. Naruto, can I count on you to help me out with this? Jiraiya ground out, looking at the blonde. Naruto nodded as he passed a jug of water to the man. Jiraiya gratefully nodded at him and chugged down the whole thing within a minute. He gave a sigh of relief, muttering, that's better. However, Naruto still hadn't dropped his guard. He was sensing a highly suppressed chakra signature a few rooftops away. And it seemed to be slightly familiar, with that feeling of snakes coating from it. Without any warning, he threw 3 shuriken in the air, which looped midair to converge on the position of the spy. All 3 of them spotted a slight movement as the spy fled away quickly. Shizune asked, who was that? Naruto muttered as he walked to his backpack, whoever it was, I have a feeling we'll be seeing him soon enough. He took out his hitai, taking off the sash and wrapping the headband back on his head. He did not have time to take off his jacket and switch it with the vest. Shizune and Jiraiya were ready to go, even if the latter hadn't fully recovered. He gave a nod of approval for shooing away the spy. Let's go, she said as she jumped out of the window. Naruto and Jiraiya easily followed suit. They spotted a faint dust cloud in the distance, and were able to hear the low, thunderous noises of something getting smashed. They all arrived at an open field, with Shizune sighing in relief and Jiraiya grinning. Whatever Orochimaru had offered Tsunade, she had refused. Running a little further, they arrived at the fight. They weren't surprised to see Orochimaru and Tsunade fighting, the former's hands looking as if nothing happened to them, but Naruto's eyes narrowed as he spotted Kabuto. He called out to the traitor. Kabuto, you were the one who was spying on us, weren't you? Indeed, Naruto-kun, you must be an accomplished sensor if you managed to sense me, for I was highly suppressing my chakra. Kabuto admitted with a chuckle. Enough of this, Tsunade spat, flying forward to smash a fist into Kabuto's face. Kabuto smirked, and with his chakra scalpel in hand, sliced a large cut across his palm, right in front of Tsunade's face. The woman automatically froze, eyes wide and body trembling minutely. "Tsunade?" Naruto questioned, and then his eyes went wide when Kabuto landed a vicious hit to her jaw, causing her to topple backwards. Jiraiya grunted, "Damn it, it's hemophobia. Shizune, you handle Kabuto. Naruto, you will protect Tsunade. I'll take on Orochimaru," he ordered them, striding forward to meet the snake face. Kabuto sneered, "Pathetic. What kind of a medic nin is afraid of blood?" He was about to punch her in the face once more, when Shizune intercepted him. "Stay away from her." While she engaged Kabuto in a fight, Naruto flash-stepped to Tsunade and crouched down to the still, shell-shocked Tsunade. "Come on, this really looks pathetic. You are the foremost medic in the world, and just who allowed you to show him your weakness?" He scolded her, and when he received no response, he rose up and took out 2 of his special kunai, ready to defend her in case Kabuto slips past Shizune. On the other end of the field, Jiraiya was having a lot of trouble. His body had still not fully recovered, and Orochimaru was bearing down on him without any signs of slowing down. He sighed in slight relief when Orochimaru backed off from swinging the Kusanagi on him, but almost groaned at what he did next. Orochimaru cut his thumb, and in the next moment, a large, brown snake appeared. Orochimaru grinned, ready to die. Jiraiya grit his teeth. His chakra control was pretty bad enough, and he couldn't risk calling the smaller toads here. He would just have to fight this another way it seems. Naruto noticed his godfather in trouble, and was about to create a shadow clone to go and help him when the things got worse. Turns out, Kabuto had managed to catch Shizune's ankles with his chakra scalpels, catching her off guard with the headhunter technique. And now that he was done with her, he was heading for Tsunade, who still hadn't snapped out of her shock. Naruto mentally cursed and threw the kunai before his feet, flying through hand seals, ending on the tiger, a crimson barrier enveloping him and Tsunade. It was a moderate-level barrier that protected the user from low to mid-level physical attacks, so Naruto had no problem holding it. Kabuto's hand, lit with a scalpel, sliced at the barrier. He flinched and jumped back, glaring at Naruto. "What is that?" Naruto smirked, "Wouldn't you like to know?" In the corner of his eyes, he watched as Jiraiya buried the snake in an earth-style swamp, and then collapse onto a knee. He mentally cursed Jiraiya still had yet to recover from the drug. If this kept going on, Jiraiya will be killed. Kabuto seemed to notice this as well, and wasted no time in taunting him. His pleasant voice, slightly jeering, grated on his nerves. "It looks like Jiraiya-sama isn't faring quite well. It won't be long before Orochimaru-sama manages to kill him. What will you do, Naruto-kun? Save your master, or save the woman who doesn't even care what you think of her?" Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You don't know what you are talking about." "To answer your question," a smirk graced his lips, "I don't see why I can't do both." Still holding the tiger sign, a shadow clone popped up beside him. He disengaged his right hand from the seal, forming a joint tiger seal with the left hand of the clone, thereby transferring the control of the barrier to the clone. He watched amusingly as Kabuto's face went right from triumphant to annoyed, having figured out his plan. Still, the traitor was gracious enough to praise him. "Your abilities in Fuinjutsu are truly astounding, Naruto-kun. But how long do you think your clone can hold this barrier for you?" Naruto smirked as he picked up his kunai. "Long enough." That was all he said before vanishing in a blue flash. Truth was, he had roughly 20 seconds before the clone dispelled itself, leaving Tsunade vulnerable to attacks. Not that his clone was weak, but if he had to dispose of Kabuto, he needed the element of surprise, along with a bait. Kabuto cursed and immediately turned to where his master was fighting Jiraiya once again, with the sword of Kusanagi. "Orochimaru-sama, watch out." Orochimaru was having a blast fighting his old teammate. Jiraiya was slowly recovering, but he knew that at some point in this fight, Orochimaru will pull out the boss summon, and he would be helpless against Manda if he couldn't summon Gamabunta. The drug still wasn't completely out of his system, and he hated that damn sword. Orochimaru was in mid-swing to cut off Jiraiya's head when he heard Kabuto's warning. At first, he didn't know what Kabuto was warning him about. He was fighting Jiraiya. Kabuto had disposed of Shizune, leaving Tsunade in. Oh shit, his epiphany came too late, as Naruto flashed right in front of him, blocking Jiraiya and his swing with a wind-laced kunai. He had no time to block as Naruto completed his spin, crashing his left foot right into Orochimaru's left jaw, sending the snake Sannin flying back. He flipped in the air to land on his feet, but Naruto was already moving. Or rather, his hands were. Naruto spoke nothing as he swiftly cut off the wind chakra, sliced a shallow cut on a surprised Jiraiya's thumb and wiped the blood on his own palm. 5 rapid hand signs, and he and Jiraiya were standing on the head of the boss of toads. Naruto had summoned Gamabunta with Jiraiya's blood. Before Jiraiya could say anything to his godson, Naruto had stepped away. Jiraiya looked over to where Naruto had gone with wide eyes. Orochimaru was snarling in rage. Naruto had robbed him of too many valuable opportunities. His eyes widened as he watched what happened next. Kabuto smirked as he gazed at the scowling shadow clone protecting Tsunade. He was not the one to stand idly while someone turned the tables against his master. He had created a shadow of himself to finish Shizune off. He was surprised though, when he saw the Toad boss suddenly appear, but then again, Naruto was the apprentice of the Toad Sage. He looked back to see his shadow clone almost upon Shizune, the chakra scalpel heading for her open throat. Fully expecting for her to get killed, he was shocked when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her, catching the shadow clone by the wrist and dispelling it with a well-placed hit. At the same time, he heard the pop sound of a shadow clone dispelling behind him. Looking back, the clone was gone, and so was the barrier protecting Tsunade. Kabuto seized his chance and activated his scalpel, prepared to cut right at her throat. Just as the hand was about to reach its destination, another hand grabbed his by the wrist, stopping it in its tracks. Kabuto was stunned when Naruto suddenly appeared before him, stopping his attacks. It happened too fast for him to comprehend. He had attacked the moment Naruto had attacked his clone. There was no way he was that fast to stop his attack so accurately. How did he even counter the instant that he appeared? It made no sense. Naruto flashed right to Tsunade's mark, his danger sense slowing down his perception to show the scalpel heading towards his side, since the previous target was now blocked by him. But he had no intention of letting that scalpel touch him. His left hand caught the wrist behind, stopping the advance. He saw shock fly across Kabuto's face, but he had no intention of letting his enemy regain his thought process. With a little bit of force, he cleanly snapped Kabuto's wrist, the sound almost music to his ears. Kabuto couldn't hold back the scream when Naruto broke the bone cleanly, his wrist bending forwards at an angle it really shouldn't. It was a surprise the bone didn't break out of the skin. He was given no chance to numb the pain with his healing ability, for suddenly, a whirling noise caught his attention. By breaking Kabuto's wrist, Naruto ensured he wouldn't be able to block his next attack because of the sudden, high influx of pain. A Rasengan formed in his right hand in an instant, spinning at high speed, slightly bigger than his hand, and with a gleeful roar, he drove the spiraling sphere of chakra right into Kabuto's stomach. Rasengan. Naruto watched with a smirk as Kabuto flew back from the powerful attack, blood flying from his mouth. He flew back so far and fast that he smashed through a rock, breaking it into pieces and skidding backwards until he was stopped painfully by a second one. He fell forward on his stomach, yelping and coughing, the pain nearly overpowering. Doing an internal diagnosis, his eyes widened in extreme shock. He had broken more than a few bones, along with his torn and near liquefied internal organs and muscles. The eyes widened further when he discovered that he couldn't heal as fast as usual. Just how strong was that jutsu? Naruto turned around to face Tsunade, who had seemed to finally snap out of her shock. She was still looking at him with fearful eyes, as if she was still looking at fresh blood. "What are you?" Naruto held up a hand. "Wait a second." He flash-stepped to Shizune, who was still unconscious, picked her up and flashed back. Tsunade choked upon seeing her unconscious apprentice. Naruto assured her, "Don't worry, she's just unconscious. I was able to stop Kabuto from killing her." Tsunade hastily crawled over to Shizune, checking her pulse. It was a little weak, but thankfully it was still there. Kabuto managed to catch her ankles with his chakra scalpels. "I only know that, not what happened before." Naruto's voice made her look at him, tears falling from her eyes. She looked back to Shizune, her hands glowing green. A tremendous weight seemed to leave her shoulders. Shizune did not require any immediate attention. She shakily stood up and faced Naruto, who was smirking softly with his hands crossed. "You saw what I did, right? I win." Tsunade's expression was of a surprise and relief, which turned into a shaky smile. She tightly hugged Naruto, ignoring the surprised grunt from the boy. After a long time, She sobbed like a little girl. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She didn't know what she would do without Shizune. Naruto was surprised, but upon hearing her crying, he wrapped his arms around her. It was a surprise to see her crying, not at Shizune's state, but in relief. It's okay, he whispered, tenderly rubbing her back. If not for the situation, he would have had a nosebleed upon feeling those mounds against his chest. He figured that everyone needed an emotional outlet like this sometimes. Ironically, this was the second time he had a girl hugging him while crying because he saved someone who was close to her. On the other side of the field, Orochimaru was cursing the brat for all his worth. Naruto had proven himself way too good to be left alive, if he was able to dispose of Kabuto in a single hit. The brat you've taken on is quite good, Jiraiya. He was currently dodging attempts to either get squashed or sliced by the Toad boss. Jiraiya sneered at Orochimaru. Looks like your apprentice needs only one hit to be taken off the field, Tem. Orochimaru weighed his options. He could not let Kabuto be killed at any cost. The guy was too valuable with his medical knowledge, and he was the only one Orochimaru trusted with his secrets the most. But he could also not let Naruto live, for he was too good for his liking, and would no doubt give him trouble in the future, if Akatsuki got a hold of him. He needed to be taken care of right now as well. Looks like I don't have a choice, he thought as he bit his thumb, preparing to summon the snake boss, Manda. In a flourish, the snake boss appeared, as sour as ever. Orochimaru, you dare to call me? You better have my 100 sacrifices ready. Orochimaru chuckled, of course, Manda. I just thought you would like some toad meat today. Manda glared at Gamabunta. Disgusting toad. Gamabunta chuckled in mirth. I'm sure my wife would love a snakeskin wallet. With that, the two summons clashed in battle. With Jiraiya's summon taken care of, Orochimaru immediately jumped off Manda, running for Tsunade and Naruto. Jiraiya cursed and leapt after him, hoping he could stop him in time. Naruto, watch out! Naruto, who was still rubbing Tsunade's back, snapped to attention at Jiraiya's warning. A second later, his danger sense rang loudly, alerting him of Orochimaru's approach. He was about to flash to a marker, but did not expect for Tsunade to disentangle from him, placing herself before him to shield the boy with her own body, and Orochimaru's sword ran right through her chest. Both Naruto and Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, and the latter retracted his sword. It wasn't my intention to hurt you, Tsunade. Just move aside, my aim is the boy. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his anger at the old woman's stupidity evaporating. It seemed that Orochimaru held two grudges against him now. The first was foiling his plans of Konoha, the second was almost killing Kabuto. His eyes then widened at Tsunade's next words. You won't touch him, she snarled, wincing from the pain in her chest. Why do you defend him? Orochimaru asked curiously. Because it's my responsibility from here on out, as the god I'm Hokage of Konoha. She declared. A second later, she shot forward and punched the snake Sannin, sending him flying. She took a deep breath and formed the tiger seal. Ninpo. Sozo Seisei. To Naruto and Orochimaru's wonder, the diamond on her forehead morphed and extended, forming tattoos around her face. Her wounds closed up and healed at an astounding rate, and she looked fully revitalized when she opened her eyes. Orochimaru was almost salivating as he witnessed the effects of the jutsu he had come for in action, while Naruto was gaping at the medical miracle Tsunade had pulled off. What followed next was a battle of epic proportions. He witnessed firsthand the power of three of the most powerful shinobi to come out of Konoha. No wonder they are called legendary, he mused as he sat back and watched the show. Kabuto still hadn't managed to get up, so no worries there. Shizune regained consciousness somewhere when Tsunade was reintroducing Orochimaru to her fists, so that was also good. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough chakra to heal her ankles on her own. The battle came to an end when Tsunade drove the Toad boss's Tanto straight through the Snake boss's mouth, pinning him to the ground. Orochimaru finally decided that he wasn't going to win this battle anytime, so he decided to flee. He looked over to where Kabuto was and winced. His right hand had barely managed to sit up and was only just managing to remain in his position. He body flickered to Kabuto, ready to assist him to flee. Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared before him, their summons disappearing as well, stance battle ready. He glared at them. He had taken way too many hits from Tsunade, and Jiraiya Baka had managed to give him a hard time as well. Be stubborn if you wish, Tsunade. I have other ways to remain alive. He then disappeared with Kabuto, gone as if he wasn't even there. TCH, I guess we won't be seeing him for a while, Tsunade muttered, breathing deeply and walking towards Naruto. She was surprised and happy to note that Shizune was now conscious. Jiraiya and Naruto on the other hand, stared at Tsunade. In the fleeting moment that her seal had restored, they had managed to catch a glimpse of what she really looked like. She looked so old and fragile, much more so than Jiraiya. Was that the price of her technique? She healed Shizune's ankles, allowing her to walk, albeit weakly, due to lightly chakra exhaustion. Jiraiya grinned and slapped Naruto on the back, throwing him a bit forward. Damn brat, I don't give you enough credit. You took Kabuto out in just one hit. I haven't seen anyone move that fast since your father. Surprisingly, Tsunade also joined the conversation with high spirits. So that was Hiraishin, wasn't it? Naruto smirked. Wow, I'm surprised it took you so long to figure out, considering you yourself have a mark on you. Naruto pointed the mark out to her on the side of her wrist, the place that no one usually sees with their own eyes. Tsunade suddenly looked scary and turned to Naruto, a fist shaking. And just when were you planning to tell me that? Naruto kept smirking. It slipped my mind, Ba-chan. Don't call me that, brat. Naruto laughed cheerfully as he easily avoided the swat of her hand, but Tsunade smiled fondly as she gazed at his face. He really is just like them. XXXXXXX. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, getting up and stretching after a good night's sleep. Jiraiya was already awake, sitting by his bed, smirking at him. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty, he teased. Naruto just raised an eyebrow in deadpan, not seeing the humor at all. He put the covers aside and got up, heading to the bathroom. When are we leaving, Ero Sennin? Today. Shizune is downstairs, checking out. Tsunade is taking care of some last-minute things. You freshen up though, we'll most likely leave in an hour, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and took his time to complete his morning duties. 20 minutes later, he came out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist and another rubbing his hair dry. He sighed in relief. The hot shower was great in here. Jiraiya was just packing up his and Naruto's belongings, when the door opened to reveal Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto raised a brow when Shizune suddenly went red in the face and faced away from him. He then smirked, but slowly put on his clothes. He innocently asked her, Shizune-san, are you alright? You look a little red. Jiraiya giggled perversely, but stopped as soon as Tsunade glared in his direction. Naruto mentally smirked, whipped, for sure. Tsunade turned to Shizune and whispered something in her ear, which caused the girl to utter a small meep and scuttle out of the room, a confused tauntaun clutched tightly in her arms. Naruto asked her curiously as he put on his shirt, what did you whisper in her ear? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, just some lady talk. Nothing you need to be concerned about. Naruto shrugged and unsealed his Jonin vest and put it on, surprising Tsunade. You are a Jonin, Naruto smirked. Let me guess, you thought I was just a mere genin, right? Tsunade only nodded as she watched Naruto tie up his jaw-length bangs and put on his hitai. She barely held her gasp. Naruto looked a literal clone of his father. She snapped herself out of shock and slowly walked towards him, surprising him. She lightly brushed his cheek while looking into his eyes. She whispered, you really do look just like your father. Naruto smiled as he gently removed her hand. I would be worried if I didn't. I am his son, after all. Tsunade smiled and nodded, taking off her necklace. She pulled it over Naruto's head, smiling slightly, the necklace, as promised. Naruto cradled the necklace, inspecting the crystal that hung. It gave off a strange feeling, a strong sense of contentment and soothing. Who does this belong to anyway? Tsunade picked up her suitcase. My grandfather, the Shodai Hokage. Naruto, to his credit, only raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. No wonder it felt soothing. Senju Hashirama's Mokuten was capable of calming down tailed beasts, and Naruto strongly suspected that the bloodline limit had a much higher connection to something other than just earth and water. Naruto slung on his big and moved to the window. Let's go then. He then promptly jumped out of it. Tsunade lightly scowled. He seems to have the same hate for doors like you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya grinned. Why use doors when you have windows? Tsunade gave a weary glance to her teammate as they walked downstairs. Am I going to regret this? Jiraiya pondered on this and replied, mostly, yes. But deep down, you will know that it would be totally worth it. They met Shizune and Naruto downstairs, who were making light talk. Naruto turned to Tsunade with a grin, you better be prepared, for you have a lot of work to do when we get back to Konoha. I'll take whatever you dish out, brat, Tsunade assured him with a smirk. Suddenly, she moved forward and gave him a soft peck on his forehead. Moving back, she saw the bewildered look on his face, accompanied by a bright blush. Naruto looked away from the group when he couldn't will it away. Besides, who's going to teach you how to be a proper Hokage if not me? She challenged. Naruto smiled at her high spirits. Looks like the will of fire still burns within her. Out loud, he just waved his hand, hi. They all set off in high spirits, back home. The reward for bitter hard work really was sweet. XXXXXXX. Hiruzen had gathered the council for a meeting to discuss the rather surprising offer he received from Sunagaku for the renewal of their alliance. After he dissolved the civilian council, what remained was the heads of various shinobi clan heads and the elders, Homura and Kaharu, along with Danzo as well. After reading the scroll out, he put it down, gauging the reactions of his council. Kaharu quietly commented, "This is certainly interesting. It seems our esteemed colleagues in Sunagaku wish to make amends for their foolishness." Homura snorted, "Of course, they do. Recent reports suggest that Iwagakure is testing their borders. If they don't make amends with us, Iwa will crush them. However, we cannot let Iwa get a strategic advantage such as that, even if we have another flash among us now." Surprising everyone, Danzo spoke up. "It would be in our best interests to accept." Upon seeing the rest of the council look at him in mild shock, he internally and continued. "As you are all undoubtedly aware, I would prefer to simply crush them outright for their betrayal, but circumstances argue against it. Since we cannot punish them without drawing attention from other countries, especially Iowa, I see no harm in accepting a deal that will benefit Konohagakure far more than Sunagaku." Logically, you are correct, Danzo-san, Aburame Shibi droned in the usual Aburame monotone. "This offer does seem to be to our advantage, but I find your stance puzzling. You have always petitioned for Uzumaki to be trained by you as a weapon. Accepting this offer would seem to directly counter the position you've held for nearly a decade and a half." Danzo considered how to respond and replied, "It is true that I wanted him to be trained as a weapon." Hiruzen picked up on his friend's choice of words. Wanted. Danzo knew what context his old rival was talking about. Yes, wanted. At first, I had worries that he would grow up to be a weak, average shinobi or worse, a straight idiot. But he has proved his strength in the invasion, stopping a tailed beast very effectively without resorting to his own. He is the second coming of his father. That was all he needed to say on the subject. It was a well-known fact just how much Namikaze Minato was feared. While the short term he was Hokage, no nation dared to make a move against Konoha. If Konoha had someone who was just as powerful as the Yondaime, he could sleep without any worry. Moving on, he cleared his throat. Sunagaku is now offering the daughter of their late Kazekage, by all reports a powerful kunoichi in making, in marriage to Uzumaki. He smiled grimly. I suspect that Sunagaku has discovered the boy's heritage. Troublesome, muttered Shikaku. If they hadn't discovered Uzumaki's heritage, this deal would be completely in our favor. I remember this Tamari girl from the exam. She seemed to have a good head on her shoulders. On top of that, she is a very proficient wind style user, which is quite rare in Konoha. The deal is evened out if they know Naruto's heritage. Marrying the children of two Kage will produce exceptionally powerful children, not counting the fact that Naruto is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and his children will no doubt be influenced by its power. But they don't know that. Everyone sat back to consider his words and examine the agendas behind the offer. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was contemplating what effect would this have on Naruto. He was asking for a lot from Naruto by asking him to do this. He was sacrificing the boy's chance at love by arranging a marriage for him with a person he didn't even know. A huge weight suddenly made itself known on his shoulders, and he sighed in sadness. Sometimes, he hated being the Hokage. Decisions such as these, putting the good of the village before his shinobi, made him sick to the bone. He knew Naruto would never forgive him for this. At this point, I don't see any option but to accept this offer. It is slanted too far in our favor to decline without tipping our hand regarding the boy's heritage. If we chose to decline by announcing that heritage, I have no doubt Kumogakure, and especially Iwagakure, would react unfavorably, he announced with a heavy heart. We also need the boy to produce more Uzumaki, as possible future containers for the Kyuubi, if not outright shinobi for our future ranks, Danzo added, but before he could continue, a heavy, potent killing intent flooded the room. You are going too far, Danzo. Hiruzen whispered with narrowed eyes. We already have placed a heavy burden on him by making the Jinchuriki against his will, which he knows, mind you. He knows his heritage, and he knows that his own father cursed him to this life. I think I can safely say on his behalf that he would sooner set the Kyuubi free rather than making his own progeny the jailers of the beast. Danzo grit his teeth. He will do what is asked of him by the village. Hiruzen snapped back, and I have no intention of asking him to do that. I'm also sure that neither does the next Hokage. Remember Danzo, he warned his rival, if you push him too far, you will lose him. For him, his family will always come before the village. Until he becomes Hokage, that is went unsaid. Danzo put his blank mask on again, but he was seething inside. Uzumaki's children would have made some very valuable additions to his ranks of root, but it seemed Hiruzen wasn't willing to go that far. Looked like he would just have to wait for a few years. Hiruzen turned to the council. Since we are in agreement, let us send our response.